The battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena.
Well, thank you everybody for taking time out a Saturday morning, a weekend. I don't know about everybody else, but I got 3 young kids, and a Saturday in the middle of October. I'm married to a saint. I think I'm missing 3 practices, 3 games, a football game. So I'm missing a whole bunch, but I got a great lady at home taking care of that. So I appreciate all of you fine folks coming out here today. Good morning. And welcome to the first ever Prairie Rising Forum. I'm Shaun Newman. I host the Shaun Newman podcast, and it's an honor to be your MC facilitator for the day. I was born in Saskatchewan, a little town called Hillmond. I don't hold it against you if you don't know where that is. I don't know how many people I've bumped in today. I'm like, where are you from? I'm like, yeah, okay. It's my home. It's shaped who I am, and this province means an awful lot to me. You know, these days, everyone calls Alberta the Texas of the North, pointing to it as the province that lead Canada out of its controlled demolition. And I find that curious. Growing up here in Saskatchewan, I knew the toughest men and women, bar none, came from this province. And I want to share a few stories of what this province is really made of. First, I think we all remember what happened in the 80s and 90s, early 2000s. A ton of our people packed up and left. And where'd they go? Alberta. From the mid-80s to mid-90s, Saskatchewan lost roughly 9,000 people a year, and half of those went to Alberta's oil patch. You ever wonder why Alberta's got the raucous, never-back-down spirit? Well, if you look closely enough, you'll find Saskatchewan's grit is woven right into it. Second, I love hockey. I was a hockey player all my life. And this province, with barely 1 million people, has produced over 500 NHL players since the league began. That might not sound like a whole lot, or maybe it does. But Saskatchewan has consistently produced the highest number of NHL players per capita anywhere in the world. In my era, our players were the gold standard. Tough, skilled, relentless. Coaches sought out for Saskatchewan-born players, specifically from the farm. I think of Patrick Marleau, but if I go back further, I think we can all remember Gordie Howe, Mr. Hockey himself, whose grit set the tone for generations. In Howe's day, we made up nearly 10% of the NHL, and that's the Saskatchewan spirit. Small province, massive impact. Finally, I don't know if any of you remember this one. Just a few years ago, we saw a man larger than life lead us all out of darkness. The Freedom Convoy went to Ottawa, the largest and most peaceful protest in Canadian history. Drew hundreds of thousands of Canadians to stand up for their freedoms against federal overreach. And who led it? Chris Barber, a Saskatchewan boy from Swift Current. And I might add in Tamara Lich, an Alberta girl from Medicine Hat. Together they organized a movement that echoed across the country without a single act of violence, showing the world what Prairie Resolve looks like when it unites. Saskatchewan is a big player in its own right. People, land, and its resources with the grit and heart to stand tall. But the real power is when we team up as equals like Chris and Tamara did. Saskatchewan and Alberta become an unstoppable teammates. Leading the charge for a freer, stronger Canada. I think it's time Saskatchewan took its rightful place, not just beside Alberta, but as partners in building the future we all deserve. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers today, full of bold, honest conversations about the challenges and opportunities facing our world, and let's begin. Our first speaker is the CEO of Armstrong Analytics. He's renowned for his economic forecasting model, the economic confidence model, which has predicted major market events. He has advised governments and financial institutions worldwide, offering insights into market trends, currency movements, and geopolitical impacts on the economy. We're joined on screen by Martin Armstrong. Martin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
This is going to be an interesting, but he won't be able to hear me, Keith, if I don't talk. Martin, you're on screen for a whole bunch of people here in Saskatchewan. I wanted to start with your thoughts on Russia, Ukraine, World War III.
Well, it's very interesting that we're starting to get at least perhaps a little bit of Trump does want to have peace, and I believe Putin does as well. I because I tend to be well versed on these issues and I stand in between. I was actually called in this week to review some of the stuff for a possible peace plan. So I mean, I think it's possible, but our biggest problem has been the propaganda of the fake news. As soon as you see a story that says, "Oh, Russia invaded Ukraine unprovoked," that's coming from the neocons in NATO, basically. It's, I mean, there was the Minsk agreement. Oh, if they had just simply honored the Minsk agreement, there would never have been a war. But there are people that I call NATO a retirement home for neocons, because it's hard to get your head around. But these people, I think, just grew up hating Russia when they were communists, and when that all fell, they just honestly, I think they were just pissed off they didn't get to shoot anybody. They were planning this great war in Armageddon or whatever, and they just refused to release it. I mean, Russia has their neocons as well. I mean, every country does. But wars are created by people like them and not by the individuals. So I'm hopeful we're, at least I was asked my opinion. So, I mean, that's at least a step forward, rather than just listening to the neocons all the time.
Martin, I know a lot of people are concerned about World War III and whether it's going to break out and how that will play out. Here in Canada, we've heard different things of possible mandatory military service, whether Canada would be a part of a NATO ally to go into Russia. Any information you can maybe disseminate on that?
Yes, the propaganda put out by NATO to all these world leaders there in Europe is that they can beat Russia with one arm tied behind their back. And they are boasting that they have 3.4 million soldiers compared to Russia's 1.5. But of course, that includes Canada and it includes the United States. And I've expressed my view that the United States should exit NATO. They either honor their words that they signed the peace agreement before and then reneged on it, or we get out. But I think the other reason I was consulted on this was because of the economic conditions of the EU. And I think this is important for Canada to understand, given Carney's positions. When they were forming the euro, they came to me. I tend to get called into just about anything with foreign exchange. And so I sat down with them in 1998 to say, okay, fine, this is how we create a currency. And I said, we have to consolidate it, all the debts, if you want to really compete with the dollar. And at the time, Helmut Kohl was the Chancellor of Germany. He refused because he knew if he allowed the German people to vote, he would have lost 7-3. And that's what he did publicly even say afterwards. So he insisted no consolidation of the debt. Now, here's the problem. We have UK and France finance ministers admitting they may need an IMF bailout. The socialistic agenda of Europe is, an abomination. You can look up, Google it, you'll see that Germany, although the richest country, the German people are second from bottom in net worth. An Italian has more net worth than a German. They keep their taxes very high, oppressive, etc. So then they did the whole COVID lockdowns. Then they did the climate change nonsense, and then we're going to hurt Russia. We're going to not buy your oil. Their economy has gone into a tailspin to the downside, and this is the whole problem. And because they never consolidated the debt, each bank has to have, as part of the reserves, sovereign debt. So in this case, they have to have a cornucopia of basically everybody's. Now, what happens, you get one country that gets in trouble, and it turns into a contagion. They start selling the banks. Who has the most? You're undermining the banking system. You're undermining the pension system. It's a complete mess over there. And this is in part why they are asking and pushing for war. They need a distraction. So I don't think you're looking at nuclear war. They seem to think that they have this 3.4 million soldiers. They can just walk in, take Russia in 3 days, and Putin will fall to his knees and beg for his life. And what I pointed out was that Russia's already gone through 2 coups. When Khrushchev lost on the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a coup. He was overthrown by Brezhnev, and that really started the Cold War. Then, when Gorbachev came out, I have the declassified documents. I put it in a book that I wrote, The Plot to Seize Russia. And Russia was actually invited to join NATO. So that second coup, the neocons over there rose up to overthrow Gorbachev. That's when Yeltsin stood on the tank and talked to the military not to shoot their own people. But they were afraid that he was going to join NATO, and to them, that was a surrender to their archenemy. So anyone that thinks that we can embarrass Putin to walk out of Ukraine with his tail between his legs, you better wake the hell up, because he would be overthrown. The neocons will grab power at that point, and it's going to get a lot worse. Yeltsin turned to Putin because he was not a communist. He was not one of the neocons, and he was not an oligarch. He kind of stood in the middle of all of them. That's why he was, Yeltsin turned to him. And the neocons have hated him ever since, because they had this grand idea of getting a hold of Russia. As you know, they were even asked me to put in $10 billion to fund this, basically regime change, and I refused. So I'm not getting involved in this stuff. This is crazy. But they were planning on taking over Russia back in 2000, and all the natural resources would then be traded through New York. And to put this in perspective, Russia is the richest country in the world from a natural resource perspective. They have 75 trillion in natural resource assets. So that's what all these people always wanted. The gold, the diamonds, the platinum, the oil, the timber, you name it, rare earths. And that's playing a role in this idea of peace. Because right now, when it comes to rare earths, which they need, for example, even to build one F-35 Lockheed Martin jet, they need 920 pounds of rare earth just to make one jet. So all that right now is pretty much controlled by China.
Just curious, you mentioned once again being consulted by, I assume Trump's team is what you meant, about possible peace talks. Could you just, I don't know how much you can share on that, but I think that's relatively new news, Mark.
Yes, I mean, that was just this week. So, we have offices around the world, so they know I've got clients everywhere. I've been in the middle of all this stuff. Even back in 2000, like I said, the whole thing of Russiagate was orchestrated by Hillary. It's because they were the ones trying to take over Russia, and it backfired on them. So that's mainly why I was called in, because I do have intimate knowledge of what's going on. I can't really give any details at this stage in the game, but I'm doing my best really to try and prevent any kind of World War III. They know that. And I will say that Trump is, when he made that statement, it was more basically saying, yes, Russia's a paper tiger. Oh, Ukraine can take all its property back, all its land, and even more. That was sarcastic. Because that is exactly what NATO's been telling the leaders over there. That Russia is just a paper tiger. Don't worry about it. We can take them. These people are sick. They do not care about the people that die. They orchestrated this whole civil war in Ukraine to begin with. And you had Boris Johnson hop on the plane to make sure there was no peace deal signed. If anybody believes one word from the fake news that, somehow this is all Putin's fault or whatever, just look at the timeline. If these people really cared about human life, why hop on planes, go to Ukraine and say, no, you're not allowed to sign a peace deal? They don't care. They really do not care if one Ukrainian is still standing at the end of the day. And all I've heard is, as long as they take a Russian with them, but the hell, they were all communists before anyhow. They were trying the same thing with Romania. When the people voted for a guy to stop, the orchestration there as well, because NATO is building the largest military facility there in Romania, and the people wanted to stop it. They overthrew him. They said, oh, he was Russian influenced. I mean, they make up anything they need to say to try and discredit people. They don't believe in elections. If the election is going to go against them, they overthrow it. It's really pretty ruthless there in Europe, and I would be very careful about it.
Switching gears for a sec, I'm sitting in Saskatchewan, and I've heard you talk immensely about Alberta. You've written a paper on Alberta, and I'd be curious your thoughts on Saskatchewan. You mentioned that your model predicts Canada breaks up, so splits apart. And when I look at Saskatchewan on the world stage, it's number 6 in wheat export, number 1 in canola, number 1 in potash, number 2 in uranium. That's not to bring in oil and gas as well. When you look at Saskatchewan, do you believe it should share a similar fate as Alberta in trying to separate from the larger Canada?
Yes. The real problem here, you can look in newspaper.com, look up a newspaper from like 1927, and you'll see that the Federal Reserve had, these 12 branches, but each branch was independent because they understood back after the 1906 the San Francisco earthquake, that although we're one country, we all have different regional economic profiles. So in Canada, the West is more commodity oriented, like you said, the Texas of the North. And I remember, dealing in Canada back in the 80s when there was a big real estate speculation in Toronto. So they were raising rates in Toronto, nationally because of the real estate bubble over there. But at the same time, they're putting farmers and miners into bankruptcy in the West. This idea of one size fits all came about by Roosevelt to get his socialistic New Deal through. So before then, each branch of the bank was independent. So if there was a shortage of money in Alberta, they could have basically raised rates there, but nowhere else to attract money. So when you went to this one size fits all, it does not apply to the economy. And that's what causes the friction. All right. So it's not economically beneficial. This idea of one size fits all of interest rates coming out, it's impractical. All right. And so this is what's causing a lot of the tensions. And then you get somebody like Carney, who is actually, one of the authors of Net Zero. It's absurd. He basically declared economic war on the West and, raising taxes and all this, as if Canada is the only country in the world that does this. Are you really going to change the climate of the entire planet? I mean, this is nuts. I mean, China produces the most of the gas. Come on. We have to be practical here, and politicians should, in my opinion, should be barred from any economic manipulation whatsoever, because it's always for their own self-interest, and they don't know anything that they're doing. If they really did, I wouldn't be called in all the time.
I wonder if I know for myself, I've heard you talk a lot about how your model predicts Canada breaking apart. If you wouldn't, I'm going to assume a bunch of these people know who you are, Martin, but at the same time, I hate to glaze over that point, because I think it's important that your model is actually showing Canada breaking apart. We have different people from Alberta here to speak today that are part of the movement in Alberta, specifically in the separation movement there. But what is your model showing you for Canada in the next couple of years and Western Canada?
Yeah, it's not just Canada that's breaking up. The U.S., you'll see in the same situation. Europe, this idea of the European Union is crumbling. You even had Merz over there. Chancellor of Germany actually came out and criticized the EU. He said, you've gone too far with migrant issues, things of this nature. This is the problem. It's kind of like a guy starts a small business. Then he always wants to, expand it, do better. That same human trait when you exist in politicians. Once you put a politician in, once you hand them some power, good luck trying to get it back. As they say, you can vote your way into socialism and communism, but you got to shoot your way out. It's true. But a centralized government is never, ever beneficial, because as soon as it goes into this socialistic agenda that was started by Marx, it's a death knell, really. Rome lasted for 1,000 years. Why? They had freedom of religion, free trade, Okay, minimal taxation. They did not get involved in, socialistic agendas. A lot of Christians said, oh, they were pagans, they had hundreds of gods. Not exactly true. What it was, if they conquered an area, they didn't say you have to, take our God. They let them keep whatever they wanted. So, but the Romans themselves didn't worship 200 and some odd gods. And they were never gods in the same sense that we vision God. They were more like, I would say, superheroes from Marvel. You went to Poseidon and you brought him a gift and say, please, I'm going to take a trip. Don't mess with me. That was basically it. Each one was in charge of something. So that's why I say it was more like superheroes, sort of thing. Not that they created the world or something along those lines. But so this is what Europe will break up. It's just simply untenable this way. I do podcasts from Netherlands down to Palermo. 3 years ago, I would hear that skepticism. You really think the EU is going to break up? Now all I get is when. We've had enough. You can't. I was talking to Romania, and here the EU told me you will take 100,000 people from the Middle East. I said, no, we're not. How you change people's cultures. Poland is starting to, show its back. So we don't have any terrorist attack here. They're not allowed in our country. You're talking about cultural differences. So a lot, this migration is in Europe is far worse because when everybody came here to North America, we basically came here to make something of ourselves. All right, there wasn't a free lunch, there wasn't free, anything to come over here sort of thing. In Europe, you're going to see more civil unrest and if not civil wars. If you don't keep paying these people, what do you think they're going to do? I mean, I was in Germany and I didn't see too many migrants. I said, gee, where'd they all go? The government gave them a 2-week fully paid vacation back to the very countries that they said they were fleeing from. Who makes up these ideas? I mean, in my opinion, I'm very skeptical about politicians. Honestly, I don't think they would even be able to be a proper dog catcher. I don't see any qualifications. I really do not. Here in Florida, we have one local politician because there's a red tide, which is a bacteria in the Gulf that shows up. Vote for me. I'll make sure there's no more red tide. It's those farmers and their chemicals. All I did was Google it. When was the first red tide? 1642, reported by the Spanish. I don't think it had anything to do with farmers or chemicals. It's just nonsense.
Before I let you out, Martin, I was curious your thoughts on precious metals, gold specifically, but silver as well. You're seeing these markets, in my thought, explode, but you've been staring at it for a lot longer than I have. What is your thoughts on people moving their money, or maybe countries moving their money and protecting it with precious metals?
Yeah, I mean, look, the neocons, when they put the sanctions on Russia, and they removed it from SWIFT. All right, this is what I mean about being totally incompetent in political position. That was a red flag to everybody else. Hey, if you don't do what we order you to do, we can remove you. And you had Christine Lagarde, when she was at the IMF, she was the one that started this nonsense. She was running around telling countries, you will give up every foreign account that you have there in these tax havens. She even did that to the Vatican, or we'll remove you from SWIFT. That's what created BRICS. So, you know, as you know, I deal with a lot of different central banks, and they're not, don't look at them as an investor. They don't care if it goes up or down. That's not the issue. The issue is it's independent and it's neutral. So if Europe goes into war, buying gold, particularly during geopolitical events, all right, it's you're standing at a roulette table and you're not betting red or black. You're just pulling your money in, because it doesn't matter at that point if you have gold, who wins. If you have European debt and they lose, it's worthless. Just like Confederate bonds from the U.S. Civil War. They look nice, frame them up, very nice, but they're worthless. All right. So China, you had the neocons even threatening them. If you help Russia, we'll do this to you. As if they can't do something. I said, oh, really? Thank you. That creates BRICS. China's been buying gold, dumping U.S. treasuries. Why? Because if you go into war with China, which is what they are saying, and they believe that, I would say the spin that I've heard, we won't be at war with Russia, we'll be with China. Kaylis, the number 2 there in the EU, met with the foreign minister of China, and she's a real neocon. And she said, oh, you have to stop supporting Russia and telling Russia to get out. And the response was, we're not prepared to allow Russia to lose because we know we would be next. Right? This is what precious metals is for. It's geopolitical. So don't look at it as they are buying this as a speculator. Oh, gee, I'll make an extra $200. That's not it. It's just neutral. Gold has, we've warned that our major resistance in gold is around 4,500. And the support range is down around 37. When you get a monthly closing below 37, then it will back off again. Trump has been working on peace in the Middle East. Russia is next. And I suppose China will come in third. But the whole thing about Canada being the 51st state, Greenland, the backdrop to this is largely that the rare earths, China has basically a monopoly on them. And they're not necessarily rare per se, but you don't get a large concentration of them to make it a viable mining project. I know, Zelensky's talked a lot. Oh, we have this. All the experts that I've spoken to, they said no, they do not. It's not viable. China has specialized in this area, and they basically have a monopoly. So that's what Greenland is supposed to have some, but again, you're talking about decades to even create a mine, right? Alberta, this is part of that 51st state stuff. It's national security from a resource perspective. But I think that you're looking at on the metals, back off a little bit right now, but the more geopolitical issues that start to to go up. We're showing once you get through 4,500 on gold, it will challenge the 5,000. Once it gets through 5,000, then you're going to be looking at people are going to be talking about 10,000. It always doubles after that. So just keep in mind that this is geopolitical, and all our big institutions in Europe that have a lot of gold, for last year, everybody's heard, they've been moving gold from London and Zurich to New York. That's basically because I ordered, not ordered them, but I told them you better get the hell out of there because you go into war. And what happens is Europe is notorious for capital controls. And just this past week, you can look this one up too. If you're traveling into Europe or leaving, you must report all your bank accounts to them. Spain, you can no longer take out more than 3,000 euros without government permission from your account. They are afraid of capital fleeing. Okay. And just to put a little historical spin on this, when there was the German hyperinflation, people moved their money out of Germany. When Hitler came back in 1933, he passed a law. It was illegal for a German not, to have an account outside of Germany. That's when Switzerland in 1934 passed the secret numbered account system to protect Germans from Hitler. So they have a long history of this sort of thing. And so you're seeing, that's part of the metals going up. And the capital flows have been coming here into Canada as well as the United States. All right. Has to do with the concern about Europe and coming capital controls.
Martin, appreciate you hopping on with us this morning. We wish you could have been here in person with us. All the best. Feel better. And thanks again for joining us.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
For those of you wondering, Martin was supposed to be in attendance, but he had a health scare about 5 days ago. He's doing better, but the doctors and his family urged him not to come, and he was quite adamant he was coming until the organizers of the event had kind of just stepped in and said, Martin, worry about your health. We don't need you to die on the plane here. So I'm happy to see him up and speaking well. Our next speaker is a prominent advocate for precious metals investment, serving as a key voice for New World Precious Metals, a Calgary-based brokerage firm founded in 2016 that specializes in gold and silver bullion, known as the Financial Whisperer. Please welcome Bryce Wade.
Well, how do you follow Martin Armstrong, eh? Okay. So I'm going to keep this pretty simple because I think with all the things that are happening, it's important to understand two words: how and what. What and how. What are we going to do and how are we going to do it? So my presentation today is about what are we going to do and how are we going to do it. So when I was younger, I heard this statement, this saying, gold is the currency of kings, silver is the currency of artisans, and debt is the currency of slaves. And it stuck with me for a long time. So let's talk about the trajectory of where we are. Now, a lot of the things that are happening right now, as Martin just showed us and talked about, sorry. There we go. I'll get this. So the unsustainable debt that we have is really, really bad. It's really getting worse, and there's a lot of things that are happening that we have to do something about. And there's kind of two things that we want to consider. What's happening now, and where do we want to be? And ultimately, how are we going to get there? And so one of the functions of inflation is debt. So we have an inordinate amount of debt. So as you can see, I took this a couple days ago. Our debt in Canada is now almost 1.4 trillion. Now at the start of COVID, this is about half that. It was about 650, 700 billion, somewhere around there. And when I was born, 40 odd years ago, this was $250 billion. So we almost 5 times the amount of debt in just my lifetime alone. Now some of you are a little bit older than me, so that ratio is even worse. But what does this actually look like in practice? So think back to your younger years. What was the cheapest you ever got a beer for? One beer, right? I had a teacher when I was in high school that told us about he used to go to the bar, slap down 2 quarters, and get 2 beers. Well, I just had some beers with my good friend Wayne, and it was about $8 a beer. So that's like a 20x increase in the price of beer alone over effectively one lifetime. That's a lot. And it's getting worse. And so you can see on the chart here that the higher this goes, the more we pay in inflation, the more we pay in our taxes going to service the debt. For the last 5-6 years, okay? So if you look at the total bond market is about $145 trillion. Well, 40% of that is $58 trillion. That's a lot of money. This is an absolute tsunami of money coming into gold and silver. And the amount of money that is currently sitting in gold, roughly, is about $25 trillion. That's up from about $10 trillion 5 years ago. So we're really seeing a massive move into precious metals, as Martin underscored, for a lot of reasons. Now, the reason that they're doing this is that we're in what's called a commodity supercycle, because there's certain times in history where commodities are more important than everything else, because you need them to build stuff. And we're entering into one of those times now. And so the timing of your investment is really important. If you invested at the top of the stock market in 1929, it took 40 years almost to get back to where you were and start to make money again. So the stock market right now is at all-time highs. So take that for what you will. Now, I want to make a couple examples of what's happening, right? So there is a huge amount of people all across the world that are starting to wake up to this. And as you can see, there's lineups in Australia. One of the big bond kings, so Jeff Gundlach, he's one of the major bond people in the world, is now talking about moving 20% of, or half of bonds, half of the money in bonds, into gold. And Jamie Dimon, our good friend from JP Morgan, he's now talking about $10,000 gold. Bank of America is now talking about a $65 silver, as we just hit $50 this year. Now, in the last 2 years, I go to VRIC, Vancouver Resource Investment Conference, because I'm from the left coast, and the experts in there, I always ask, what's your prediction? And some of them don't like to make predictions, but last year, Robert Kiyosaki did, and I actually talked to him, and he made the prediction of $50 silver by the end of this year. Well, and here we are, and we've just hit almost 54, and not by Christmas. So the year before that, when silver was about $22, $23, they made the prediction of $30. So now Bank of America is talking 65, but with all of the chaos happening in the silver market right this second and this week, like this week was a really big week for precious metals, it could go a lot higher. We don't know where the top is, but we know it's much higher than where it is now. So I took this a couple days ago, right? I don't know if you can see the, can everybody see the numbers on the bottom left there? Is that clear? Yeah? No? Yeah? Well, anyway, what we've seen in the last years is a massive move into precious metals, and this has affected the price because people want to protect their wealth. Gold has always been a safe haven asset. So when people talk about the safety of their portfolio, right, it's not always just about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. And gold has always been a safe haven asset for doing exactly that. Now, silver is a little bit different. Silver, the demand has skyrocketed, absolutely skyrocketed, and there's a number of reasons for this. But the supply has not kept pace. We produce about 850 billion ounces of silver a year, and about 70% of that goes into industry. So automatically, the amount of available silver for bullion, for jewelry, is much lower. And one of the reasons for this is that silver is mined as a secondary material, or a mineral, from other types of mining. So gold, copper, zinc, lead, a couple other ones, but it's not easy to scale up, and the demand for it has skyrocketed. This year, actually, the US made silver a strategic mineral, which means that there's an inherent and built-in synthetic demand for silver for years to come, because now it's a strategic mineral. So what this means is that when demand goes up and supply goes down, well, what happens to prices, right? And this is what we're seeing now. So I think it's really important for everybody to understand at this point is that if you want something and everybody else wants something, there probably isn't enough for everybody. And I'll direct your attention to our, our recent history of toilet paper in 2020. So just think for a moment, if everybody just decides, this is a purely demand side decision, I want toilet paper. Well, if you go to your local store and everybody had the same idea at the same time, well, not enough for everybody, especially if somebody buys all of it, right? Now, what would happen if this happens to precious metals or food or literally anything in society? There's a lot of us, and there isn't enough for everybody typically. So again, timing is everything. Now, where could things go in the future? Now, in my industry, precious metals, there's a lot of experts in our industry, Martin Armstrong being one of them, talking about what's coming down the pipeline and where things are going. So on the left here, we got Peter Krauth, Canadian guy. He's a specialist in silver specifically. He wrote a book called The Great Silver Bull, and he talks about the argument for $300 silver. And if you want to get his book, The Great Silver Bull, highly recommend if you want to look at some of the mechanics of why this is. Another famous person in our industry is James Rickards. He's written many books similar to Martin Armstrong about where things are going, why things are going that way, and how they're going to get there. And he makes the case for $23,000 gold, not silver. And so the big one that I follow is Andy Schectman, one of my favorite people to follow. So if you really want to get into where things are going, why they're going this way, I really look to Andy Schectman for being the inside knowledge, if you will, about what's happening and why. And he has made done the math rather. If you took all of the US dollars that are out there and backed it up with 40% gold, with the current amount of gold that they have, well, that's $40,000 gold. If you backed it up, the 100% of US dollars backed by gold would have to be $140,000. So we're really entering into a unique time in history, and especially with financial history, that we are living through history. This is the history that we are living in together, similar to 2008. I'm sure everybody remembers 2008. That was financial history that we lived through at that time. And Andy Schectman's one of his great quotes that I'll never forget: if the smartest, most well-funded, most well-informed institutions on the planet are all buying precious metals, you should be too. Now, why are they doing this, right? Well, as our good friend Morgan Freeman here noted in one of his interviews, Morgan Freeman, he wears gold earrings because if you die in a far off land somewhere, a little bit of gold pays for your funeral and your coffin. So you can have a proper burial no matter where you are in the world. And it's a guarantee of wealth. It's a physical guarantee of wealth. And this is why people have had it forever. It's important to understand that all fiat currencies in history have died in one of two ways. They either default or they hyperinflate. The Weimar Republic, Zimbabwe, the Roman Empire, literally everything. The only fiat currencies that are still alive are the ones that we are currently living with right now. But there's no reason to believe that we are insulated from this historical fact. And the sound money principles that Trump is now trying to talk about hopefully gives us a third option, but we don't know. And if you don't know and you're not certain, well, it behooves you to have some gold and silver in your portfolio as well. Now, the reason that gold holds its buying power, right, is that because it is a physical representation of value, of wealth, right? And one of the examples that you've probably heard about is you can always buy a suit and a night out on the town with your significant other with an ounce of gold. Now, back in the day, gold was like $35. We're talking in like 1920s. Gold was like basically $30-ish, roughly. Now, you could buy quite a bit with $30 back in the day. Well, now gold is $4,000, $4,000 plus, and so you can buy a couple nice suits, something for your wife, and a whole bunch of wine. So you're having a really good time with an ounce of gold these days, right? Now, to give this a more recent and relative example, I have a friend that a couple months ago bought this truck over here for $60,000 equivalent, or 12 ounces of gold. Now, just in that time, gold was $5,000 Canadian at that time. It's now sitting at roughly $5,700, $5,800. I didn't look at it yesterday because there was a pullback yesterday. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that he bought this truck with silver that he had bought years earlier. So the $60,000 truck that he bought, he actually paid about $12,000 for it because he bought silver when it was much lower. So the gold-silver ratio really helped him, and he cashed in on the preservation of his wealth because he bought precious metals at that time. And this is one of the reasons that people buy precious metals, to preserve their wealth. Now, on the right here, I've got an example of what this would actually look like in practice, okay? So in 1971, where the federal minimum wage was $1.60, right, you could make almost 2 ounces of gold on a weekly basis. If you transferred that into today's money, right, we're talking $150 an hour, $6,000 a week, just in gold terms. Now, I actually did the math on this because it's actually kind of ridiculous. So at minimum wage, you basically get 0.1 of an ounce. So you compare that to almost 2 ounces, and that's a relatively simple way to understand how much inflation has taken out of our pocket. So, who is buying all of this gold right now? Because it's certainly not retail yet. And the people that are buying this are the most powerful institutions on the planet and the nation states. So we've got the central banks that have bought more than 1,000 tons a year for the last 5 years, officially, and it's probably more than that. We've got actual commercial banks that have been told by the BIS through the base sell 3 accords that were released earlier this year that they also need to have a whole bunch of gold. So I want to make it clear that the nation states are one of the core buyers, China, Russia, and a bunch of others. So they do this because savings, the investment potential, portfolio insurance, and the protection against inflation. Now, I want you to take a moment and just consider where you were 5 years ago. Consider where you are now, and consider where you will be in 5 years. And think for a moment and say, am I where I want to be? And am I going to be where I want to be in 5 years? Well, if you are not where you want to be, or you want to ensure that you are going to be where you want to be, I highly recommend that you get some gold and silver in your portfolio, and if you want to do that, you can work with us. We're a precious metals brokerage that has been around for a long time. We really focus on making sure that our clients understand what they're doing, and we've been around for quite a while. We work with Questrade, we work with PMI, and we work with Silver Gold Bull, fantastic partners. And if you want to schedule a call with us, you can take a picture of this, and thank you very much for your time. Love being here.
I'm going to invite Mitch Sylvestre, Brett Oland to come on up, along with Bryce. Each can find a seat. We're going to have our first round table of the day, and it'll be followed by a short break so you can stretch your legs, grab a bathroom break. If you smoke, I suppose you can go have one of those too. I get the woo from the smokers. Yep. So we just met Bryce. We were supposed to have Martin once again a part of this roundtable, and Mitch has kindly stepped into his seat. Big shoes to fill, I might add. But once again, just going back to Martin, I just finished getting off the phone with his assistant. Very appreciative of the organizers of this, allowing him to come in virtually. Once again, his family and his doctors advised him not to travel. And I don't know, as you get older, folks, maybe you get a little more disgruntled because he really wanted to be here, and he had some words for his doctor and his family about getting here. But cooler heads prevailed, and they just want to say thank you again to the organizers and everybody here for understanding. Now, I got Mitch Sylvestre, the CEO of Alberta Prosperity Project. We got Brett Oland, the CEO of Bow Valley Credit Union, and then, of course, Bryce Wade. And it's basically the idea for the roundtable is to focus on the economics. There's a lot going on. I know the question I've gotten from Saskatchewan the most, though, and I'm going to start with Brett, is Bow Valley Credit Union coming to Saskatchewan? Because they see what you're doing with gold, they see what you're doing with Bitcoin, they see what you're doing with not freezing bank accounts and all that, and they're hopeful that that's going to come.
Unfortunately, at this time, not yet. So we're regulated by an organization called CUDG, Credit Union Deposit Guarantee Corporation. They restrict us just to Alberta, unfortunately. There is a bit of a loophole that we can poke through, but we're not ready to quite do all the legal stuff behind it quite yet. So I would suggest it's coming, but don't hold your breath. We're probably a year or two off from actually being able to service properly anybody in Saskatchewan. But we are working on it because we understand that there is a huge demand for getting.
But if I hear that correctly, a year or two off. So there is plans to come to Saskatchewan. It just isn't as quick as everybody wants.
Yeah, and the thing is, you might have to do things a little bit differently. You might not have a physical branch location type thing, but at least, you know, in the background, you can do things by email, phone, over our app, on the website, that type of thing. So the functionality is what's important in my mind. You don't necessarily need bricks and mortar, but we are working on it. So.
Okay, well, now I'm just going to bring everybody in because a true roundtable doesn't have to come back to me. I think all the guest speakers here are going to learn that I prefer to remain silent in these conversations, if at all possible, when you have brilliant minds like this up here. The one thing I'm curious from you three is Carney has ballooned the deficit now, $100 billion. You know, they talked about it being 60-some. I think Minister Freeland, when she was in that position, walked away from the job because she didn't want it at 60-some billion. And now he's talking about $100 billion. Your guys' thoughts, you know, on $100 billion deficit and what that's going to mean here in Western Canada or Canada at large?
Yeah, well, I think it's important to understand that where we already are in servicing our debt. So, you know, all of the GST that you pay on a yearly basis across the whole country now goes to just servicing the debt itself. And so the amount of money that we're spending is, you know, wholly unsustainable long term, because, you know, the worst part about the debt that is being printed is we don't actually get the benefit. So like if I go to you and say, hey, can I borrow $20? That means you already have the $20, and then I can use the $20 to do something with the $20. But if I say, hey, I'm borrowing $20 in your name and I'm going to use it for stuff that I'm not telling you about, well, then we're in kind of a different situation. That's effectively what's happening. And so the amount of debt that's being printed is going parabolic, as I showed earlier. And at a certain point, it becomes unsustainable. And this is what happens when I was mentioning about currencies with the one or the other, which is either hyperinflation or default. And this is what we risk by not having a sound money principle in our finances, right? So if you go into a bank and you say, hey, you know, I only make 10 grand a year, but I'd like a $1 billion loan, they're going to laugh at you out of the bank, right? But this is effectively what we're doing because we're not bringing in the amount of money that we should be, we're not having the economic policies that we need to be, and we're not creating the economic activity that we should be.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We're entering a phase what I call fiscal dominance, or you might have heard it called fiscal dominance before. And really it's a fancy term for we've printed so much currency and we're in so much debt that the revenue for tax that they bring in can't sustain the debt. So really, the only option that they have is to continue to print currency. So it's basically like paying off one credit card with another credit card, and then another credit card, and then another credit card. And it's an unsustainable path, and eventually it does get that hockey stick motion in debt, which we seem to be entering pretty quickly.
So the end of that whole process, from my perspective, and I'm a little humbled by sitting here for Martin Armstrong, I'm not in his category at all, but from where I'm sitting in as the head of the Alberta Prosperity Project, what we see is when you double the money supply, you have the amount of money that you have to spend. Your money halves in worth. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I see in my own business is 3 years ago, I sell sporting goods. I sell all manner of sporting goods. So what we see 3 years ago, we have a $69 box of 30-06 ammo. That was $32 4 years ago. But nobody's wages have doubled. So what is that doing to us? What it's doing to us as people is making us poorer. And that's exactly part of the motive for all of this nonsense that's going on. What we're concerned about is these people that are imposing this on us are actually trying to make us poorer. So understand that that's part of the process, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're moving towards a free and independent Alberta, so we can get away from these people that are consciously trying to break us.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more thing to that. What I was saying earlier about the what and how. What are we going to do and how are we going to do it, right? If we accept and agree, and we should, that there are problems within our society and civilization, well, something has to be done about them or those problems get worse. If you look across society, anywhere in the world right now, and think about all the problems that are out there, are those problems getting better or are they getting worse? And more importantly, is somebody going to solve them? If it's yes, great, we don't have to worry about it too much. But if it's no, well, that's a big worry and it's getting a lot worse, right? And so at a certain point, things break in a society. And this has happened throughout history where the government or the administration of a given society couldn't handle or couldn't meet the challenges that they were facing at the time, and they collapsed, right? And so the important thing to understand is that the best way to deal with these problems is to organize and mobilize, because whatever the problem is a man-made, created problem that has a solution. It's whether or not we are able to do it that matters.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise to me. This is a banker, accountant's perspective on this, but all the social distortion that we're sort of seeing in society today, it's unattainable housing, shitty jobs for our youth. You can't put food on the table anymore. Insurance prices skyrocketing. Like all these things are distortion in my mind of the money supply, just continuing to rise and rise and rise. And it's not a surprise to me that we're seeing all these ridiculous things that are coming out, and it's like, oh, it's a good idea to put porn books in a library. And, it's not a surprise to me because they printed so much currency in the background that money is effectively worthless. And it's like, we can do these stupid ideas and just continue on and try and do these ridiculous projects because you can try and throw money. We'll just throw more money at it. We'll just throw more money at it type thing.
You know, if there's one thing that Martin Armstrong has impressed upon me is if you look back at history, you can see poor ideas play out over and over and over again. And one of the ones that has been on, I guess, my radar and probably others is the Weimar Republic when they had hyperinflation. You know, and to Mitch's example of ammo going from $32 up to, basically doubling, they point to a loaf of bread going from, if it was 1 mark to 100 marks, to then 1 billion marks, to where you're basically a wheelbarrow full of marks to get a loaf of bread. And then you get the black market where you're trading goods for goods because money becomes worthless. So we can see this on the rise as they print more money. My question would be, what they did in the Weimar Republic is they created a new currency and they backed it by gold. And I'm curious your guys' thoughts. I don't see that playing out. What we see more and more is I'm talking about a central bank digital currency and whether or not that will be the replacement once this money problem comes to a point of breaking.
Well, I'm going to chime in on central bank digital currency. That will be the end of our freedoms. That's very simple. That is, as far as I'm personally concerned, the reason why they're printing so much money is that so they can get us into a spot and into a box where they can absolutely take away all of our rights and freedoms. So whether we want to admit That our government would be doing that to us or not doesn't change the fact that they're actually doing it. We've been warned on multiple occasions by many people that if this continues to go, it's not sustainable. First of all, even their financial people are saying $100 billion debt as in next year is something that's going to absolutely cripple Canada. So they're going to, in my mind, in the next year, make some serious changes to our social programs. And this is going to be the last step towards locking us in a box that nobody wants to be into.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That it basically, if we've seen all what happens when you can shut off somebody's bank account, and I've seen a lot of that type of thing, more than probably anybody would like to admit. Of somebody walks in with a letter that says, you know, you're outside of our risk profile, you're effectively debanked. We see a lot of it. It come across our credit union, and yeah, this is sort of the really the end step towards it, and it's. They basically bankrupt everybody. They say, hey, listen, we need a solution for you. I know you need a roof over your head and food on the table. Here's universal basic income, and we'll just give you this. Oh, by the way, you have to put it in your central bank digital currency account. And so, in my mind, this is a directional thing that they're making it so it's safety and soundness, and we're trying to help and type thing, but you're basically locking the key to a cage.
Yeah, and I'll kind of leave off for myself with this, is that, because you mentioned the Weimar, I had a client actually that told me about their grandparents that were actually in the Weimar Republic, and what they would do is they had like a gold chain, and they would break off a piece of gold chain and go and buy groceries with that, right? So like gold is the ultimate safe haven asset for that reason. So regardless of what's happening around you, you still have a physical representation of wealth to protect what you're doing. And the best representation of a monetary reset was actually the US dollar. And the US dollar became the US greenback that wasn't a reserve currency, and it wasn't controlled by a central bank, and up until 1913, obviously. And throughout that time was one of the biggest and most prolific increases in wealth of people in all of human history as a group of people, because there was no interest on the debt, and the economic activity that was created, because there was very low taxes, I don't think there was income tax at that time at all actually, is you held on to your wealth. And a lot of people in the US at that time used gold to hold that wealth, right? And there was many gold rushes at that time. And so, when we look through history, there's very few instances of anybody breaking away from this system that we currently live in. And I think the key barometer of success, or the key way that you measure that wealth, is how many people in a given society are wealthy, not just how wealthy some people are, but how many people in that society are wealthy. And Canada used to be that way. We used to be independent. We used to have gold reserves. We used to be very effective at getting our resources to market and being able to benefit from them. And we've kind of lost that in the last few decades. But I think it is possible to get back to that, because if there's enough people that decide, hey, we need a change, and we decide that we're going to make a change, we can.
We see it, just adding to that. We see a lot of people come through our organization, and they're tapping us on the shoulder, and they're interested in employment positions with us. And it shouldn't be surprising that it's a lot of Eastern Europeans and Africans that come to our organization, and they basically look out into society today and said, this is what I was fleeing from. I came here 20 years ago. This is what I was fleeing from, my family. And they see it sort of playing out again, and unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a place in the world to run to at this point. So,
well, I'll just add on to that. And this is, I think, another important thing to understand, is that the things that we're facing, everybody will face. There's no place to run to. There's no place to hide. These things are happening to everyone everywhere. This is happening in Africa. This is happening in Asia. This is happening now in the West. And we are all in this together, right? This is a thing that faces all of us. There's a quote that I say pretty often now, that you can either be at the front line or the back line, but eventually the line is coming to you.
I always like to focus on solutions. I'm a pretty optimistic guy. And when I look at you guys, I hear precious metals, right? And that's a pretty sound place to put your money. I look at Brett, and I see, a bank that doesn't want to kick you out for I don't know, what is it? What does the letters say for being a risk?
Outside of our risk profile.
Outside of our risk profile. And we've certainly seen that, Royal Bank has been correct. And so, and then I see Mitch trying valiantly, I might add, in Alberta to raise enough support to try and get away from it all, right? For Alberta to we're just going to leave. We're just going to, we got all the money, we got all the resources, we're this independent, think for ourselves province. And I look at Saskatchewan, I see an identical thing. Like, I go back to what I said at the start, like a ton of Albertans are Saskatchewans. They came from here back in the early 90s, 80s, into the 2000s because of the government that was running here. And so they're sitting there, and I go, so that same blood runs through both provinces. And I see solutions. Is the solution knowing that we're going up and up and up in debt? Ottawa is not going to change course. I'd be shocked if Carney did anything different than what he's doing. Is the only solution then to leave? Mitch, you probably have the best idea on this.
The only solution is to leave. That is it. So let me qualify that. When I became the head of the Alberta Prosperity Project, on our website it said that we are going to be an independent Alberta in or out of Canada. That was until April 28th. When the Liberals won this last election, it was a very clear evidence to me that the Conservatives will never win another election in Canada. We can never expect, after the last 10 years, and I will go into that in my presentation, of Liberal government and how awful they've treated the West, particularly Alberta, how we could ever expect to hope to have a Conservative government in Canada. So if we're not going to have a Conservative government in Canada, what we've had happen to us in the last little while is that the Liberals have basically changed their leader for a more effective leader, and everybody else is still in place. Nothing has changed. The policies towards the rest haven't changed. Nothing has changed. And as far as Alberta people are concerned, when they found out that I'm coming to speak at this conference this weekend, they're very anxious for us to make a very strong alliance with Saskatchewan. So just understand that. So the other thing that I have to tell you is I'll give you the path. Our path is this. We have to have an independent referendum in Alberta to become independent. Saskatchewan will have to do the same thing based on the Clarity Act. So you have to do the work yourselves in conjunction with us, and then after that, there's going to be all manner of things possible. I mean, we've been all over North America looking after our interests. We've been to the United States talking to the Americans about this. They're fully in favor of this, and they don't want the 51st state, as we don't either. So just understand this. No politician is going to save us. It's going to be up to us. We have a very clear path. I'll get into it after. We have a very clear path for the way out. It's doable. And I have roots in Saskatchewan. I actually married a girl from Langenburg. She's from about an hour south of here, the Saskatchewan girl, so I was lucky enough to grab a hold of one of the Saskatchewan immigrants into Alberta. And it's turned out to be a really good deal for me.
Yeah, just taking a little bit direction and a little more optimism, but the probability, I think, is lower. There's basically three ways out of this debt. We can default on and basically signal to the world, no, we're not paying back that debt, and effectively never get a loan from anybody ever again. We can inflate our way out, which I think is likely the solution that we're on the path for, and what governments always choose, and why precious metals do their job. But we can also be productive. If we increase our productivity as a country and a province significantly, then we could basically grow our way out of the problem. And you see the federal government trying to signal this. But part of the problem is, and as you know, they don't let you do anything. And it's like, well, you know, we can't do anything with carbon, so we can't do farming anymore, and we can't do mining, and we can't cut down forests, and we can't build pipelines, and can't drill for oil and gas. But yeah, go for it. You know, this is going to be great. We'll just be more productive.
We can harvest the wind.
Well, what's really interesting about Saskatchewan, though, is there is a lot of uranium, and that might be a big solution towards some energy problems.
And
coming
potash,
forward.
very important.
So my problem with that, Brett, is they don't want us to produce more. They just tell us they want to produce more, but what are they showing us? They carbon capped us 2 weeks ago, right? So what does that mean for Alberta and Saskatchewan?
Yeah,
It means that we're not going to produce any more oil. We're going to produce less oil. The biggest industry in the country, they're shutting us down. Why is that? Because it's here and it's at a really good, safe place where they can get at it. And they really don't care how we're going to do as people and how we're going to continue to do as Albertans and Saskatchewans.
We'll just make super awesome TikTok videos and be super productive that way.
Yeah, and as we're all saying up here, I think it's really important to understand that we are the solution to our problems. We are the people that we're waiting for. We have to take responsibility, and the reason that we're in this situation now is because we didn't for the last decades of time. We rested on our laurels. We didn't take responsibility for what was happening in our society, and here we are. So now we have to take responsibility for what's happening in our society and do something about it. And the two words that I try to use to put an exclamation point on this is organize and mobilize. My friend Wayne is famous for saying the answer to globalization is localization, right? This is the key, right? Regardless of what's happening in Ottawa or on the other side of the planet or Ukraine or whatever, all of that stuff doesn't matter to your daily life wherever you live, right? You are in a physical community, in a physical place, in a physical country, right? You have a town, you have people in your town, and you have to have those people in that town that you work with and live with organize and mobilize, because those are the people in your community that when bad things come or happen, you're going to have to rely on whoever is in your physical community to deal with whatever that problem is.
Yeah, and between Saskatchewan and Alberta, we have the water, we have the energy, we have the agriculture.
Yeah.
And what else do you need? Yeah,
exactly. All things being equal, Canada is one of the most resource-rich places on the planet. As Martin Armstrong said, we're only kind of beat by Russia, but we have an unbelievable amount of resources. Agriculture, extraction, and energy were the core of our economy for a long time, and now those are being regulated out of existence in various different ways. But it's important to understand that we have what we need to be very, very prosperous. We just have to organize and mobilize to get it all.
And the other thing that we have to be very, very prosperous is a well-educated group of hardworking people. Educated, intelligent, productive. That's what we are. We're producers. The gatekeepers are not producers. We don't need them. They absolutely need us. So the whole thing, so all of those resources combined, the most important resource is the people that are going to make it work and make it happen, and we have that in abundance in both Alberta and Saskatchewan.
A hypothetical, since we got a few minutes here before I let you guys out. I assume all of you in your different areas have thought about what an independent Saskatchewan for this audience would look like. And one of the things that always comes up is currency. And what you would either create, adopt, back it with. Have you had time to think on that? Because it was a question of hot discussion here last night, and it's been a discussion in a lot of the conversations I've had around an independence movement.
Can I start there? Because I'm the smallest expert in the room, and I'll let the experts say it after. So we trade all our oil in US dollars. So for us, that would be the easiest way. We would be able to trade our oil in US dollars, and that would be the currency that would be usable. Matter of fact, we made a trip to Washington 2 weeks ago, talked to the Trump administration about that very thing, and they're amenable to Alberta trading in US dollars. So that would be the easiest way. I would love to start our own currency, but every time they do that, it starts a war. And the people that start the currency get shot. So maybe it would be easier just to go with the US currency for now, so we don't need another war. Go ahead, Brett.
I did write a small paper on this, and I was actually, it's unfortunate that Martin's not here because he really is the expert in this type of thing. So I have to get him on the podcast to talk about this. But the thought process in my mind is similar to Mitch, is first, transition directly to the US dollar and do something like a one-for-one dollar swap from Canadian dollars into US for Alberta and Saskatchewan or something like that. And I need to work out the details on this. But the thing is, part of the challenge is the moment something like a vote goes through of Alberta separating from Canada, I would expect the Canadian dollar to collapse almost immediately. There's $200 billion that basically prop up Canada coming out of Alberta, and that's a significant hit for basically the debt behind the system. So I would expect the Canadian dollar to collapse almost immediately. So you'd almost have to think about how to transition it almost immediately from that. And then you set up sort of a staging period while you're just trading in the US dollar, like Mitch is saying, and you know, most of our exports are in US dollars, so it's a much easier transition. If you wanted to set up your own Alberta currency or your Western Canada currency or whatever it would be, my suggestion would be to back it somehow and tether it to something tangible like gold, Bitcoin, oil reserves that are out of the ground, not in the ground, and basically say to the world, here, we have the support behind this currency, and not only can it be a store of value, but it also can be used as a medium exchange. You wouldn't have to back it 100%. You would probably need to do it 20, 30% would probably be enough. But you would also need to work through that transition period. You need to swap line with the United States as well as a line of credit with one of the bigger banks out of the United States. So it's almost critical that you get the United States on side to be able to provide dollar liquidity if you're going to do something like this. So.
Yeah, and to that point with the U.S., like this has already been done. Like the blueprint is already there. It's happened multiple times. The Weimar Republic, as we were mentioning before, did this. What they did is they used industrial assets and factories to back up their currency. There was a lot of hyperinflation that happened because of that, because that's not very efficient. So they eventually landed on gold and silver. And the U.S. did this when they broke away from the U.K. Is they did exactly the same thing. They backed up their currency with industrial assets and resources. But again, that's not very efficient. So you eventually land on gold and silver for this reason. So when I was saying earlier about it's very important for everybody to have gold and silver, this is why. Regardless of what happens in the coming years, gold and silver are going to be a very important part of what is next, gold, bad, ugly, or otherwise. But at a nation state level, even if Alberta breaks away, well, whatever comes next, you should have some gold and silver to have a seat at that table at some point.
And I might add, if any province breaks away, namely Alberta, if I heard you correct, Brett, you're like, well, then I would predict the Canadian dollar to absolutely plummet, which would mean you wouldn't want to have your money in the Canadian dollar.
Yeah, agreed. And it might not be overnight, but over several weeks when it really sinks in, it's like, oh God, what does this mean for, oh God, you know, it basically people would run for the exits because effectively Alberta is propping up the debt within Canada and basically paying for the interest on all the debt, and it's pretty stark. But that's why they're going to fight tooth and claw to not let us basically secede.
Please give a round of applause for Bryce, Brett, Mitch. We're going to take a short 10, 11-minute break. No worries, I'm going to start talking again. Feel free to get up and run to the bathroom, grab a smoke, grab whatever you got to do, and we'll be right back. In order for the show to keep on time and make sure that we get to lunch on time and all these great things, we just got to slowly draw our focus back to getting back in our seats. We got 3 presenters in a round table coming up here right away. You know, I was thinking of a fun story of Saskatchewan and you know, growing up in small town Saskatchewan and, you know, being around, I was saying in my opening remarks, the strength of the Canadian hockey player. When my father played senior hockey, his line mate, he roughly my size, but a skilled forward, his line mate was this guy named Earl Priest. Earl had hands. He was the most gentle man away from hockey, but on the ice, he if you touched the little Newman, you met the wrath of Earl Priest. And Earl Priest had hands like the Hulk. And I remember my dad asking him, like, you know, like, Earl, how do you get the hands? And in the middle of, he was a farmer, and in the off season, so the winter months, he went into Lloydminster and built basements in winter by hand with a pickaxe. They'd light a fire, and then they'd dig down, and then they'd hit hard, and they'd light it again. And anyways, he had these monster hands, and Dad said anybody touched him in senior hockey, they met the wrath of Earl Priest. The next, I just think it's I don't know. I'm sure every small town Saskatchewan has their Earl Priest. Okay, our next speaker is the CEO of Alberta Prosperity Project, a nonprofit grassroots organization founded to advocate for Alberta's greater self-determination, sovereignty, and ultimate independence from Canada. Please give a warm welcome to Mitch Sylvestre.
Am I on? Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. I'm a bit of a wanderer, so don't mind me. So the first thing I want to tell you is I'm the head of the Alberta Prosperity Project. We have 225,000 registered members. We're the largest freedom group in Canada. And I'm going to tell you something that I know. We can win this independence referendum. This is my 67th town hall as CEO of APP since I started in March. What we're seeing is halls full of people this size are very common. And what I'm going to share with you is that 67 to 70% of the people that come are first-timers. So we're not talking to ourselves. So before I start, I'm going to warn you. This is kind of a depressing presentation, but it's not my fault. My job is to tell you the truth as I know it, the truth as I see it, and give you a path out of this. So the path out of this, in short, is it's you. You're the path out of it. So let me share something with you. This is how people look at this mess. How can we wrestle with them? They. The giant. Well, I'm going to share something with you. We are also a giant, actually much bigger than them. And I'm also going to share something with you. They're afraid of us. That's why they try to divide us. If they didn't want to divide us, the only way they could beat us is to divide us. So just understand that. We are in the driver's seat. They're trying to tell you that we're not, but we are. We're the producers. We're the people that do the work. We're the people that run the country. They're the gatekeepers. And this mess started in 1904. We desire, this is Clifford Sipton, we desire, every Canadian desires, that the great trade of the prairies shall go to enrich our people in the East, to build up factories and workshops of Eastern Canada, and to contribute in every way to its prosperity. It's still the same today. And they're showing us that every single day. Just understand this, Confederation is working exactly the way they want it to work. 11.7 million people in Western Canada. We have 24 senators. Atlantic Canada has 2.4 million people. They have 30 senators. They can change that with the stroke of a pen. Equalization. Did you notice how much Alberta and Saskatchewan are getting? Look at Quebec in the other corner, $13.3 billion. Why does Quebec get $13.3 billion? Because they don't put their biggest asset in their balance sheet. Hydro-Quebec does not go into their balance sheet, so they're a have-not province. So they can get to collect $13.3 billion from Alberta, mostly. That is the reality of it. I've had the Premier, multiple meetings with the Premier. This is in Bonnyville, where I live. We had 800 people for a Premier's dinner at $250 a plate. We've had 3 of them. They're sold out every time. And on one of the first ones, the Premier says, when I became Premier, I thought I could fix everything in 6 or 7 months, but everything is broken. Pierre Poilievre says, everything is broken. What does that mean at that level? That means it's too corrupt to fix. That's what it means. That means that even if they try to fix it, the dark state, the bureaucrats, the unelected officials block them at every step. Well, this is the key to the whole thing. Now just understand this. What's happened to us in the last 10 years is unprecedented in Canadian history, and they did it on purpose. So let's not pretend for 1 minute. I don't give politicians a hall pass. I don't think they're stupid. I don't think they're incompetent. I think they're evil, some of them. I think they're self-serving, all of them. And Mr. Trudeau, top of the list. So let's start. And I mean this sincerely. This is not an accident. When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in society, over the course of time, they create themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. Moral code, Green New Deal. They are plundering our treasury. Does anybody in the room doubt that? Give me a show of hands. You doubt that they're doing it? Okay, let's go again. Does everybody believe that they're stealing from us? Okay, that's exactly right. Okay, so here we go. An audit of $187 billion worth of liberal infrastructure spending finds 20,000 missing projects. And guess what? Nobody went to jail. How the hell does that work? Right? And that's just one of them. ArriveCan. You know that app that they created that weren't app guys, and then all of a sudden, everybody's up in arms about the fact that these guys are getting all this money. You know what they did with that information? They sealed it for 75 years. Mr. Trudeau, just at the end of his reign, $400 million missing in a slush fund. So what did he do? Broke Parliament for 6 months. So he didn't have to answer any questions. Did that man answer a question in 10 years? No. Not one. He did not answer a question. So here's the problem. The problem is they are above the law. Did anybody in this room elect a king? But that's what we got. We have kings. They're above the law. The last time a politician went to jail in Alberta was 1923. So I'm going to ask you a question. If you cannot deal with them, if they are not responsible for anything, do we have a path to make things better? The path to make things better is to get away from those people, because we can't control them, because they control the judges. And that's also, I had a conversation about COVID with a very high person in the UCP party about doing an inquiry into COVID harms. Because Danielle published the COVID harms, basically they did a study on it. So I said, let's take it to the next step and let's hold an inquiry. You know what I was told? We could not find a judge, an honest judge, to do that. So that's the state of affairs. Now also understand this. How far have we come? Do you remember when an MP bought a $16 glass of orange juice and had to resign? So today, they're stealing billions of dollars right in front of our very faces, and they're not suffering any consequences at all, and our people aren't up in arms. We're accepting the fact that they're doing this, so therefore we're condoning it. Like it or not, that's actually the consequence of it. Mr. Trudeau says, in the most astonishing thing from a prime minister that I could ever imagine, there is no core identity, no mainstream in Canada, and consequently that makes us the first post-national state. A post-national state is a state with no borders, and that is exactly opposite of what we want. We don't want a post-national state. We want to be able to control things inside our borders. We want to be able to talk to our MLAs. We want to be able to influence what they say and influence what they decide. If we get away from that system, have you ever tried to talk to somebody in Ottawa? It's not going to happen. You can go to coffee and talk to your MLA, right? We are going to propose a complete radical change in the system in a free and independent Alberta. We're going to get totally away from the Westminster system of government. Totally, totally away from it. So Mr. Trudeau set us on the path to socialism. Now, I know that's a hard conversation. 3, 4, 6 months ago, we couldn't have had this conversation because, you couldn't talk about COVID. You couldn't talk about socialism because, it's a tin hat thing. But Pierre Poilievre came out with a statement on X on Friday. You can go see it. So this is not just coming from Mitch. He said that every form of socialism, whether it's the Nazis or any form of socialism, however long it takes to get there, and they all go at their own pace, the end result is the same. The end result is the people are poor and miserable, and the politicians get really, really rich. And I've got some bad news for you. You are as well off today as you will ever be if we do not make changes. So this is what Mr. Trudeau started. Mr. Trudeau did this. In 1954, there was a statute in the Criminal Code of Canada that said it was illegal for media to lie to the public. However, in 2019, he passed a bill, C-39, that said that they could lie to you. And they do, every day. Notice how close to COVID that was? The year before. So, those of you that are as old as I am totally understand that in our entire lives before 2019, which was 6 years ago, we thought the press was telling the truth. Because they had to. Now they don't have to. They can literally lie to you. So we have to forgive those people on the other side of this issue that watch the CBC and everything else, and they say, well, they're still conditioned that that's true, what they're hearing over there. In actual fact, anybody who's probably in this room totally understands that. So that's the first step towards Marxism, right there. Controlling the media, propagandizing. In the history of the world, the people who were censoring speech were never the good guys. C2, C8, C9 will make us a police state within a year if they all get passed. That's how serious this is. I hate to sound like that, but if you don't understand what they are, I haven't got time in 20 minutes to go into all that. Do your research. Step 2, the very concept of a nation founded by European settlers is offensive to me. Old stock white Canadians are an unpleasant relic and quite frankly replaceable. So what do? They replace us. 2 million immigrants a year. Now, I'm not picking on immigrants. They came here for the Canadian dream, the idea that we have. That's why they're here. So it's not their fault, it's our government. They are consciously trying to change our politics by replacing us with people that don't come from here. So if you go to my chart there, at the beginning of the box, you see that our immigration is kind of static. Our rules were there was a point system, you had to come in. There was rules before you had to come. Today, it's up to look at the difference between 2025 and today. So now understand this. They're bringing 2.5 million immigrants a year. I read this the other day, and I will verify it, but I will share it with you just in case it's true. People from 0 to 35, west of Quebec, Canadians are in the minority. So every province west of Quebec, and that age demographic, Canadians are in the minority. So are they effectively replacing us? And if you're a refugee, you can get up to $83,000 a year tax-free. COVID was another thing in the middle of this mess that started all this. And I'll just go by that and say, this is what an Alberta government minister says. It was all about political control and power. It was not about stopping transmission and infection, because they knew, based on the Pfizer papers that were published in the 2019-2020, that the vaccine did not work. They knew that. So they lied to you the whole time. And we talked about inflation a minute ago. Here it is. That's the last step. So what did they do? They printed $328 billion in 2021 without an audit. Now, we've already established the fact that they're lying to us and that they're stealing from us, and now they want to impoverish us. 1, 2, 3 steps. Do you know what Hitler did when he got into power? He gave every German a radio. And every German thought that was really nice, but what did he do? He controlled the narrative. What are they doing? They're controlling the narrative. So Mr. Trudeau, step 1, step 2, step 3. Made us poorer by creating inflation, control the media, and uncontrolled immigration. It's very clear to me. And he handed off to Mr. Carney on the board of directors of the World Economic Forum. Let's not pretend anymore that that doesn't exist. That's an extension of the post-national state, right? And we thought Mr. Trudeau was a dummy. So Danielle says, this is what we need. Or else it's going to cause an effect, it's going to affect national unity. So she puts all these bills out. She said to me at one of our dinners, in front of a much larger group than this, I'm going to give them 6 months. It's past that now. We meet with the Premier a week and a half ago. Said, well, it's past 6 months. So what are we going to do? I said, Mr. Carney is sticking a stick in your eye every week. And she said, well, I'm the Premier of Alberta and I want to make Alberta work. Okay. But what if you can't? Is the point. So let's look at 3, scrap oil and gas emissions. So Mr. Carney, 2 weeks ago, said, Liberals just voted to keep the production on cap on Canadian oil and gas. So what does that do? That's going to kill our industry. Nowhere else in the world would you stifle an industry the size of our oil and gas industry. It's only here. The production cap will eliminate thousands of jobs and reduce GDP by $20 billion. And Mr. Carney brought back the carbon tax, right? Why would they bring back more taxes? So they can make us poorer. And yet, that thing said, well, you want to listen to it, I'll let you listen. Can you hear it? Okay, so what this says is that Jason Kenney said that all of this stuff that we're doing is going to create an effect on all these people are going to be divided and all manner of stuff. Who was more divisive than Jason Kenney? Do you know that was my first foray into politics? The first thing I did in politics was a really big part of firing Jason Kenney. So, and I'm going to tell you why we fired Jason Kenney, and I'm going to tell you what the reason I explain that to you is. That had never been done before. People told us, you can't do this. Well, we sure as hell could, and we did. In actual fact, We were so far ahead of them, we had 70% of the vote to fire Jason Kenney, and they cheated. They shut it down. They changed the rules right in the middle of it. And then we actually literally got our people to lie on the phone in the polling, so that when they phoned, they had this great big party planned in Calgary that Mr. Kenney was going to stay in power, but he didn't get the votes. Because our people were smart enough to understand that once they understood that they had enough votes to win, then they would make it happen. So we got our people literally to lie to them and say, hey, you know what, yeah, we're going to support Mr. Kenney. Mr. Carney said, and this is the thing when you don't have an independent media, in his book of values, this is who he is. He claims that Western society is morally rotten and that has been corrupted by capitalism, which has brought about a climate emergency. And this requires rigid controls on your freedoms. What do you think of that? How come that wasn't on the front page of every newspaper in Canada? That's what I want to know. Of course, absolutely. And he's been in power, what, 4 months? He's got 103 ethics violations. Mr. Trudeau had 82. How is he still Prime Minister? 45 bills he's passed right now that literally benefit Brookfield. And Mr. Trudeau, if you don't believe he's stifling industry, our GDP per capita in the last 10 years is dead last. On top of Canada is Ireland, Poland, Turkey, Lithuania, Hungary, Slovenia, Korea. All these countries have a greater GDP than us. Our GDP did not grow for 10 years. Why is that? Because they want to make us poorer. They don't want to give us jobs. They don't want our kids to work. This is about your kids and your grandkids. Lots of people in this room are set. Look at the difference in investment in industrial machinery since 2015 to 2025. Those are real numbers. And foreign investment leaving Canada never happened until 2025. We got a banker in charge. Nobody has any faith in the banker. Shutting down natural gas plants. Why? Germany, Japan, and Greece came to Canada with their hat in their hand, begging us to sell them natural gas. And what did our Prime Minister say? It's not in our business plan. Really? Okay, I'm in the sporting goods business. I want to explain this to you. Let's just figure this out. I got a customer comes up to me and he says, Mitch, I want to spend $3 million a year in your store for the next 30 years. And I look him right in the eye and said, it's not in our business plan. What do you think? It's so ridiculous that it's beyond comprehension, unless you understand that they're consciously trying to hurt us. C-293. They can go to your farm, seize your herd, seize your land in an emergency. And if you don't believe it's happening, ostrich farms in BC right now. Retaliatory tariffs on canola. We talked about that earlier. Canola is a bigger industry than the auto industry, steel industry, and aluminum industry in the East combined. But when the East put a tariff on Chinese electrical cars to save the auto industry, the Chinese turned around and hurt the West. Somebody alluded to that a little bit earlier today. All right, here's the kicker. Alberta produces 87% of Canada's oil. 4.7 million barrels of oil a day. Norway produces 2 million barrels of oil a day. This chart is incorrect. Norway came to Alberta to study our oil fund, and they today have a $1.95 trillion US oil fund, and we're $100 billion in debt. Where did the money go? That's legit. I'm not joking. Do you know the kind of interest that $1.95 trillion oil fund could generate? We wouldn't have to worry about a recession. We'd have a nice nest egg earning money. And if they put it in precious metals, like the boy said, hell, we could get 60% a year on it. Because that's what's been happening. And not only that, this is Poland's ambassador to Canada. And you know what he says? We're buying your natural gas from the Americans at $14 a unit, and you're selling it to them for $4 a unit. Why aren't you selling it directly to us? I want to know the answer. Well, we don't want to increase our GDP. And here's what it's all based on, right here. The carbon tax has cost Canadians billions of dollars over 5 years, hurting the economy while reducing CO2 emissions by 11.9 gigatons. China produces 11.9 gigatons of CO2 every day and a half. And they're shutting our economy down for that. So they're lying to you. There's no CO2 crisis. Not happening. That's the coal power stations they have. I'm getting to the end of my time. Shaun's going to beat me up here. And we're the only country out of all that group that pays carbon tax. So I think I've made my point. The last thing that I've got to share with you is this. They're coming for our guns too. Why are they coming for our guns? Do you care if your neighbor has a gun? Does anybody in the room ever think about it? Do you care if good people have guns? No. The reason they don't want us to have guns is because they don't want us to shoot them with them. That's what it is. All right, we're the highest tax nation in the world. I got 42 seconds to explain this to you. We pay 33, 34 taxes. Nobody else pays more taxes than Canadians. 43% of our income is tax money. In a free and independent Alberta, we can survive and do very well on a 12% flat tax, and I suggest to you Saskatchewan could do the same thing. You could you could get a 30% increase in pay on day one. So just understand. The other thing that I'm going to share with you, we will partner with you, we will help you, we will do whatever we can to help Saskatchewan become a free and independent place. Thank you for listening.
You'll have to forgive me. I was saying in the back, I'm like, Mitch is for sure going overtime. He was so on time, I was confused and didn't grab my papers. Thanks, Mitch. Our next speaker is one of the founders of the Prairie Rising Forum. Please give a warm welcome to Michelle Kruger.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, what a morning it's been. First, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. We really appreciate your faith in us to put on a great day of information for you, and I hope that at least so far you haven't been disappointed. A lot of what I was going to talk about, Mitch already covered. So that's going to, I'm probably going to take up a little bit less of your time than everyone had otherwise expected. But why don't we start with the reality that we all are living in right now. Our cost of living keeps climbing. It never seems to want to stop. Food prices are up over 3% in the past year. I don't know about you, but when I go to the grocery store, it feels like a lot more than 3%. It's insane. You used to go in and buy 2 bags of groceries for $20, and now you can't leave there for anything under $50, and all you bought was, maybe a couple of bottles of pop and a bag of chips and some potatoes, and that's about as good as it gets these days. And, anybody that's ever tried to stretch a budget with children, it makes it even harder. Then let's talk about gas prices. We were watching as we were driving up here yesterday, And I don't know if anybody remembers what the gas price was when oil had hit $130 or $140 a barrel a few years ago. But our gas prices right now are not a whole lot less than what we were paying then. And the price of a barrel of oil is hovering around $60. So something is wrong in that respect. Every time anybody goes to fill up a vehicle, you feel it. It's absolute insanity. And it's unsustainable. As far as taxes go, well, I mean, we all know what that is. There's nothing I can tell you that you don't already know. Mitch touched on a little bit on it as well with the farming. Saskatchewan has been hit with, of course, we all know, a 75% tariff on our canola seed and a 100% tariff on our canola oil. Things have changed in Saskatchewan over the past few decades. A far greater percentage of our production is in canola now than it used to be. And, you know, that is billions in lost revenue. Premier Moe has issued a few strongly worded letters, which he seems to enjoy sending to the federal government, but never seems to have any effect. There's been no deal struck, and, you know, we're just watching with no plan B. And, you know, these aren't numbers on a spreadsheet. And that's what I think our higher levels of government tend to forget. This is families and communities that are really hurting. Their livelihoods are suffering, and we simply can't continue on the path where we are. If we want to talk about a really sketchy subject, we can mention a little bit about our healthcare system right now. My notes here are asking me to say that it's under pressure. I think that's kind of a little bit of an understatement. Our hospitals are full, appointments are delayed, services are limited. I don't remember off the top of my head whether it was Saskatoon or Regina, but we just had an operation performed in a hallway in this province. And I know that there may be some people from the healthcare industry in the audience today. I know several fantastic people in that industry myself, and they are physically ill over the state of what is going on in our hospitals in the province. Safety and security obviously are under strain. We have a huge problem with the government's catch and release system. Communities watch, the police are powerless. I'm actually the mayor of the town that I come from, down in the southeast corner, and we have meetings every quarter with the commander of our local RCMP detachment. And as I'm sure anybody from any small town knows, there's some bad elements that have been that way for decades. They always seem to get out of jail, nothing ever happens to them. The police tell us, just install more security cameras. That's their solution, install more security cameras and call us more often. We can't do anything about it, but at least then it's on file. So we have all of this stuff going on. We all know we have no voice, but we're expected to trust that we do. Here's the truth, though. In Saskatchewan, we do not have a voice. And our system is set up very differently from Alberta's. In Alberta, they have the power to trigger a referendum. We all know that. But what people may not realize is that in Saskatchewan, we don't actually have that same power. The only way to get a binding referendum is for the provincial government to instigate it. In Saskatchewan, we have the power to petition for a non-binding plebiscite. Unfortunately, the words non-binding mean that our government does not have to follow the results. They can completely ignore it. And that's why lately there's been a lot of talk about signing the intention to sign a petition. And that is fantastic. It's great to have people feeling empowered, but it's a little bit dangerous because those same people then don't realize that what they are doing can't actually produce the change that they're trying to make. In our system in Saskatchewan, local municipalities, they do have legislation in place to make them listen to referendums. So we can petition there, not at the provincial level. So, you know, this imbalance shows why we are starting to believe that one of our best avenues is to use the courts to help force a change in Saskatchewan. You know, we've seen this imbalance firsthand. We all know that the NDP has tried to get a bill through the legislature that would basically silence citizens' voices in our dissent and make it illegal to hold a referendum on independence in the province. Luckily, that didn't pass, but we know that it is pretty close to being able to. All it takes is a few MLAs not being there that day, and something like this could get through. Some groups have suggested that joining the Sask Party and forcing them to change from within is a solution. In my personal opinion, the time to do that was about 10 or 15 years ago, maybe even 20. I think that the structure of the party at this point is probably so ingrained that I don't think we would stand a chance. Doesn't hurt to try. It's always great to have more motivated people involved at that level, but I don't think we have the time, and I don't think that they would allow those changes to take place. And, you know, the real problem is actually the law itself in the first place. So we feel our only path forward is through the courts, and this, I'm not just going to be glancing at my notes at this point. I'm actually going to read this for you so that I don't get any of this wrong. Saskatchewan's laws governing referendums and plebiscites are outdated and obstructive. Legal action allows us to challenge these laws directly and demand they be modernized so citizens' voices are recognized and respected. A successful challenge can force the provincial government to create a framework where citizen initiatives matter, where outcomes cannot simply be ignored, and where accountability is real. The 1998 Supreme Court secession reference provides the foundation for this. That ruling made it clear that the people's voice is central to democracy, and a clear expression of citizens' will cannot be ignored. Citizens should have a legal right to have their collective voice recognized. Changing the law for referendums and plebiscites is not just about separation. That could be used in many other areas of our governance and our daily life. However, right now, our people just don't have the option. Even our chief electoral officer said in 2019 that Saskatchewan's legal framework for conducting a referendum or plebiscite urgently needs to be addressed and modernized. Until such updates are made, no meaningful preparations for holding a provincial referendum can be made. That wasn't said last week or last year, that was 6 years ago, and our provincial government has not taken any steps to correct those problems. They don't want to. They want status quo to remain the same. For this process to succeed, we need everybody, all the groups, all the like-minded people to work together. We propose signing affidavits expressing that the law needs to change in Saskatchewan to uphold the Supreme Court ruling, modernize petitions, and allow online signatures like the federal system, lower thresholds to an accessible limit. And you know, this is how we build a record. This is how we make the courts listen. And we need the courts to listen before we can actually get the signatures on a petition to start the ball rolling to independence. Saskatchewan life, you know, for all its challenges, still gives us lots of reasons to laugh. Most of you probably drove through the city to get here today. Some of those potholes are more like geographic features. I'm pretty sure that they can be seen from space. They probably show up on Google Maps. You know, and then there's curling, and we have the mash spiel coming up here pretty soon. And as I often mention when Shaun is doing his weekly mashup, curling and bond spieling are not the same thing, and I think probably everybody in this room knows that. But these are all the things, you know, traffic jams, getting up to take the kids to the rink at 6 o'clock in the morning. These are the things that bind us together, but that won't solve our problems. Canada was designed right from its very outset to keep the West subservient to the East, and we have to join together to try to do something about this. It's never going to get better without it. The thing that's going to suffer is our children's future, and we appreciate all of the help that the Alberta Prosperity Project has offered to give us, but they can give us guidance and send us off in the right direction, but it's something that we have to do for ourselves. So I hope that one thing that you all take away from this today is that the very first step that we have to take is making sure that those laws in Saskatchewan change so that we can force the government to listen to us when the time comes. Thank you. Shaun didn't even have to kick me off the stage.
I'll be the one guy that says he didn't realize curling and bond spill weren't the same thing, Michelle. That shows my curling prowess. Our next speaker spent 33 years in the Canadian military. He's a proud former member of the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry and served in 4 tours overseas. Please give a warm welcome to Jamie Sinclair.
Hello? There we go. He tried doing this to me in Calgary too, except he succeeded. He got me off the stage. Anyways, he had an eye problem. I had to run and get some stuff for his eye today, and he forgot to get my slides, so he's trying to sabotage me, but I'm not going to let him work. I'm going to make sure I win. Anyways, my name's Jim Sinclair, Jamie Sinclair, James Sinclair, whatever you want to call me. I go by it all. Proud Saskatchewan boy, grew up in Regina Beach, joined the Regina Rifles, went through the military, and basically I didn't go to university, but I went to the School of Hard Knocks. And today we're forgetting about some currencies that are the most important currency that I've ever seen is blood. Blood is what made this nation, from the pioneers that came here to when we went to World War I, the fight for the Commonwealth. We were under British subjection and under British officers. We lost many men because of their incompetence and ability to screw up any type of thing that they laid their hands on, because they were not at the cold face of the fight. Currie convinced the English to let us do our own thing and fight our own way, and we became very successful. And that paved the way for Canada to become its own nation. And that happened at Vimy Ridge. I'm not going to go through all these numbers here. If you want to look at them later, this is right from the government of Canada itself. It states that the West paid the most in blood for our nation. All the rules and such that were set up when we became a province, and how they, you saw the slides of how they were going to use our wealth to create wealth in the East. We still fought for that at the time. World War II, again, we went to war, this time fighting for Canada because we were a sovereign nation at the time. Again, per capita, the West paid in blood for this nation compared to the East. So that gives us say. But again, through the slides that you guys seen today, the Maritimes have more senators and more seats than the West. It's horrific of how we're being treated as Westerners, considering we paid the highest, most valuable, precious resource was his blood. I've said this many times with Shaun. Canada isn't Ottawa. This is Canada. I didn't go overseas and have a bulletproof dome put around me from Canada. Neither did anybody else I know. And they weren't there standing beside me when we had to do things to stay alive. Canada right now reminds me of a burning minefield I was once in. And I went into that minefield to get my sergeant out of there. And you don't want to be there. Like, who really thought we'd be in this room today? Like 10 years ago. Like, raise a hand if you thought we'd ever be here. You thought Canada was going to fail 10 years ago? Well, you got a crystal ball. I'd like to look into it one day. Maybe I'll buy some other stocks or bonds or more gold and silver from these great guys. But I never ever thought this was ever going to be a thing. I've talked to Shaun 4 years ago about values. Our values are based upon Christianity. And even if you're an atheist and you don't like God, or I don't care what God you believe in, our country changed once they rewrote our Constitution and took God above government out of it. With God above government, we're allowed to have ownership. We're allowed to the inherent rights of freedoms that God gives us. And we got to get back to that. I heard people talking about our communities and working in our communities and making our own bed before we tell your kids to make their beds. It starts there. But we got to get back to our Christian values, and it's got to be above whatever we decide to do. The other thing that's missing today is our natives from this province in this room today. Is there anybody here that's representing any bands or anybody here from that side of the house? I've fought with all kinds of natives, people from around the world. I even at one time fought with 40 Muslims that if we weren't killing Taliban, they would have killed me. But I helped them kill the Taliban, and we had an agreement. They got paid by me. We went out and did the business that we had to do, and we worked great together. But as our culture changed, it's not a Christian culture that's going to take over this country. It's actually a Muslim culture, and natives should really be concerned of that, because the agreements with the crown will die with the crown once Muslim Sharia law takes over. And all these treaties that are written that benefit them will be gone. They will not honor a treaty. They'll take everything that they want from those reserves, and they'll impoverish the people like they've done everywhere else in the world that they've taken over. So we've got to let people know that maybe against Western separation, if you're not with us, you're eventually going to lose everything. At least with us, you'll get something. However that looks. But it's got to come down to common sense. When we pick the head coach of the Olympic men's hockey team, do we care if he speaks French? Or do we care if he speaks English? We don't care as long as he's a winner. So I don't give a shit what's in your background or if you've done something bad in the past. If you're the right leader for the right job at the right time, that's the guy that's leading us. If Churchill had a Twitter account, he'd make Trump look like a high school kid. That guy was Churchill's famous for the things he would say and do, but nobody recorded it because they needed him to get through the war. So you might not think that a leader has got to be polished and handsome and a great speaker. No, he's got to have common sense. He's got to be a person that has led in certain situations. And that's where all these veterans that came back from World War I, World War II, what do you think they did? They started working back in the fields. They became school teachers. They got involved in politics. And they ran our nation for years and generations. You know, they did it because they had a structured order that they learned in the military, and it carried through into what they did after the war. We don't have that anymore. We've got professional politicians. We've got people that couldn't hold a 9-to-5 job, so they figure I'm going to be a politician and get a big paycheck and a good pension out of 6 years of service. We got to start and I said this at my retirement speech. I had some old generals and colonels there that I regard highly. They feel that their day in the sun is over and they're just going to drift off in the sunset. I told them at any time in your history that Canada needs you now, or whatever we are, Western Canadians need that leadership now. We need you to get re-involved into how we form and how we shape ourselves to move forward. So I don't know if you got that last picture. What am I doing for time there, Shaun? Okay, good. Did that picture come through? Okay, I don't want to get into a huge war story. This is me on top of a burning school, going back to education and how important it is. People actually died to be educated because they know it's a path forward. Our enemies are so determined to make sure people don't get educated, and that if the education that is being put out doesn't follow their narrative, they'll do whatever they can to stop it. So this was a girls' school. They chopped up all the little girls, threw them down a well, killed the A&A police that was there to protect them. So we came in and we killed all the bad guys. It didn't make those girls come back to life. And I'm on top of this roof. It doesn't look like it, but there's bullets and shit flying around. And I had 2 American snipers working with me up there, and they're telling each other where their death letters are so they can make sure their family gets it. I was like, well, fuck, I don't got a death letter. You know, I've always assumed risk, but at the time, I didn't want anybody to know that I died up there scared. So that's a Regina Rifle Camp badge from. That was the regiment I was serving with at the time. I said, boys, okay, I'm going to put my beret on. I'm going to jump up, take a picture of me. Hopefully I don't get shot. But I want the people to know back home that it wasn't, I wasn't afraid of the outcome. So, I guess in closing, it's scary. But we can do this. We got some pretty smart people there. Let's not forget who we're made of. Let's trust in ourselves and God. Thank you.
I promise you, Jamie, I was not trying to screw you over. You know, I've brought up Chuck Brodnick is the guy who's been on stage at the Cornerstone Forum 2 years in a row. And anytime a military man gets up, it gets everybody up off their feet. So my hat's off to Jamie. I don't know why he's walking away, because I'm going to invite him back up on stage. I want to invite Michelle Kruger and Mitch Sylvestre, along with Wayne Peters, who's going to be hosting this roundtable. He's a Canadian independent journalist. He's going to get to speak later, but he is going to host our next roundtable. Please welcome him back.
Is this thing gonna work? Just checking. So I don't really have anything planned. I know that what we're here for today is to bring like minds together to think about what the future looks like. And I want to start this segment off with a quote by a gentleman named Buckminster Fuller, who says that you can never beat an existing system from within, that you have to build something new and make the old one obsolete. And I think that is where Saskatchewan and the West is finally coming to the point of realization on, is that it's time for a new system because the old one is obsolete. And I don't think that there's anybody out there that would say that they see a better future for the kids 5 years from now than we do today. I just don't think that that exists here in the moment. And one of the things that I think that's kind of overlooked, and I think points to the opportunity for Saskatchewan and Alberta, is this question of independence is not new in Canada. Canada is still a new nation, and as we see it today, it's only existed for the last 75 years, keeping in mind that Newfoundland only joined Canada in 1950. These provinces and territories existed long before the illusion of Canada did, and it's time to look at what it's going to take to bring back the prosperity. We can look at all of the problems throughout our country and identify those really easily, but what we need to focus on moving forward is how do we build a new system that makes the old one obsolete. And so that's what I'm going to start with for you guys is what do you guys see as the first priority for creating a new and better way forward for your people here in Saskatchewan? And by the way, I'm an Albertan, a northern swamp donkey. So I am not by any means an expert, but I've been on a very long journey, and I'm convinced that whether Alberta does it first or Saskatchewan does it first, it's going to inevitably happen, because if you guys don't, Quebec will. And we've reached a point where balkanization, or the separation of Canada, is not just a long conspiracy theory in the future. This is something that we're going to have to be deal with in our time, in our generations, today and tomorrow, to deal with this. So do you want to wait for the dragon to eat you last, or do you want to take advantage of the opportunity? Because with every collapse comes opportunity.
All right, so the first thing we have to do is turn the pyramid upside down. So our government situation right now is top down. We need to change it. We need to turn it bottom up. So in order for us to do that, you have to participate in your democracy. 3 years ago, I didn't know the left from the right. I never got into politics at all until COVID. I voted. The equivalent, now that I look back, that's the equivalent of me opening my store, throwing my staff my keys and saying to them, I'll see you in 4 years. And that's what's happened to us. I'm no better than anybody in the room. I spent a long time not paying attention to what was going on until it absolutely bumped me in the head. And then I said, holy crow. And then I honestly cannot believe how corrupt our system is. It's beyond comprehension. It's like Banana Republic corrupt. So, but the problem with that is that these people are entrenched in positions of power, and what they've done is they're actually telling us they're top down. We have, according to Michelle, no voice, and that's absolutely the truth. And here's what we did. So when I got involved, and I alluded to the fact that we fired Jason Kenney, we started a group at the time was called Take Back Alberta, and the idea of Take Back Alberta was to get involved in politics at every level. School board, municipal, CA boards. We have a system in Alberta where we have 87 CA boards that run the constituency associations. Like there's 87 MLAs in Alberta, and everyone has a CA. So if you have 22 identical motions put up by a CA, you can call an SGM, which is what we did, and then we call a leadership review, and then of course we fired Jason Kenney. But you have to be involved at every level of politics in order to change this. We're wrestling with a monster here. But I told you earlier, we're bigger than them. So we have to get involved at every level and put freedom-thinking people in positions of power, including MLAs. Like with the project, with the Alberta Prosperity Project, we're organizing to do that. We're organizing to get on school boards. We're organizing to get, and we have 20,000 volunteers, so we're way ahead of most people. We had a 4.5-hour meeting with Parti Québécois. We're way ahead of Parti Québécois as well. So what I'm trying to share with you is it starts on day one, tomorrow, is that everybody has to figure out a way where they can help. So you have to localize, is what the whole conversation is today. In your own communities, start groups. I alluded to the fact I did 67 town halls. We're running to every town in Alberta doing this every day. Like I was in Grand Prairie, Manning, High Level. I don't even know where I was last week. I haven't been home since Monday morning. I've done events every night this week, and I missed one last night to come here. Because that is what I really know we have to do. We have to go to small communities, build groups. Well, just for example, we went to Falaire ages ago. We had 50 people. Or Lacrete, let's go to Lacrete, let's do Lacrete. We had 60 people. We went back there a couple nights ago, and we had 280 people. Okay? So that was within 4 months. This is doable. It's going to be a lot of work, but it's doable. We can win this. So sorry for taking up all that time.
That's okay. Am I on? Okay. I just want to add something to that. I think a big part of the problem in Saskatchewan, and the reason why we don't seem to get the turnout at a lot of the town hall meetings that have been going on, is that people are afraid. And they're afraid of being called names, they're afraid of having a problem with their employer, they're afraid of a number of things. But we have to get over worrying about what social media or this group or that group thinks about us, because this is our kids' future. And I don't think that any of those men that Jamie was talking about that went over to Europe in World War I and II were worried about what anybody was going to call them when they came home. And I can tell you that my father was a World War II vet, and if he were still here, he would have no problem telling anybody that this Canada, this was not what he fought for.
That crystal ball that you had there, if our veterans would have looked into that ball prior to World War I or World War II, our population would be 60 million people right now, and they never would have got on the boat. Because there's no goddamn way in hell that they would fight for everything they believed in, to turn the keys over to politicians that are basically, like that picture showed, got the car on fire and totally destroyed everything they fought for. They wouldn't have got on the boat. He was talking about leadership from the bottom up. I kind of fought for that my whole time in the military, because the guy that's on the sentry post or in the middle of the night or whatever, it's not the colonel. So when shit hits the fan, like, there's nobody there to tell you what to do. So you're fighting for your life, you find a way to win, and it's a bottom up, and it's happened in history for hundreds and hundreds of years, as long as man has been hitting each other in the head with rocks and sticks. We find a way to win, and you promote it and push it forward, and that's what leadership is supposed to do. Is like, okay, why is this community successful? Let's take some notes from this and let's pitch it to other communities so they can be successful. That's what good leadership does. They find something that works, they don't claim it as their own, and they promote it to other communities so that everybody can benefit from it. And that's what I think has to happen in our way, is that we just have to, like I said, you make your own bed for you, tell your kids to make their bed. And we start there, we keep moving forward. When there's success, we share it, and we learn from it. Politics, I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's got to get back to where if he's got a great idea, I'm in power, hey, let's do that. And let's make sure it's for the right reasons. And hey, I'm not bad-mouthing him, he's not bad-mouthing me, we'll go have a beer after, I'll pat him on the back for a great idea. That's how farmers work, that's how the military works, that's how society is supposed to work. So wherever we go, we got to forget about hating the person beside you. We got to get back to our Christian values and respect each other, follow the 10 Commandments. Even if you don't believe in God, you'll have a better life.
I don't want to get away from the fear thing. I want to reinforce that so everybody understands what we're talking about here. The kind of courage that it took to get shot at is exponentially different from the kind of courage it takes to stand up in your community. And I think we should all examine the fact that it was alluded to earlier that politicians, it's in with a promise and out with a bullet. We're in the promise stage And if it goes much further down the line, it's going to be out with a bullet, and there's going to be people die, and they're going to be probably your kids and those kind of people. So the real choice to me is, are we going to stand up now, or are we going to wait till it gets further and further down the road where we really have to be courageous? And, you know, Shaun alluded to the fact that he was a hockey player, and I played senior hockey for a long time at a high level, and I know courage can be taught. So you can make up your mind to be courageous and to get out there and do that. I mean, look at Charlie Kirk. Let's go there. Charlie Kirk, let's go there. Charlie Kirk took a bullet, but he's just one guy. He's not like what these guys did. They're out there fighting every single day and getting shot at every single day. That's a level of courage that, you know, unless you've been there, nobody in this room understands. And it's a level of courage that we should aspire to, but it's a level of courage that we don't have to get to if we react right now. That's my point.
So this is one of the points that Bryce was mentioning earlier. One of the things I say on my program all the time is that localism is the only 100% safe and effective cure for globalism. And when I bring that to historically, the context of that, you know, and Jamie, you'll know this, sergeants win wars, generals don't. Generals come up with strategies, but logistics win wars. We won, or the West won World War II because we could out-manufacture anything the enemy put on the field in triplicates, in spades. And manufacturing nations are prosperous nations. And the bulk of Alberta or Canada's prosperity comes from the manufacturing and the production of the West. We've heard about that from stage, oil, crops, all of the things that made Canada wealthy. And not forget that in 4 years at the beginning of World War II, Canada went from having, I think, a navy of 7 boats to being the 3rd largest navy in the world. That is the access to prosperity that we have here in Canada that is being squandered because we don't want to accept that unelected foreign entities are using our middle management, aka government, to wage war upon our innocent and unsuspecting societies. That is the root core statement that I can make on that. So to me, again, it comes back to win the war, we have to get back to manufacturing. And when you look at what the West has to offer for that, they've got everything that they need. Plus, what they're getting the reputation of is, it was said earlier that no matter where you go, you can't outrun this. But what Albertans and Saskatchewans do have is an influx of people that realize they can't outrun this, so they want to go to a place that wants to kill them last, right? They don't want to go to a place that's going to take them out first. And that is, I think, a huge opportunity for Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the West.
Do you mind if I jump in here? Okay, so World War II, we had 20 million people roughly in the country. We produced more battleships, aircraft, tanks, artillery pieces. We manned 1 million people in the field. We had the 3rd largest Navy, 2nd largest Air Force with 22 million people. The only reason they want more people is for more consumers, more Netflix accounts, more people outside signing up for SaskTel and so on and so forth. We don't need more people. We did it with 22 million people. We can do it with 40. And we just got to get our nation back on its feet and push forward, right? Like, we all know that. We know there's handcuffs on us, and they won't allow us to do that. And they make us believe that we can't. Look at Regina. Prior to the Great Depression, the largest car manufacturing in the country and bigger than Detroit was right here in Regina. Like, these jobs come and go, they move from region to region, and it's done because we're not being proactive enough, we're not investing enough into our youth or our businesses that are at hand. And if we carry on down this line, God forbid that IPSCO dries up. God forbid that the refinery dries up. We've got all these trade embargoes on our natural resources when it comes to our canola and such. Like, we got to do something, and what we're famous for is talking. We got to start acting, and it starts right here today.
You know, you're absolutely right about that. We are famous for talking. The other thing the West is famous for is exporting its raw goods and importing its finished goods. So between Saskatchewan and Alberta, we have every resource imaginable. We wouldn't have to buy it from anywhere. We have gold, we have oil, we have potash, uranium, diamonds, clean water, forestry, everything that we could ever need. But what we do, and again, this goes right back to the way Confederation was designed. We harvest the resources, we ship them off to be processed, and then we purchase the finished product back for more than what we sold the resources for in the first place, which was, again, all set up to keep us just a little step lower than everybody else.
Yeah, well, the beauty of controlling your own space, it's like being in a small business. And I've been in small business for 47 years, so I understand small business. We try things, it works. If it doesn't work, we try something else. And we keep moving until we succeed. We're nimble enough to make things happen. The bureaucracy that the federal government has put on oil production, on pipelines, on everything else is absolutely designed to stop all of that. And the only way that we can fix that is to localize. That's it. There's no other way around it. And Aboriginal peoples, according to Jamie and myself, will end up with a much better deal. If we have a book called Value of Freedom, we're very interested in pulling them out of poverty. And just understand what does immigration do to our Aboriginal people? There's 150,000 voting Aboriginal people in Alberta out of 4.4 million. As time goes on, and we bring in 2 million or however many, let's say 10% of that comes to Alberta, 200,000 voting age people a year into Alberta, pretty soon they're going to be totally insignificant. And the deal that the federal government has broken is that they are supposed to get opportunity for jobs, but by bringing in immigrants, it takes opportunity away from them. So understand that that's part of the equation as well. What we have going on is a perfect storm of people like us that are ready to move, and understand this. There's no other side to this. We've asked Danielle Smith, name me one reason why we should stay in Canada. I never asked for 5, I asked for 1. There's no reason. This is an absolute no-brainer. And I had a lady talk to me over there. She said, you know, you're not mad at Canada, you're mad at Ottawa, and that is absolutely correct. But notice this. What are we talking about? I said a minute ago, we're trying to take care of ourselves so that we don't lose ourselves, but what we're also trying to do is, what did I just say? I said, well, you know what, if you guys become independent, we'll partner with you and we'll do some work. And I got a story for you. Parti Québécois, lefties, sat in a room with us extreme righties, and after 4 hours, we were best friends. Because you know what? They tell us that they think like that. The media tells us that. We found mountains of stuff to work that we would work together with, and that we could do that. And literally, Mr. Plamondon, who's going to be the next Premier of Quebec, texts me on a regular basis and says, how's it going? Like, let's work together to make Canada a better place. Even though they want to be independent. So we all think the same. They've just got us thinking that we're not. So we have to get rid of them. Those are and the one thing Parti Québécois and Alberta Prosperity Project agree with, the one level of government that we can do without is the federal level.
I think most of us gather in events and come to things like this because the one thing that we can agree on, even if we don't quite get there yet, is that there is no political solution at this point to the problems that we, the people, recognize and try to survive in the prime reality world that we're living in, because we're stuck dealing with middle managers that basically serve unelected foreign entities and policies. And so we're at this point where our system cannot function. I don't believe that there is a remedy available within the solution. It's a never-ending exchange of taking a ride in the red taxi or taking a ride in the blue taxi, but at the end of the day, it's the same cab company that owns both of the taxis and only sees us as line items on an asset and balance sheet, and we are only given the illusion of representation, but yet we hear nothing from our quote-unquote elected officials, and it's getting to the point where in Ontario, for example, they are entering into the curriculum how to teach jihad to the children in the school systems. They are forbidding kids or parents to send their children to school with ham or bacon in their sandwiches. This is not the results of political representation in our government in any capacity.
You mind if I jump in on that? So you're asking a politician to help us out of this. Has anybody seen the Simpsons episode where they dig that big hole and then they're in the bottom of the hole and they're like, how do we get out of here? And Chief Wiggum goes, well, easy, just dig up, right? Like, we can't ask these guys to get us in this hole. They have no idea how to get out of it. It's up to us to do that. And today we saw a video about a man with a computer that predicts Canada's going to break up. Well, we're 150 years old, like there's sea turtles older than us, right? Like, this has happened time and time again from the beginning of time. Countries change. And look what happened in a bar in Boston. They started the Boston Tea Party. Now, I'm not condoning violence. I'm not saying we should ever go there. But the products from the States were going to England and creating wealth in England, and the people in the States are being taxed to hell. That slide we saw where all the resources were going to go to the East and the East was going to benefit, they basically were doing what England was doing to the States at the time. Like, we're eventually going to be at the Boston Tea Party event. Let's do it peacefully. Let's do it smart, and let's rely on the smart people that we got around us. And
I think everybody could agree that insanity is unsustainable, and at this point, nobody can deny the insanity. And when the insanity gets to a point, that's where you get. When people have no recourse left, violence becomes the only solution left. And our government has successfully, for decades and generations, leveraged wedge issues and manufactured divisions to keep us from coming together on actual principles and values, and continuously denounce that, leading to an existence of fear and retribution, survival mode. We have an entire society that's stuck with the deer in the headlight. They don't know what to do at this point, and that's why I am so excited about events like this, where people are able to come together and not agree on everything. It doesn't take agreeing on everything, but it does come down to action plans and understanding reality. And we're living in a subjective reality that does not have any roots based in the prime reality, and we pay for that prime reality in flesh and blood that is created, in an avatar delusional universe by people that really have no investment in our societies. And this is, I think, the starting point for people to come together to move towards doing what's right, not what's easy.
Well, and what they're going to want is they're going to push somebody from our side to do something stupid so they can paint us all that way. They did a really good job in Ottawa making sure that never happened, and it's up to us to make sure we watch who our friends are so they never start going down that road, because they're going to want a coots, they're going to want some kind of violent situation where they can make us look bad. And we're not that people, and we got to be smarter, and we got to protect what they're going to try and do. And we just have to be on top of the ball and always be peaceful and find a way through things using our heads.
The boss has just given us the under 2-minute warning. So final thoughts from everybody here in 30 seconds or so as to what people should keep in their forefront of their minds moving forward after having today's event.
You know, I think, like I was talking before about how people are scared, I'm sure everybody here, or a lot of the people here, have grandchildren, and if you don't already, you probably will at some point. Just keep this in your mind. You want to be able to look those little faces in the eye in 15 or 20 years from now and be able to honestly tell them that we tried everything we could, regardless of how it ends up in the end. We have to be able to tell them that.
I pretty much said everything that I can think of that I wanted to say, because Shaun had these rules. But anyways, very proud that I've been invited to this and meeting all you nice people, and I'm just proud of you guys for being here, and let's move forward.
So I've always got involved with this, that we are in a war. It's an economic war, but it is a very visible, conscious effort to hurt us. I've also said something else. They have to be very, very careful, because the Great Reset could go the other way as well. And I really believe it can. So imagine for yourselves, because I've always been accused of being a little bit hard to listen to based on how hard the subject is, but just imagine what we could do with a healthcare system that involves naturopathic as well as allopathic medicine. What we could do with instilling our values back into our school system and making kids actually have to achieve. What we could do with every single part of our society based on the income that we could possibly have to help the poor people to actually really help them, because they're stifling industry, and I know that nobody in this room thinks that the money is manufactured from heaven, and they're killing their social programs as well. So what I'm saying to you is, everybody, this is a no-brainer. The left doesn't want this either. The left doesn't want communism. The left doesn't want to be shut in. The left doesn't want to lose all the advantages that they have. So all I'm saying is that we should all work together and make this happen for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
One more round of applause for our panel. We are going to be taking a lunch break. We have lunch being served at the back. I believe Julie is going to come to the front and dismiss tables, I think. One of the toughest things of doing this job, everybody makes fun of me for time. Oh, well. I would ask everybody to bow their heads, though. We'll say grace before we get to lunch. Dear Heavenly Father, just pray that you watch over today's forum, the conversations that are being had on stage, and to all the lovely people who've driven far and wide to be here. Pray you to bless the food before us and just give us a great day. In Jesus' name, amen. Now, I guess I'm going to start because Julie's still in the back, so I'll be walking by some tables, and we'll start dismissing people for lunch. We got an hour, and then we'll be back up. If you're new to how I run shows, I've run into a few people who came to the Cornerstone Forum. I'm a big believer of keeping things on time. So as every speaker makes fun of me, yeah, thanks. It doesn't bother me that much because I'm a huge believer in respecting your time and keeping things on time, moving smoothly, and ensuring, if we say we're going to be done by 4:30, that you get time to do exactly what you're doing. So rest assured, my job here today, albeit to read a few things, is to watch the clock, and they can all make fun of me for as long as they want, but that is my sole purpose, basically, of being on stage. And if you've ever been to any of my shows, that's what I pride myself in. So we are going to start with our next speaker. We've got a series of speakers coming here. We have a few that are going to be coming in via Zoom again. And so we got a few hurdles to jump in the afternoon, but we got a break about an hour and a half from now, where we'll give you a quick stretch, and then we have the final part where it's about 2.5, 3 hours, just so everybody's kind of aware. I might be off on my timing just a smidge. Regardless, our next speaker is a Saskatchewan-based podcaster and vocal advocate for Western separatism, constitutional carry, and grassroots conservatism. Best known as the host of the Schmidt House podcast. Please welcome to the stage, Zach Schmidt.
When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say. That's from Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones. Good afternoon. My name is Zach Schmidt. I'm a podcaster, writer, and degenerate shitposter on Twitter. I've been doing my podcast for about 4 years. It's called the Schmidt House Podcast. You can find it on Rumble. I do mostly guest interviews, but I have a large catalog of deep dives into bunch of different topics, conspiracy theories, all that. Some of the people here today have actually been on my show as well. So part of what I'm going to be talking about today might seem made up, a joke, or too ridiculous to believe, but I have a few videos to help with that and a very tight timeline, so I won't be able to explain things as in-depth as I would like. I expect most of you to actually disagree with what I have to say today. All I ask is that you have an open mind to different perspectives. So the first question I have is, who owns the media? I want you to ask yourself that, and with that in mind, ask, why censorship? Well, they're losing their grip on the narrative. Back when the main source of information was newspapers and 3 TV channels, it was much easier to maintain brainwashing and control over the public. We have lived in a high-trust society. No one needed to question what they're told. We no longer live in that time and have the ability to question what we're told. With the internet and specifically new age independent media, it's nearly impossible to maintain the flow of information without the mechanisms of mass censorship. Bibi Netanyahu recently has bragged about controlling social media and now has control over TikTok. He has had the juice box emoji removed from the platform and has said that Twitter is next. Who owns big tech? Remember, those who you are not allowed to criticize or question rule over you. 98% of Canadian media, including right-leaning outlets, gets government money. We live in a propaganda state. And if the state doesn't like what you say, they'll deem it hate speech and try to ruin your life. They don't have to be directly involved to do it. They have minions at their disposal. And they take part in that hive mind. It's happened to me and many of my friends. Apparently, there is over 300 hate groups in Canada, according to Barber, but when asked, she can't provide a list or even name any of them. Hate is largely a boogeyman or a way to secure bureaucratic jobs and grift taxpayer money. What is hate speech? Personally, I would say it's anything that's pro-white. I'm sure that many of you have heard of Bills C2, C8, and C9. They are the current iteration of hate speech laws that are being brought forth by the Liberals yet again. The Conservatives did something similar when they were in power with Bill C-51, and that ultimately paved the way for current speech laws. The main group consulted with all of the iterations of the hate speech legislation over the past decade, and more specifically the last 5 years, has been the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. So who is the Canadian Anti-Hate Network? There's two main players with them, Bernie Farber and Evan Balgord. Early life check on them, please. The Canadian Anti-Hate Network is a taxpayer-funded organization that attempts to expose hate groups in Canada, specifically aiming at the so-called far right. Bernie Farber said a few years ago that the consultation that he did on previous censorship legislation was targeting podcasters in their basement. He was referring to, but not naming, Jeremy McKenzie, the raging dissident, Derek Harrison, aka Derek Rance, and Alex Rend, who goes by the Ferryman's Toll. These friends of mine are the leaders of the Plaid Army and the infamous Diagolon. More on them later. Just a show of hands, who here has heard of HateGate before? Oh, so 4 of you, cool, okay. We'll get an education on that. Basically, this was a report done by Karima Saad and Elsa Haitgen about 2 years ago. The information that was collected to expose the Canadian Anti-Hate Network through HateGate was done through FOIOP requests, and it was the first of 3 major requests done by members of Diagolon. Since the exposure, the other 2 requests have been denied and no further info has been released, and in fact, you are no longer to be able to request more FOIOPs on Diagolon, or at least our guys aren't able to. The Canadian Anti-Hate Network would seem to be the mouthpiece of Antifa in Canada, and we'll explore more in the following video.
Evan Balgord, Executive Director of the Canadian Anti-Hate Network.
Bernie Farber, Chair of the Canadian Anti-Hate Network.
He's a nonpartisan nonprofit.
We wear our biases on our sleeves. We are very proudly anti-fascist, and we focus on the far right.
Last summer, we had a 100-year-old church burned to the ground.
Canada's leaders aren't condemning the burning of churches. No, they're endorsing the burning of churches.
I understand that it's not your organization's mandate to talk about these things. As you've said, you're clearly focused on the far right.
COVID conspiracy theories.
Safe and effective.
They kill. They kill.
This so-called convoy actually seeded the ground for the worst display of Nazi and racist propaganda that I have ever seen in this country. Bullies, racists, bigots, and Nazis.
We now have over 300 active hate groups in Canada.
There's other groups that we're very concerned about.
Jeremy McKenzie, the de facto leader of the Diagolon movement, a neo-Nazi organization.
Accelerationists who want to violently overthrow the system.
No fighting, no spitting, no throwing anything, don't even litter.
Who are now also encouraging their members to join.
If there's a speed limit on walking, walk slower than that.
One of the key figures of that, Jeremy McKenzie, his slogan is gun or rope.
If they say it's now illegal to look at the sky, then look at the ground. Be good, for the love of God.
Do you know if the Canada Anti-Hate Network's views about you have been relied upon by law enforcement or other senior officials in the federal government?
Yes, I have.
Diagolon.
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 Diagolon. Diagolon. Diagolon. A far-right extremist group.
We're talking about a group that is organized, driven by an extreme ideology.
A so-called accelerationist group.
Formed by a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Which aims to accelerate racial conflict to lead to the eventual creation of a white ethno-state.
Its stated purpose is, quote, to incite a race war.
The meeting to justify a state of emergency.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act.
There's some people that just want their lives back. And they enact the War Measures Act, the Emergency Measures Act, to justify a violent and brutal crackdown on old people and women and wounded veterans. You beat wounded veterans in the streets, you scum!
What if I told you the organization and the individuals responsible for pushing this are being exposed right now in Canada?
It all circles back to one group, and that's the Canadian Anti-Hate Network.
That is pretty fair to say.
Liberal-funded Antifa propaganda. That's what the government of Canada was making their decisions on.
You were supposed to be grown-ups, confirm things and look into things.
The RCMP recognized that Diagolon was not a criminal group, it was not a terrorist entity, and they had trouble even defining it as a group at all. This whole narrative, they knew it was bunk.
The justification of the Emergencies Act during the trucker convoy came from lies from anonymous Twitter trolls from anti-hate.
Uncovered in Hategate is a string of emails from government officials.
Politician goes on TV and says that, oh, there's this terrorist group involved in the convoy. Then people say, can you back up your statement? And he says, talk to law enforcement. And then law enforcement is like, oh crap, we got to find something. So they just spend 15 minutes, Google Diagolon, and come up with this hit piece.
That Global News article conveniently sources one expert. That expert is from the Canadian Anti-Hate Network.
But it's the circle jerk, this vicious circle, one person feeding fake information to another who then finances those people to provide the fake information so they can then launder it off to whomever they need to in order to justify whatever fabricated crisis they financed that never existed in the first place.
I consider it the single most embarrassing and grotesque intelligence failure in national history.
Okay, I'm going to try to rip through the rest of this here. So before today, how many of you have heard of Diagolon? Oh, nice. That was a lot more than I expected. Cool. So Diagolon is a pretend country made up by a military veteran named Jeremy Mackenzie. Diagolon's emperor is a cocaine-addicted goat figurine with time-traveling abilities and the ability to summon demons from other dimensions. Yes, that's the actual backstory of the character known as Philip, who is the leader of a pretend country. It's ridiculous, yes, I know. To Jeremy Mackenzie's estimates from the FOI Opera Quest, the Canadian government, RCMP, and CSIS has spent between $10 and $40 million of taxpayer money chasing around Philip the goat statue. Diagolon is nothing more but a podcast, fan club, and meme. Sure, the members get the members meet in real life, but it's no different than tailgating at a Rough Riders game. Diagolon was one of the main reasons for the Emergencies Act being used during the Freedom Convoy. The Diagolon connection between a slashy patch that was found on a plate carrier by one of the men in Coots, Chris Lucyk, is that connection. The government essentially waged war against a fake country and lost. I'm going to skip a little bit of this because there's something more important. Maybe I'll be able to cover some of this up on the panel, but I want to show a video for a trailer for a documentary that's coming out in December from Greg Wycliffe, which goes over the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. So if you could pull up that other one.
When I was growing up in Poland, the language the government were using was anyone that was patriotic was a troublemaker.
Online platforms have become seas of racism, misogyny, and hate.
Do you think we live in a free country?
No.
Who the fuck cares about that paper anymore?
You caught the RCMP in lies.
Mm-hmm.
We caught them in lies ourselves during the convoy.
Why was I even arrested? Start there.
Far too many Canadians face hatred and discrimination.
I was basically accused of teaching my children hate.
I've got death threats many times. I had death threats.
The guards were giving them incentives to murder me in prison.
If you challenge any of the current government and media narratives of the day, they're going to come after you.
Including adding a definition of hatred to the criminal code.
Hate speech, which, what does that even mean?
Because now you have the most sensitive people in the room deciding what everyone else can say.
This is also a country where unserious people start unserious organizations like the Canadian Anti-Hate Network.
It's almost the attack dog for the Liberal Party.
These are Antifa journalists being funded by our federal government.
We are very proudly anti-fascist and we focus on the far right.
They are consistently found to be fraudulent.
Setting the agenda on what constitutes hate and how that hate should be addressed.
They're not shooting us dead on the streets yet.
If it doesn't work, now what? Are you going to assassinate me?
Charlie Kirk has been shot.
Like, it's okay if we died.
They're not concerned about the safety of everyone.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Canadian kindness is an illusion.
Bullies, racists, bigots, and Nazis.
Being defamed is a horrible experience.
Because of a joke?
They needed a boogeyman for their Emergencies Act, right? You cannot live in a country where you actually believe something and you're not allowed to say it.
What was hanging over my head was 50 million and 15 years prison.
The process becomes the punishment.
When is this tyranny going to end?
Is Canada free? Not for some.
First they came for, and then they came for, and then they came for you. There's nobody to defend you because everybody else is in jail.
To help this documentary reach as many people as possible, go to givesendgo.com/savefreespeech.
So I'm going to be working with Greg to actually help get that documentary being played in a local theater here in Regina. The last thing I really want to say is the remedy to censorship is information and awareness. After they come for me and my friends, they'll probably come for you, and after they come for you, there'll be nobody left to pick up this fight. So the time to fight is now. Although the right is still concerned with censoring and canceling their radicals, they're mostly afraid of being called mean names such as racist, bigot, or Nazi. You don't have to embrace these terms, but as long as we're not punching right, then we can actually be able to move forward with some of this stuff. White replacement is real, and the media is convincing you that it's not happening. You must deny the evidence of your eyes and ears, or it might be anti-Semitic. Remember who owns the media. Anyways, I would gladly talk more about this with anybody more in depth, so you can come find me later. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak today. Hopefully I didn't sound too crazy, or maybe just crazy enough, but enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
No worries, we got another roundtable coming where Zach will be back a part of it. Our next speaker, though, before we get there, is a Canadian independent journalist, podcaster, and founder of What's Up Canada. I don't know about the rest of you, but I found Wayne in the middle of COVID, and he's had an impact on the Shaun Newman podcast. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage Wayne Peters.
I think Shaun's getting smarter. You know, he puts the microphone on a stand so that I can't wander around and mumble incoherently. I really didn't have a speech prepared today. I don't do that. I speak from the heart all the time. I've been running a podcast in Canada for almost 7 years now, and that's what it is. It's from the heart. I am no more educated, no better, no smarter than anybody else. But what I do have is an unrelenting sense of not bending to that to which I know is not true. I will not be silenced, I will not be cowed, I will not be cornered, I will not be labeled. And I've come to the conclusion that our existential threat, and we have many threats, we have a lot. We have a lot of things that are trying to, and a lot of people that are trying to destroy our country. But what I think the existential threat is intellectual dishonesty. We are being forced as a nation to comply to things that are rewriting all things humanity and that we know to be true. And every moment that we accept and tolerate these things, we play a party to that intellectual dishonesty that is destroying our country. And that is what has made me, one in our government's eyes, one of those people that you just saw on the screen there. And we're going to cover more of that, and I'm going to probably blow your minds a little bit when we get to the panel, so I'll save some of that for then. But this is what we have to find it in our hearts and in our nation. And I know that there's so many good people that don't live by those dishonest things. Does anybody here in this room how many people believe, I'll put it this way, so there's going to be more hands. How many people believe that there are only two genders? Right? Why is our society being restructured and reorganized to create an infrastructure that is built on a lie. We have an establishment that is built on a lie, creating an infrastructure that is built on lies. This diversity is our strength motto. That was a gift from the United Nations. It is not the truth. How many people believe that diversity is Canada's #1 strength? Not me. But what we do, though, is we allow this to manifest itself because we are not, as a significant group across this country, we don't have the strength anymore. We're looking at, and I said this earlier in the panel, we have a society that has been traumatized to such a degree that most folks are living in survival mode. They're not going to do anything that is going to jeopardize that last little thing that they have left or that they're saving. And there's an image, and I didn't have a presentation, so there's nothing to share with you guys, but if you look, you'll see there's an image of a lady on a Titanic where she's up to her waist in water, and she's clutching her jewelry. This is kind of where we're at in Canada here now. And I know that's an uncomfortable analogy, but that's really where we're at. This event, and I am so proud of you guys for putting this on. Thank you, Michelle and Stephanie. You guys have outdone yourselves. When you guys first... Absolutely. When you guys first approached me about coming to speak at this, I was like, heck yeah, Saskatchewan needs some of this. But I was reminded of my first time on a stage at something like this with Shaun at one of his events going back, I think that was spring of 2023. And I was talking about some of the bills that I saw coming down the pipe 2.5 years ago, and why they made me so afraid. And what you guys just saw there, it was part of that coming to life. And the only reason these kinds of things can hold so much power is because we have not been honest with ourselves as a society. We tend to avoid the conflict, avoid the insanity, go find somewhere else, and what we've done is we've isolated ourselves. And it's our duty, it has to become our duty to be righteous, the right to do what is right, not what is easy. And that is being frank. It's hard to be frank in a society that punishes you for saying the truth about whatever it might be. And that is not a free country. And that is not a country that can survive with any kind of semblance of integrity or truth. And you cannot build the future on injustice. Insanity is unsustainable. Trying to build a future on injustice is not sustainable. So this is where our challenge comes, not to fight, but to resist. There's some fighters in here, I'm sure. There's some warriors. But most of us, I mean, I'm old and fat. I'm lousy in a fight. But I can beak with the best of them, right? And that is what I can do, which is something more than nothing. So I take it upon myself to go into the hard discussions and try to have them, not because I've got the answers. I don't have the answers, but I will not be told what to think. And I will not tolerate that which I know to be untrue, which makes me kind of unpopular because so many people are trapped in this dichotomy of left versus right. And after having interviewed Michelle Juno Katsuya and Gary Clemente, and having them explain how for the last 40 plus years our government has been captured by foreign interests. Every last prime minister in the last 45 years has not served the people, they have served foreign interests. So while I was doing that interview, I really hesitated, but I want to bring this up. I really hesitated to ask them a question because I was afraid they might answer it. And then while I was asking the question, I hoped almost that they wouldn't answer it. But they did, and they answered truthfully, and that's changed me. And so here's the question that I asked them. After explaining to us how Trudeau Sr., I know everybody loves to blame him for everything, but he didn't do it all alone. It took a lot of accomplices within our government to put us in the situation that we're in. So my question to him was, after explaining how our law enforcement agencies and our intelligence agencies had literally been altered and neutered so that they would become ineffective, and they said yes. I said, so what I'm hearing is that our entire government and enforcement systems exist only to perpetrate or perpetuate the plausibility and plausible deniability necessary to maintain the continuity of crime syndicates posing as government. And they said yes. So at that point for me, although I had been challenging the political status quo, the whole left-right thing, trying to hold politicians to account, it became incredibly clear to me that that conversation was completely redundant at this point. There is no political solution to a crime syndicate. And that means it is the people's responsibility to deal with that. Unfortunately, we didn't get to choose this war that they were waging upon us, but we have to realize that this war has been waging upon us for generations now, and it's not going to get better without us making uncomfortable and intellectually honest choices. And I know that's, not sunshine and lollipops. There's no sunny ways on my platform, but it's the raw, real truth. So for me, when this event came up, knowing what is coming down the pipe with Bills C2, C8, C9, this could very legitimately be the last opportunity I ever have to speak to a group of people like you from a stage like this. This could very well be it. By Christmas, I could be in a gulag for real, and that's not even being hyperbolic or dramatic at this point. My body of work over the 7 years almost that I've been doing this guarantees with authority that that is what will be silenced. My work will be silenced, and my ability to connect and reach to other people that may have it in them to be righteous and frank. And that's not going to be easy. We've waited a very long time playing the game of the syndicates. So when Mr. From Rebel News, Ezra Levant, wrote his book called The Libranos, he wasn't far off. But he only focused on the Liberal Party. Unfortunately, that has permeated itself through every level of governance. And when you follow the money, si bono, always follow the money, you will find it takes to unelected foreign entities, which is why I suggest that all of our politicians are merely nothing more than middle managers for the syndicates. And they have created an infrastructure in Canada against the good people's will that focuses on human trafficking and crime syndicates. That's not going to go away on its own. Evil does not go to wipe you off and say they're sorry. That's never going to happen. Evil must be rejected. It must be removed. And this is why the silent war on the values of our nation. Our nation was built on Christianity, not Christian Judeo beliefs. That's not a knock against the Jews or Israel, not at all. But our country was founded on Christian principles and Christian values. They say that Trudeau himself said it was understandable that people would burn down a church after the other big lie created by a couple of Huffington Post writers, which became the residential school grave story that has stolen billions of dollars and created a two-tier society, another wedge issue, manufactured through manufactured plausibility. And these are the things that they have leveraged time and time and time again to subjugate us, to keep us fractured and divided and splintered, because that is the only way that they have to maintain control. But here's the good part. They're losing, and they're losing bigly. But what that does is it creates another scenario, another situation in their desperation to silence us. And we'll talk about this in the next segment. There is a greater shift that is happening and that is coming. In their desperation, they are a wounded beast. These globalist entities, these crime syndicates. But just like every wounded beast, it is the most dangerous when it is wounded. So this is the time, and why I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to come to Saskatchewan, where I've spent years over the last number of years. There's some folks here that remember me speaking to the 400 others in a horse barn in outside of Regina when we were only allowed less than 8 people in a room, right? No, that's not going to happen, because the instant we accept being silenced, it's game over. And that is where it's the most challenging thing to do sometimes, is to be frank. But if we don't count on our intellectual honesty, what else is there? What else is left? So I'm very proud of everybody here that is taking a step to find others that will stand beside them in all of this insanity. And like I said, know that they are losing, and insanity is unsustainable. But it's going to be a bumpy ride, and I have an immense amount of faith and hope in Canadians. But the time is, if it's not too late already, the time is absolutely now. But at the end of the day, God always has one move left. The King always has another move. So thank you, and God bless everybody. And, it's not about what I believe or the person next to me believes, but understand that our enemy believes in everything that they are doing, and that is what we're up against. So find your belief system, find your community, and localism is the 100% safe and effective cure for globalism. So on that note, thank you.
Wayne Peters, everyone. Okay, we have... I'm just going to wait for the screen to come up. Are we good? Oh, there we go. Okay. So our next speaker is known online as TruthSeeker 01011. She is a Canadian citizen journalist, a social media influencer, who's amassed hundreds of millions of views across platforms like Facebook, Instagram, X, and Telegram by fearlessly exposing societal manipulations, government overreach, and hidden truths. I'm going to be honest, Diana. I wish you were here with us, but thank you for joining us virtually. Please welcome Tajana TruthSeeker.
Hi, everyone. I am so sorry that I could not make it. I told the organizers that I would be extremely truthful and transparent as to why I couldn't make it. Somebody decided to make a couple of death threats, one which was apparently credible by the officials, and another one, I had a lady from Canada call ICE on us and pretty much say that we're here illegally. So we had to pretty much drop everything, go to Dallas for a week and go to the embassy to prove that we are not here illegally. And she said that if I were to step a foot into Canada, she would call the RCMP on me for hate crimes. So my lawyer advised me not to go. So it was last minute and I had to cancel everything. But I will not be shut down and I will not stop talking. But I'm extremely, extremely apologetic that I could not make it there. I'm even wearing wearing the dress that I bought for the event specifically, and I will go into my introduction speech, because when Wayne asked me to come and speak to you guys, I was so excited. I called my boss, immediately got days off, everything was lined up, and Michelle asked me, well, what would you like me to say about you, or do you want to say anything about yourself? And I said, I'm really bad at describing myself. I was just going to put an autistic idiot with no filter who pretty much just wants to get blocked by every politician in Canada on X. But she did a much better job at actually giving a nice, very, very nice description of me, which I'm flattered about. So the speech that I had written was supposed to be in front of you. So if some of it doesn't make sense in that sense of the way, I am very sorry. But first, let me just say that I am incredibly honored to stand here before you today. I'm deeply grateful to be here in a room full of people who care, people who are engaged, thoughtful, and ready to look a little closer at the world around us. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for showing up where change begins. My name is Tajana TruthSeeker. I'm better known as TruthSeeker 01011 online. I was born in former Yugoslavia and came to Canada when I was 9 years old. And like many immigrant families back in the day, like my parents brought me here with nothing more than a few suitcases, a lot of courage and hope. A hope for a better life, for opportunity, for a country where honesty and hard work and fairness means everything. And that is exactly what Canada stood for when I came. When I arrived, I didn't speak a word of English, and I remember walking into my first Canadian classroom feeling completely lost. But I also remember the kindness of strangers, teachers who spoke slowly, classmates who helped me translate, neighbors who waved and smiled, and Canada became my home. Not just because of the place, but because of the people. And that's who I fight for today. That's why, to me, being Canadian has never been about where you were born, but it was about the values that we shared. And unfortunately, today, I don't even feel like the government shares the same values that Canadians share, including some of the newcomers that take advantage of Canada, which saddens me as an immigrant to Canada as well. And it was about fairness. It was about compassion. It's about standing up for each other when things got hard. And it's about holding our system and ourselves to higher standards. Over the years, I've carried that belief with me across provinces, across borders, and across many industries. I studied molecular biology and then computer science, and fields that taught me how to think critically, how to break down complex problems, how to follow evidence wherever it leads. My work has taken me from the Alberta oil patch to the high-stakes environment in the U.S. energy sectors, and those experiences gave me more than just technical knowledge. They opened my eyes to how systems work behind the scenes, the good, the bad, the parts people would rather you didn't talk about. And the truth is, once you see it, you can't unsee it. I became a truth seeker not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Whether it's government, corporations, or powerful institutions, accountability is not something they give. It's something we as citizens must demand. Over the years, I've spoken out on issues ranging from public interest to human rights, from systemic corruption to the quiet ways in which decisions are made without us, but affect us all at the end. And let me tell you, speaking truth is powerful, but it is not glamorous at all, as you can see with the death threats that I've received. It can be lonely at times, especially when people call you a crazy conspiracy theorist, and it can be uncomfortable, but it is also one of the most important things many of us can do. Canada has always prided itself on being fair, transparent, and just, but no country, not even ours, is immune to problems when powers go unchecked, which is exactly what has happened in the last 10 years. And it is my civic engagement matters, and it's why your civic engagement matters as well. This is why voices like yours and mine matter. Some of you here today may be feeling discouraged by what you see in the news. You may feel like your voice doesn't count. The powerful forces make decisions far away from communities like ours, but that's exactly how systems of power stay intact, by convincing ordinary people like ourselves that they are powerless. Here's the truth I've learned. Real power doesn't live at the top. It really doesn't. It lives in communities. It lives in people talking to each other, questioning, organizing, and refusing to look away. I've seen it firsthand. I've worked in the oil and energy sector. I've worked with farmers up north. I've had our own farms, and I've witnessed communities standing together, Indigenous leaders, farmers, workers, young people, holding massive institutions accountable. I saw people who I've never met before unite around the world on a shared belief, and that the truth matters and that integrity matters. We can't fix everything overnight, but we can refuse to stay silent. We can ask better questions, we can demand transparency, and we can create a culture where telling the truth is not just an act of rebellion, but a basic expectation. As someone who is fluent in 5 languages, one thing I've learned that is the most powerful is the ability to communicate with people. When you speak to someone in their language, whether it's English or another language or just on a human level, you don't just share words, you build trust. A trust is the foundation of everything. That's why I believe in bridging communities, cultural, political, generational. It is essential to any movement for justice, especially justice for us. We are stronger not when we all think the same, but when we listen to each other with curiosity and respect. And I want to be clear, I'm not just talking about a fight between us versus them and them being the globalist elites. It's about rebuilding trust amongst ourselves, amongst our communities, and demanding honesty and refusing to let cynicism win. Cynicism is a tool of the powerful, and hope, on the other hand, is an act of defiance. And that's what we must have, is hope. My mission and the reason why I speak out is not just to point out what's broken, it's to remind the people that we have the power to fix it, not alone, but together. We don't have to agree on everything, and in fact, we actually shouldn't agree on everything, but we can agree on this, that every Canadian, regardless of who you are, where you work, you deserve a country where truth is not hidden, where justice is not selective, and where accountability is not optional. I came here as a little girl who didn't know the language, and I learned quickly that Canada is built on stories like mine and stories of others as well who have come here many generations prior to mine. Stories of people who came with nothing and built something real. And today I stand here as a woman who refuses to accept that the best we can do is to stay quiet, just to coddle a liberal government. Our country is at its best when its citizens are awake, engaged, and unafraid to speak. And if there's one thing I hope to take away from this is this: your voice matters, even when it shakes, even when it's uncomfortable. That's especially when it matters, because silence has never changed the world, but courage, and ordinary courage in ordinary people has. I honestly want to thank you guys for listening, and thank you for letting me be here, even though it's virtual. And thank you for caring enough about Canada to keep the conversation going. I know a lot of my podcasts or my videos are a little on the rougher side, but that comes from the oil and gas industry, and I think everybody who has ever worked a blue-collar job understands. But I love Canada, I love the Canadian people, and I'm pretty sure that we can win this war against the globalists. And it is a silent war, not by staying quiet, but by having our voices heard, and by getting louder, and by not allowing them to gaslight us and take what Canada was once, which was built by ordinary people like yourselves and like me. And that is my only goal. And I just wanted to say I love you all, and I wish I could have been there in person, because I love meeting people, even though I'm super awkward in person, and the people who have met me in person can attest to that. But hopefully very soon I will be seeing you guys in person. And thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for listening to my speech.
I was just going to say, I've met you in person. You're not super awkward. And me and Wayne were talking about it. The last time we saw you in person was spring of 2023, when I had Wayne Peters on stage in Edmonton. And I was fortunate enough to meet you. And we're just super disappointed you can't be here. But thanks for sharing some of your thoughts with Diana. And hopefully Canada will become a safe haven for you at some point in the future.
I hope it's going to become a safe haven for all of us freedom speakers and freedom fighters, to be honest. So definitely on the same page, and thank you.
Tajana TruthSeeker, everyone. Thanks, Diana.
Thank you.
from one thing to the next. Okay, I'm going to invite Wayne Peters, Zach Schmidt, and Tom Marrazo to the stage. Once again, appreciate Tajana coming in. I'm curious to get these men's thoughts on, first it's Martin Armstrong with some health issues.
Dave Grass, can you hear me?
Hey.
Oh, and by the way,
and Matt Ehret
Tajana,
is...
that was a really nice speech. That was good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I missed the first
You're
half,
getting the
but from what I heard,
conversation
it
of
was
Matt and
fantastic.
Tajana in the background.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, we have Tom Marrazo, first time up on stage. Please give him a warm welcome. Author, Canadian military veteran. Once again, Zach Schmidt, Wayne Peters. Tom's filling in for Tajana. That's a completely different set of shoes this time. We're not worried about Armstrongs. But regardless, gentlemen, we're up here with the thought process of how important alternative media has become and the narrative that's been constructed. And I guess I just want to start with Tajana. The fact that somebody from Saskatoon, as I understand it, called ICE on her, death threats, and her lawyer not basically saying, don't go to Canada. You might get in, but you're not going to get out. Like, that's pretty wild, because that is here in Saskatchewan where that come from. And that's not sitting in Ottawa, that's here. Your guys' thoughts?
As expected, sooner or later, this was inevitable. Canada is not immune from the same levels of extremism and violence that we're seeing everywhere else, and this is, again, it's only able to get this bad because of our tolerance towards it, to our tolerance to the labels that they've been sticking on people. That anybody that dared to say something the government didn't like, you got a label, and very few people stood up to defend you. So sooner or later, this was expected.
Just turn it on, Tom.
Better? Yep. That worked? Okay, good. Sorry. I struggle with this concept of the left versus the right. What I really struggle with is the fact that the left has this absolute fascination with telling everybody the way they're going to live their lives. And I think there was a video recently. It was a comparison. It was really funny, great guy, but he was really true. And he's talking about the difference between the left and the right in terms of the right says, I don't want to eat meat. And so they don't eat meat. But the left says, I don't want to eat meat, therefore none of you should eat meat. And so this is the issue that I struggle with, is how is it that a portion of our society does not care what you want? They only care what they want, and their biggest concern in life is making sure that you abide by what they want in their minds and in, I dare say, their hearts. But this is where I struggle with. There's somebody who doesn't like what she has to say. So therefore, I'm going to invoke all the powers in the authority of ICE or the criminal justice system to make sure that I harass you. Like, they're weaponizing a legal mechanism or apparatus within our society to make sure that nobody can hear you. And this is really what is fundamentally a major difference between the left and the right, is we want to be left alone. That's all we want. And when we're speaking and people ask us what we think and we believe, they want to hear from us, we're prevented because there's somebody out there that believes they have a higher entitlement to what is said between human beings, more so than the other side, in this country especially. I think in the States, in the UK, we're not unique to this. I don't think that this type of behavior is unique at all to Canada or to the United States. It's happening in all of Western civilization all across the planet. There is a tug of war between leave me alone, let me say what I want, let me do what I want, with no, you're going to do everything that I want and you're going to think everything I think. And it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. But the fact is, I'm obsessed with the control over everybody else's lives. And this is where we talk about Jordan Peterson, where he many times spoke about during the pandemic. He compared it to Nazi Germany, where people always said, "Oh, I would never do that. I would not be like the Nazis. That's not who I would be." And he says, quite rightly so, no, absolutely, 90% of you would all be Nazis. And we see that coming and manifesting again. We thought we stamped this crap out, in World War II. But it's back. It just has a different uniform altogether. And so I think the fact that they're weaponizing these mechanisms within our society to prevent her from saying the words that this group of people came from far and wide in their homes to come and see her speak is fundamentally flawed. And the last thing I'm going to say, because I'm hogging and I apologize, but you have to be bold no matter what. Like, I think that this is something that we have to start projecting more. Now is the time to be bold, to say what you want. Know what you want and say it. Be bold. Do not back down. Don't be shy. Tell the truth. Because when you tell the truth, that's all you have to ever remember. That's what you have to rely on. And your heart knows the truth before your brain does. Be bold. Be honest. Tell the truth and stop letting people silence you. Tell what's in your heart. And that's all she's trying to do, but people don't want to hear it on the left, not on the right. That's it.
I think what we see more prevalent almost every day is that there's a sect of the population that is more concerned with destruction than it is building. And this has basically come right out of Bolsheviks. It's come out of cultural Marxism that has basically infected they started with academia in the 60s, but it's spread out across every institution. So it's almost inescapable at this point. Now I want to go back to your question was the role of independent media. I think, and especially since the Freedom Convoy, and you could attest to this, is the only reason that we knew what was going on there was because of independent media. There was people saying like, oh, I saw on the news and I had to go down and check it out for myself because they weren't believing what was on CBC. But if there was like me sitting in Saskatchewan watching Ottawalks, Viva Fry, Greg Wycliffe, a bunch of people that were down there, I wouldn't have gotten the straight story. I would have been forced to accept that media narrative. So I think that that's the ultimate problem is we need more voices, we need more strength, we need more people, but that's not going to be coming from anywhere that doesn't have any risk. And I think that that is the biggest point. We talked about fear earlier today, but people don't equate the risk of doing nothing and the risk of doing something. I look about the crowd and there's a certain demographic and I'm not a part of that. But I would think that's where the fight needs to be, and you need to embolden, because I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing people my age get engaged in this the way Tiana is my age. I have other peers that are doing stuff that are my age. But I see forums like this with demographics like this. And you should have the responsibility, if you actually care about that next generation coming up, is getting your children and grandchildren engaged in this, because those are the people that are going to have to finish this fight.
Me and Wayne were talking just before we started this series of speakers. And Wayne, you can bring it up better than I can, but we were talking about how politics is influenced in Canada now. And I'm sure if you went back 20 years, it would have been simply the CBC. I'm sure there would have been a little percentage somewhere else. But you were saying 47%. Maybe we could just talk about that for a second.
You don't have to go back 20 years. I started my podcast in April of 2019, sorry. And there was less than a handful of independent podcasters that were doing current event and politics. Now, they're everywhere. The internet is full of them, good, bad, or otherwise is irrelevant, but there was a study that was just released last week that in the last election, 47% of political influence lived in the alternative media space, no longer in what I call the mercenary media, because they're hired to assassinate our country, basically. But yeah, so that's a significant change that honestly I didn't see coming, but I knew eventually it had to.
Well, even if I go back to the first time I ever had Wayne on stage for me, that was once again spring of 2023. It was Wayne Peters from What's Up Canada. It was Chris Sims from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. It was Byron Christopher, an old legacy journalist who's pretty badass, if I might say so myself. And once again, I've forgotten his name, a podcaster from Vancouver. That's terrible. It keeps my brain's glitching today. And it was to try and showcase the different areas of media. 47%, I don't know, does that shock either one of you that's how much, that is a big change from 5 years ago.
I would say yes, but if you look at the outcome of the election, I would say no. If you look at the voter bloc, the reasons on why they voted, and the result of the election, I would say that the dinosaur media still has a fairly large stranglehold on a certain sector of the population. Obviously, this room excluded, because you wouldn't be listening here if you agreed with the Liberal policies, but that's ultimately how it comes through. I go over to my grandma's house, she's 85, and it's CBC. Every single time. And she'll ask me, what's your thoughts on this? And I'm like, oh, Grandma, you really don't want to know, right? But I think there is a large portion of the population that knows CBC is bullshit. And that probably influences that number, but I don't think it's representative based on the election result on why people actually voted for Carney.
I'm actually very surprised by that statistic, the 47%, because I agree, the outcome, every day I'm thankful that the legacy media dies, just another day of slow death. And the sooner that happens, I think the more enriched our lives are going to be. But I'm actually very shocked by that statistic, by the fact that we still have the outcome that we had. We still see a federal liberal party. I ran 2022 election in Ontario. And, we had a premier that bragged. He bragged about being the most restrictive leader in all of North America. And what did Ontario voters do? They rewarded him with not only another government, but 20 more additional seats. And I knew at the end of that election that there was no possibility of gaining any foothold in Ontario in political politics, because the media decides who gets the airtime. And this is only 3 years ago. That's all it was. It was simply 3 years ago. And if the media doesn't like you, you're not going to get elected to anything. In Ontario, anyway, that's for sure. So to hear that, there's a 47% impact, I didn't see it for any of the alternative parties in Ontario in terms of Ontario politics at the federal level. So I'm shocked, disappointed, bewildered, everything. But at the end of the day, I'm still happy that the CBC is dying. The sooner that happens, the better.
I'd love to add a little point onto that, where I think that 47% is exactly why we got the results that we did. Because the alternative media is telling the truth about all of the parties. And now we see the parties have given up and abandoned soliciting our votes, because we know the truth and we know that they know that we know the truth. So they are now pandering to the new, less educated, voters, or the more financially attached voters, shall we say. But that 47% doesn't translate to votes. It translates to a bigger division when you're telling the truth. And I think that's exactly why the Conservatives did not win. So it's a good thing, but it doesn't translate to votes.
Well, I want to push back on that just on one point. Does anybody know how many independent media Pierre Poilievre sat with during the election cycle? And just as contrast, how many did Maxime Bernier, as far as independent media, sit with?
Maxime did the circuit.
Max did the circuit, and Poilievre met with 2. So if that 47% was true, inadvertently he should have got more. That few independent, which are basically just like puppets of his, they're sloppy lists at best, that should have translated to more votes. That was kind of my thought.
Yeah, but the thing with voters is interesting, right? I won't look at anybody but myself. You do this podcast for, now it's going on 6 years, and you go to the voting booth, and maybe you dislike the Conservatives. You don't like, you're like, who the hell am I going to vote for, right? PPC, or independent, or whatever. And I don't know about anybody else, but I've sat in that voting booth, I'm like, am I really going to do this? And I find it funny that I have that internal dialogue. So when we're influencing or things are happening in society, it doesn't happen overnight. So the 47% gives me a lot of hope. That means people are actually going away from legacy media. I'm okay with that. But they need to feel the pain. And then when you get to the voting card, you're like, it doesn't matter. I just can't vote this in anymore. On the other side, for the Conservatives, as you pointed out, the legacy media is dying, yet they don't want to use the tools. If he was invited on to Joe Rogan, that is a moronic mistake not to go. He's the largest platform in North America. Why wouldn't you go and have a conversation? You look at Donald Trump on the flip side, love or hate him, I don't care, I assume I know where this crowd would go, but it doesn't matter. What did he do? He went on every single podcast known to man. And one of his best was Theo Vaughn, of all things, when they got talking about drugs, and you find out Trump doesn't drink, why he doesn't do that. It actually gave him a human side that I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. If you don't use the 47%, you're not going to win. Now, I know the independents do, I know Max does, but there's a conflict of voters in Canada. They see two parties, and they believe deep in their soul that the Conservatives can pull us out of this. I don't really have a question. That was just more of a point.
I'll jump on that because I love to shit on Conservatives. I think it's a big, it's being short-sighted. Poilievre, and goes for Danielle Smith, Scott Moe, all of these neocons, they rule by polls. They wait until there is enough public opinion that they can have a safe opinion and they'd be able to push that out. Just this last week, does anybody know what Poilievre's big talking point was? That Trudeau should be in jail and that the RCMP should arrest him. Was that not something that we were talking about 4 years ago? Wasn't that essentially the reason for the Freedom Convoy? Why did it take Poilievre 4 years to do what is right? It's cowardice, and it has captured the mind of many people here and even more outside of this building.
I agree. That's my point. I agree. No, this is when I'm talking about being bold. I'm a very firm believer in the uniparty concept. I think it's real. Conversely, half the time I think, there is a political solution here. There is a way to do it, and I think I'll talk about that later on today. But there is a pessimism to me as well, where I don't think there's a political solution, and I go back and forth. And in my mood and my attitude, there's ebbs and flows with this based on what the people that are vying for all these high offices within the country. But at the end of the day, I'm always looking for, and I can never seem to escape this, I want somebody who reflects my values, tells the truth, doesn't speak because a poll said it sounded good, goes out with courage and conviction and reflects what I'm looking for in a candidate and is not pandering. I struggle strongly with any politician out there that panders. If you're pandering, you're not sincere, you're out there shopping for votes, you're not earning them. And so how can I vote for somebody that will walk into a room and tell a room full of people what they want to hear, go to the next room and tell them what they want to hear, even though they're two different things altogether? And we have too many people that lead through polls and pandering, and they don't lead through proof of their convictions. How many federal candidates in the last 5 years got arrested for the things that I believe in? I can think of one.
We can probably all think of one.
Yeah, and I'm not here to convince anybody to think that way in which I think. But what I want to see, and it's a great point, if you've got 40%, of independent media being that powerful, then why aren't you using the 47%? It's because you're afraid. You're afraid. Don't hurt me. That's what the message is. I'm not going to show you my convictions, my true colors, because I don't want you to hurt me and my party. And that's really what it comes down to. Don't hurt me. Don't bother me.
Pierre is never going to come on my podcast because I would ask him why did he sign the Paris Accords and the Migration Compact. And instead of taking that opportunity to defend his choices and remove his consent for those and act on what people are actually after, it's exactly that. So political class lives in the Ready Player One universe. They don't live in the prime reality anymore.
And how many people watched the federal debate where Pierre was getting badgered by Singh? Everybody know what I'm talking about? Show of hands. Am I talking to myself here? Oh, there's a few, okay. We were doing a live stream on that, and I was saying to a few different people, I'm like, why isn't he just putting Singh in his place? Like, just put him in his place already. And what we got talking about, and there was a whole bunch of people that are interconnected through the Conservative Party, is they really wanted to pander to a certain type of voter that didn't want an aggressive male. And I'm like, well, that's great. But that's when you want the insight of how politicians are working. Like when you're an independent media type sitting up here, you probably haven't had anyone telling you what to do for some time. And so you don't really think about sometimes the things coming out of your mouth because it's like, what are they going to do? I mean, I already get yelled at for 20 different things. What's 21? We'll just carry on with life. But if you're in the game of politics and pinching numbers and percentages, and if we just do it this way, and you just get badgered by Singh the entire time, it shows that you're calm and cool or whatever they're telling them. And they're still eating that. And then they lose the election, and you go, okay, it's time for a reversal, right? Like it's time to just comes out guns a-blazing. And I think Conservatives are just waiting for that. I said, wasn't it wild to watch Pierre eat an apple and everybody loved it? And there was nothing there. It was just nice to see a politician just be like, what are you talking about? Chomp. And you'd think they'd learn from that and be like, let's go on Rogan. Let's go on all these different podcasts. Let's get out to the voting base. And instead, his group around him, whatever group that is telling him, don't do that. That won't play well with voters. Well, that won't play well with a certain type of voter, but you're not getting them anyways. And that showed in the last election. Now, I want to switch because one of the things I'm curious with you three in particular is I've been staring at these bills, Bill C8, Bill C9. I've had some different people on the podcast talking about it, basically censoring, removing from telecommunications, fines, on and on it goes. I'm probably not doing this service, but your guys' thoughts on some of the laws that are being tabled, pushed, however you want to put it, here in Canada on what will be alternate media.
Go ahead. Like I kind of said in my presentation, the lead consultant for these is from the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. So it's the government funding their conclusion. It's a circular argument that they're making. And they're using it as evidence to be able to do so. They have these 300 hate groups in Canada, but they can't name any of them, right? So it's all this perpetual problem. I'm completely serious, and I'm batting for the home team. You can call me biased, but this was made for Diagolon. You can disagree with me, but that's ultimately what it is. It's not your average everyday person or granny on Facebook sharing memes. It's specifically targeted for people that are actually coming against the government apparatus in a big way. We want to talk that there might not be any political solution, and I've said this multiple times. Diagolon was said something like 14 times last year in the House of Commons. How many times was the People's Party mentioned, right? There's cultural impacts that are going on outside of irregular politics, and that's who they're targeting. And as soon as you come up against the big players, that's when the hammer comes down, and the hammer comes down in censorship. If you look at specific ways that historical influences have happened over the last 80 years, you'll kind of understand and can peel layers off of the onion a little bit, and it'll make more sense. But you got to do some deep dives on that. My point in all of this is it seems like it's protecting something, and that's something a lot of people can get behind. The last iteration of hate speech laws was basically pitched as protecting kids from online porn, but that's not what it was. It was to be able to censor dissident opinions. So I won't swear, but I'm screwed. Me and my friends are screwed because those are the people that are specifically targeted by it. And then everybody else in that next sphere, and then everybody else and everybody else. So like I played at the end there, the documentary by Greg Wycliffe will be able to, it should have mass appeal. It's made for your grandma watching CBC. Will be able to get some out of that. So like I said, I'm going to be working hard to try to get that in front of people here locally in Regina. That's my goal. And then we'll kind of go from there.
I've got a little bit of history on that, and I would push back a little bit that this organization wasn't created for Diagolon. Diagolon was a target of opportunity. The Anti-Hate Network was originally founded by Bernie Farber and Kurt Phillips out of Drumheller, and it was an organization called ARC, Anti-Racist Canada, who had been around for about 10 years already at that point. Through an influx of George Soros money and Canadian government money and the support of an organization, they became the front company to a non-governmental organization called TSAS. And if you don't know who they are and you've got nerves, don't go there. But it stands for Terrorism, Security, and Society, which was founded under a gentleman, I'm not sure if anybody remembers that. So what it consists of is about 400 contributing writers, many of them, many of them, the original old guard Antifa are contributing writer there.
You take my mic.
That's good. This is a good story. So this organization under Ahmed Hussein, convicted former international terrorist, is the head of that organization. So 400 different contributing writers infiltrate, penetrate groups, organizations, clubs, protests, rallies, events, stuff like that, and they submit reports to this organization who then whitewashes them and comes out with white paper reports that are then distributed to every enforcement agency, intelligence agency, military, police, Five Eyes, all of those things. So I don't know if anybody stick your hand up if anybody remembers Chrystia Freeland standing at the United Nations telling them that white nationalism was the single greatest threat to Western democracy. Some of you guys all remember that. That was directly a quote from a white paper report produced by TSAS. So Antifa has gone mainstream with political influence through the manifestations of your tax dollars and the influence of the Mosaic Group and several others, including some still well-known popular public political commentators that I can't afford a lawsuit by naming right now. But if you go and read the court transcripts, you will find that this is directly connected to the government and government influencers that are out there. So that organization, that non-governmental organization, is what makes us the legitimate threat. So when an RCMP officer goes on a news program and says, if somebody harbors traditional values, they might be becoming radicalized. And like to your point, they can't name a single organization that's actually a hate group. That's where it all comes from, is through that organization, TSAS.
So issue a correction so we're not confusing things. I'm not saying that anti-hate was created for Diagolon, but the legislation and Bernie Farber's work with it was directly because of that.
This is directly, they write recommendations for legislation to take your guns. This is where a bill C8, C9, C2 all stems from the influence of particularly that organization and their sub-organizations that listen in on our Zoom calls. They attend our meetings and do those kinds of things. And so, and we help them when we go and sign a petition. Rah, 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 go to change.org and sign a petition. And George Soros then knows exactly what you're thinking and what you're opposed to.
George Soros already knows what I'm thinking and opposed to. Tom, we're running out of time. Any final thoughts from you? You've been a little bit quiet between the two.
Yeah, no, the question that when I look at these, because I've looked at all this legislation, the thing that always comes to mind to me is, how do these new laws change what is already within the powers of law enforcement in the courts. All the things that they state that they're trying to combat are already in the Criminal Code of Canada today. So what is the true motivation? Because obviously every time we see the word anti-something put in front of it, we know that it actually means the opposite. But, you know, if you're combating this or you're combating that, what is it truly you're trying to achieve? And we saw everybody here, I think, I hope would agree that during the convoy, or not the convoy, sorry, the pandemic, we knew for a fact that governments and health officials wanted to make sure we couldn't communicate. That was the intended goal. And in fact, I think one of the maritime chief public health officers said, we don't want you to talk to each other. That's why we're locking you down. He admitted this on news. And so when we know that the stated goal is they don't want us to be able to talk, and now we fast forward into the future and we're looking at this legislation, it's really about making sure, again, this obsession with people controlling what you can think, express, and say to one another, even though we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms that apparently protects this, but we have new laws coming in that are outside of the limits somehow of the current Canadian code or Canadian criminal code. Doesn't make any sense at all. What's the motivation for this stuff? I don't know.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you coming up here and doing this. These fine gentlemen will be around if you want to discuss different things with them. Appreciate them all, you know, their different shows and putting their thoughts out there, being bold, as Tom said. And just thanks again for hopping up on stage. Tom will be a part here later. He's got a keynote. But thanks again, guys, for doing this.
Thank you.
We have a quick 10-minute break. It is going to be fast. You got to use the bathroom, etc. And then we're back for about 2 straight hours of some different speakers. Chris and Tamara are going to be Zooming in. Obviously, they can't be in attendance. We'll get into that, and we'll be back here shortly. 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Okay, give me a sec. All right, so we have Matt Ehret. He's going to be coming up on the big screen. I think Matt, is he in France? I don't know. He's somewhere overseas right now. I'll get him to bring up where he's speaking in from. So I'm going to switch over here to the screen once we have it up. Okay, here we go. Give me a sec. Once I can hear myself. Everyone can hear me now? All right, here we go. Okay, our next speaker is a Canadian journalist, lecturer, historian, and founder of the Canadian Patriot Review and co-founder of the Rising Tide Foundation. He's known for his historical analysis, particularly through his book series, The Untold History of Canada and the Clash of Two Americas. We're now joined by Matt Ehret. Matt, where the heck are you coming in from right now?
The moment I'm speaking to you guys from Avignon, south of France. So my wife and I have been doing a little bit of a speaking tour, and so we'd love to have been there. Really, our heart is there with everyone. And thank you, Shaun. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, everybody, for organizing this extremely important event. I have a limited amount of time. Unfortunately, I had a bunch of really, really fun slides to accompany my remarks, but that didn't work out. So that's okay. That's okay. We're going to paint some pictures with the mind's eye. And what I'll do is just say a few remarks about, well, originally the discussion I had with Shaun about what would be the most fitting contribution I could make as somebody who's approaching geopolitical and economic circumstances from a certain historical standpoint. I have written, as Shaun said, a number of books recalibrating, I think, our story around something a bit more truthful about what exactly caused Canada, what is the nature, structure, and history of the deep state of Canada. A lot of people are familiar with this entity or this idea as something of an American phenomenon, but it's not really any nation per se that is responsible for deep state structures. It's something that is supranational and above all nations, but with penetrations into the nations of the world. And somebody's asking me, no, it's fine. We're just no slides necessary. And so understanding what is the reason why Canada has these issues. Why do we have a Privy Council office? Why do we have these strange unelected power centers in the Prime Minister's office, in the Governor General's and Lieutenant Governors? This became something of a passion, a bit of an obsession of mine to figure out, well, what is this thing that made sure that Canada would be more often than not an asset of a global empire that is, again, one that is above nations, that operates through banking, through intelligence, through academia, through culture, through cultural manipulation, really all of the core facets of the human condition: mind, body, and soul, culture, intellect, academia, and of course, geopolitical body, the control of resources, the idea of creating scarcity to keep victims, target nations and peoples in a situation where they're not creative, when they're induced to think of the other as their enemy and fight over scraps while the overlords laugh. That's been something that I've been thinking about, piecing together. It manifested in the form of a 4-volume book series, Untold History of Canada. And originally, and I'm still going to talk about this, was the story of Canadian development. What were the battles? Were there battles that allowed for our improvement in our quality of life, our life expectancy, our literary powers? We are a first world country after all. Did it happen because an empire at different times was simply bored and gave us liberties, or was there a fight? And sure enough, there certainly was at every step of the way. So I will say something about some of the forgotten heroes who took the reins of influence out of the controls of the what is more often than not a negative, regressive influence emanating from Ottawa. At different moments when we saw British Columbia industrialize in a massive way through the creation of BC Hydro, the creation of hydroelectric dams in the 1950s, 60s, 70s. Same thing for Alberta, same thing for Quebec, which whenever the provinces at different moments were able to take control of their economic destiny, we had bursts of real progress. And again, always against sabotage. I'm going to say something more about that towards the end of the presentation. However, due to certain circumstances that emerged over the course of this past week, especially, I'd say the last 3 or 4 days, I'm going to add a additional coloring. And of course, here I'm referring to something interesting that emanated out of the JFK files that the Russians have delivered to certain American congressmen and women, some of the content of which has been made public, pertaining to the real story of what evidence was behind the real murder and cover-up of John F. Kennedy's assassination. And in these documents, I was struck by the fact that there was a diagram of the Bering Strait Tunnel, the North American and Russian Arctic Pacific-centered image featuring rail lines connecting through Siberia, through the Bering Strait, into Alaska, and downward into the broader continent through British Columbia, Alberta, and what have you. This was designed by a Chinese-American civil engineer in the 1950s during the Cold War, or 60s even. I think it was the 60s. And it was called, yeah, of course, it was the 60s, because it was called the Kennedy-Khrushchev Peace Bridge. And that's something which has gone increasingly viral. Donald Trump even just brought this up in a discussion he just had with Zelensky, who said he really doesn't like it. That is, Zelensky doesn't like it, doesn't prove. But I think that this idea is a long time coming. And the choice of Alaska, where Trump and Putin had recently met not that long ago, also has certain historical meaning that only those who have taken this appreciation for history fully can understand. And I'm hoping that increasingly everybody here in this audience really takes this to heart, because when you look at 2020, September 24th, 2020, Trump endorsed something called the Alaska to Alberta rail network. Currently, I have though the A2A company itself has dissolved, there is another agency called Aurora Rail, or the Athabasca Rail, which Peter Schultz, a mutual friend of Shaun and myself, and everybody should get to know this guy, has put together as a fantastic grand design for the development of a real 50, 60, 70-year orientation towards building a real genuine nation that is able to heal from the self-abuse and wounds that we've done to ourselves over 60, 70 years of neglect, of outsourcing of our heavy industry, of becoming a consumer society with no orientation to the future. And without a future, the people perish, as the old saying goes. And I think that is absolutely true. So we do need for the resistance to the Great Reset, for people who actually really don't like tyranny and really want to do something about it. You can't really have anything durable if you don't have a strong, solid vision based upon historical precedents of what works to remove the influence of the oligarchy. And I think this idea of the development of the Arctic, with Canada very situated in a very special way, is important. And in that sense, what Trump did by endorsing this proposition back in 2020, and his meeting again in Alaska, in Anchorage, with Putin, and their upcoming meeting in, I believe it's going to be Hungary or Budapest, very, very shortly, on top of the circulation of this diagram, is, I think, extremely important, since we are on the verge of a war as well. That is a very big deal. On top of the economic crisis that's been baked into the system, we have a drive for war, which this is affecting everything that's going on in every part of the world right now, is the fight to either accelerate or to find a solution. The other thing that I want to bring about as a point is that Vladimir Putin even offered in 2007 and again in 2009, the West, including the US and Canada, to build the Bering Strait rail tunnel. Russia offered 2/3 of the costs. Bush and then Obama both said no. But despite that, the intention has been revived yet again. Russia and China together have co-developed something called the Polar Silk Road, which Canada has been offered a chance to join. Russia has also asked Canada and the US to join. It might happen, maybe not. We know that Carney has absolutely made it clear, and I had little quotes from Carney where he said that under no circumstance would he permit Canada to participate in any type of economic development of the Arctic with Russia. So there's a very different idea there. Now, he also made the point that we need to militarize the Arctic even faster than we already have been doing. That's also very dangerous, since the idea of encircling Russia, and as well, you could add China with long-range missiles, has been underway for over 20 years. It's a completely suicidal, destructive way of thinking, but yet very powerful forces within the military-industrial complex have thought somehow that this is a good idea. I would say no. And instead, this other idea of economically co-developing the bountiful resources of the Arctic, and also thinking about Things like what John Diefenbaker was doing with his Frobisher Bay plan for an Arctic vision. That's something which was unfortunately sabotaged by forces represented by the City of London and the Rhodes Scholarship Network. And I've written a whole book on that, volume 3 of The Untold History of Canada, going through Diefenbaker's efforts to use the Bank of Canada as an instrument for real growth and how that was sabotaged. That is a historical precedent once again as well. The other thing within the context of the remarks that I want to say, and I know that I only have about 5 minutes left, and I'm not looking actually at my slides, and I should be probably, because there were some points, right, is that this actually gets us at the core of what is Canada. Since when you look at it, and I recently made a documentary called The Arctic Platform for War Economic Development about 1 year ago. And within that documentary, I make the point that you cannot understand why Canada exists as a monarchy, the only monarchy of the Americas, without appreciating the battle that Abraham Lincoln had waged with his associate and friend, Tsar Alexander II, during the Civil War. And many people don't know this, but legislation had been passed in Congress by Lincoln and company to encourage the development of rail and telegraph lines across the Bering Strait. That was part of the package and the strategy that Russia had in mind when they sold Alaska for $7 million to America in 1867, just a few months before the British North American Act was signed and it passed into law. The idea of Sir John A. Macdonald at the time was that he would do everything possible to keep Canada under the control of the British Empire and be used as a wedge to prevent any possible emergence of Russia-US relationship, especially since there was a big call for extending the Transcontinental Railway that was being built since 1863 to 1869 towards through British Columbia and hence into Alaska and the broader Eurasian world. That would have involved really putting sovereign nation states into a position of authority above that of private finance and this financier oligarchy wannabe gods of Olympus. That would have seen a huge undermining of their power to influence the global slave society that they wish to bring about under a new feudal regime. So this is not this new world order idea, as you could see, is not a new idea. This goes back consistently a very long ways, and there's a certain way of thinking which has successfully thwarted those efforts to create great resets, reduce the world population, and impose top-down world governance. And it has a lot to do with this constructive way that Tsar Alexander II, John Diefenbaker, Abraham Lincoln, and company were thinking. And I would also throw in W.A.C. Bennett and his allies in Quebec, who during the 1950s and 60s were able to, again, not get money. They were getting sabotaged because Quebec had a lot of hydroelectric power, a lot of potential to create an engineering wonder, like amazing powerhouse. They were not being provided the means to do it. And so W.A.C. Bennett, who had been through his own fight, he had nationalized BC Power Corporation, which is a private company extracting wealth and money, but without any agenda to actually develop the province. He forced that entity to become nationalized as what became BC Hydro. He then used that with his association with John F. Kennedy, a close friend and ally, in 1960 to 63 to build the Peace River in the north, as well as the Liard River system and the broader Columbia River Treaty that created an abundance of affluence and energy for BC. That also includes his efforts to extend rail that people now make fun of as the Dease Lake W.A.C. Bennett rail to nowhere that was selling for $1. But the point was that it was never meant to be a rail to nowhere, but always was meant to be an extension upwards into Alaska and beyond. And his bounty that he was able to create was able to provide a $100 million loan to Quebec when it needed it to fund the hydroelectric dams and its development initiative, which has been unfortunately undercut over the last 30 years or so of globalization. But the idea that Ottawa was responsible for those booms of development, and I see that there's 2 minutes left, those explosions of development, we were told were the cause of the British Empire granting Canada development, or Ottawa and, Pierre Elliott Trudeau or whomever granting Canadian development. That's never been truly the case. It's always been the most authentic forms of real progress have always happened when people organized around an idea of the future that's in the benefit of themselves, of their posterity, of the nation, are able to organize around concrete visions with appreciation that involves a global chemistry and which involves also the recognition that human beings are made in the image of a reasonable creator, and that is the source of rights. It's not based upon the idea that some monarch or some hereditary peer is giving people rights, but rather that these are innate, inalienable, and as such, we all have the rights to participate in our society. So what's being done today right now is such a breath of fresh air. The participatory process that goes with being a real citizen and not simply a subject is something that really inspires me. And I'm so thankful that you guys are coming together and organizing around these big ideas. And I look forward to hearing what Tamara and Chris have to say coming up next. So thank you guys very, very much.
Matt, if I'm going to do a shameless plug for you, because if you're listening to that here and you're like, holy crap, that was a lot of information, as Matt does, you can buy your books where?
Oh, go to CanadianPatriot.org. You can write that down, CanadianPatriot.org, and there's little buy my book sections, and you can get them that way. Thanks, Shaun.
Yeah, well, I just think if anyone wants to understand a bit more about what you're talking about, Canadian history, your books do a very good job of that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Matt Ehret, folks. Now, I believe, yeah, you can see him there. I don't know if these two need much of an introduction in this crowd. Obviously, they were organizers of the Freedom Convoy, in my opinion, political prisoners today. But please welcome Tamara Lich and Chris Barber.
Everyone.
Hello, everybody. What a turnout.
Nice to see everybody in such a big event there. That's nice to see. Good job, guys.
Sorry we couldn't be there in person, but something came up.
Yeah.
I guess I don't even know where to begin this other than how are you both doing? I think a lot of us are wondering, we watched, the result, the decision, and just walk us through it. Just explain to the audience how you're doing. I mean, obviously we wish you were here and I'm sure you do as well.
Well, I put on pants today, so that was a win. It was honestly, we were able to travel back together from Ottawa, myself, my husband, and Chris and his family, and it was kind of an emotional trip home. I guess again, I think we went into the sentencing, both of us thinking that finally all the unknowns were going to be over, and we actually came home with even more. But we've since met with both of our probation officers, and I think we're both settling in. It's going to be a bit of an adjustment, but here we are.
Yeah, it's been quite the ordeal to get used to, I guess. This is week number 2, or coming up on week number 2 out of 12 months of house arrest. Met with probation officer. I've been speaking with her. My schedule is going to be a really hard thing to do. I'm allowed to work. But planning my trucking schedule on last minute things around a schedule with the RCMP for watching and for house arrests has proven to be very, very tricky. They want a week's advance notice, and we're just working through the different things right now. And I got a lot of stuff accomplished around the yard here the last few days, and it's been working out all right. We're fixing some equipment, getting some stuff done in the shop and around the yard, and spending some quality time with the family, I think, which is due.
Maybe for myself and everybody sitting here, can you walk us through what you can and cannot do right now?
Well, for me,
Sure.
I'm allowed to work. It's house arrest, so it's basically like prison, but you're in your yard. So for me, I'm fairly fortunate. I have my family farm. I've got plenty of acres to maneuver around, and it's not stuck in the house. So I'm allowed to work my shop, my barns, and the animals that I can look after as far as the hobby farming that we do. And I think it's going to be a lot different than Tamara's situation, being in a city right now, and I feel bad for her.
My meeting with my probation officer was very eye-opening, actually, and Chris is exactly right. I've been to jail. Well, I've been to remand, and it is pretty much exactly like prison. I'm not allowed to leave or step off of my property without a letter of exemption from my probation officer, even if it's for the necessities of life. no leisure time activities at all. It's quite strict. If I want to go somewhere, I need to get a hold of her and ask permission, again, for a letter, so that if I get pulled over or stopped, I'll have my papers on me at all times. So, when you think about mischief charges throughout the history of our legal system, we do not have a justice system in Canada, in my opinion. We have a legal system. I mean, mischief is a misdemeanor. It's a very minor charge. So, Stephen Guilbeault, for example, is a convicted criminal, and he's actually charged with the same thing, and he's in our parliament right now. So it's going to be very strict, very onerous. I'm hoping as time goes on, both of our probation officers will see that we're actually really nice people, and grant a little bit of leniency in some form.
I'm curious your guys' thoughts. I think I've asked both of you this before, but one of the themes, or maybe one of the talking conversations, I guess, today has been around Alberta independence, but then more so, from my mind, is what you and Chris did, Tamara, by bringing two provinces together, and I might add a whole entire country, and uniting people to create the most peaceful protest in Canadian history. When looking at independence, or even exploring those ideas, people are wondering how they get more people out, how they motivate people to want to get involved, to spend their time doing something for their kids, or maybe their kids' kids.
Where I have it.
I think one of the most important things that I feel, and I tried to promote during the Freedom Convoy, was to always be respectful. Because I think when you start with the name calling and the derogatory remarks, you lose people. I mean, we don't all have to get along. We don't even all have to like each other, but we can still love each other. That's what I think. That's how I was raised. And it comes down to just finding that common ground. And we're at a point in Canada, literally, where I believe that we have a large population of our society that's stuck in this victimhood sort of mentality that they just can't get out of. And, rather than have meaningful discussions, their first go-to is name calling and insults. And I mean, that's a problem. That's a real problem. And so I try my hardest not to reciprocate that type of behavior, because I don't think it's very productive. I think the key is to get people interested, come at it from a positive perspective, and people should find things that they like to do. If you don't want to sit on a board, you don't have to sit on a board. There's plenty of things that people can get involved in to make a positive change.
I want to take people back to February of 2022, and we watched this whole country rally, around a movement that was against government overreach, against dividing Canadians. And we seen the best in this country at that time as we traveled across this country, and many tears were shed in the cab of those trucks rolling across the country. But living the last 3.5 years like we have, especially from our driver's seat, I've seen this country's faults, and those country's faults are in our capital of Ottawa, in the corruption and the divisive nature that they've been portraying to Canadians for decades. And it's only gotten worse. And Tamara and I could be the prime example of how Ottawa feels about the West. They have run us through the courts. They've tried to beat us into submission. I think they picked the wrong two people to do that with. We're compliant, we're loving, we're peaceful Canadians, but at the end of the day, I don't see a path forward for Western Canada involved in Ottawa politics anymore. I think that it's time. The time has come now where we take advantage of our future and we push that our way with our terms instead of Ottawa's terms.
I've been wondering your guys' thoughts on all the bills coming out on censorship. We just had a roundtable with different independent journalists, and you two ran one of the greatest campaigns. Chris, you can remember sitting in your truck talking to me about this trucker convoy and me being like, okay, sure. And then a week later you go and we got to meet and since then I've got to know each other. But you've ran one of the most successful alternate media, social media blitzes I've ever seen. And that, I mean, obviously that was a sentiment of tons of Canadians. When you see these bills coming out, C8, C9, and a whole bunch of others that are going to censor the internet, censor what's said, what do you two have to say to that?
I equivalated to a dog chained to a tree. The Canadian people are the dog. The Canadian government's removing a piece of that chain linkage every single day. The dog doesn't realize it's losing more and more of its freedoms. And I think the vast majority of Canadians are still firmly asleep, not seeing that chain getting tightened up. And this is exactly what the government's doing to us right now. They keep taking and taking and taking, but they give a little bit back when the public pushes back. And I think we need to stop that. The government was supposed to be there to work for the people, and right now the people are working for the government, which is, in my opinion, not the way it should be.
Mm-hmm. I think too, these bills are very, very concerning, and I think Canadians should take a long, hard look at them. I was in Strasbourg, France, speaking at the UK Parliament in December, and the one thing that I noticed was that if you go on X there, and I know if you know, you can check your post interactions underneath your posts, and they had one under there that said report illegal EU content, which simply means if your feelings were hurt or you saw somebody call a politician a name, you could report them. And I think what we're seeing it happening in the UK and in Europe right now is terrifying, and it's coming here. We have a prime minister that I feel, and it was very telling as soon as he got into office, and the first place he ran to was Europe. That's in tight with these people, and I think he's here to steer us in the same direction. And if you're paying attention to what's happening in the UK, it's not good. They're jailing people just for, they jailed one man. I think it was a man that went on Facebook and called his member of parliament a moron. And I think that's where we're going here. My second concern with the hate one is who gets to define hate? Because I have a lot of people that hate me just because. So who gets to define hate? Hate is an emotion. And we can't, I posted about this last week. Canada has turned into, I feel, instead of being ruled by the rule of law, we are being run by the rule of feelings. And again, we need to get back to the logic and the common sense and the reason. And it's scary. Canadians need to pay attention. These bills cannot pass.
Tamara, you are like the epitome of love thy enemy, right? You speak in just like such kind words. You try and like understand everyone. And the guy I think of who spoke his mind, but did it in a way that was he welcomed debate, was Charlie Kirk. Do you believe that's changed the direction? I mean, obviously it's changed, but here in Canada, would you be nervous of speaking your mind in the way you've done it? Chris, you can also chime in. Just Charlie Kirk happened. What has it been, a month now, folks? Somewhere in that time frame. Just your thoughts on that, and here in Canada, being bold to stand for what you believe in.
Well, I choose not to be afraid. Obviously, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I think, affected so many people on such a profound level. I cried for days. I've never met the man. I couldn't sleep. And a large part of that is because there are people like us that do try to speak out and do try to do it. You know, Charlie Kirk was the epitome of goodness. You know, I'm sure he made mistakes, but he was out there trying to do the best that he could just through talking and having conversations. There's not a violent bone in that man's body. And of course, it raised concerns, which is why Chris and I had a heavy security team the last time that we were in Ottawa for our sentencing, because you just don't know. We've had people out there heckling us. We can't walk down the street in Ottawa without somebody yelling at us that we're a traitor. And don't get me wrong, we do get a lot of love in Ottawa. But, you know, it's real. It's a real concern, but I choose not to live my life being afraid. And I choose to speak from my heart. And if people don't like it, I guess that's too bad. I've said a few times on my X account the last few days, there's a mute button. Use it.
I think I'll agree with Tamara 100%. I've never seen, I'm not scared of speaking out. If anybody follows me on social media, they know that I'm very outspoken, and 80% of the time I'm posting just to get a reaction from the other side, or to spark debate, or start the comments. And you can't be scared of that. But the fear factor, us, when we were leaving the courtroom on the 7th of October, that was a reality for us because of the Charlie Kirk incident in the States. It seems like for the last number of years, we've been preaching peace and tolerance and love, but receiving, I've received death threats. Tamara's received death threats. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of craziness out there right now, but it doesn't seem to be, the far right activists out there that are being the hateful, hurtful, violent people. It seems to be from the far other side. And that's a scary reality that you're living in right now. Being a truck driver and being on a family farm, I have to worry about somebody showing up at my doorstep when my wife is here by herself, or, my children's future and that. And, we've taken precautions around that. Of course, I have actually had people show up. Thankfully, they've been supporters and not haters, but it's a new reality for us out there. And, I'm just a truck driver. I'm just a farm boy from Saskatchewan that got involved with something that was way bigger than I ever anticipated it being. And, we've been on a roller coaster the last few years. I don't remember asking for this much.
And we've become so visible. I mean, that's the thing. When I was talking with my probation officer last week, I'm sorry, that's still so weird for me to say. She was going over, the conditions and what happens if I breach my conditions and if I try to sneak out of the house. And I'm like, sneak out of the house? I mean, all of Canada recognizes our faces because the media keeps putting us out there,
I'm sure there would be a few people here that'd be happy to see you out and about.
Next year we'll be there. I promise you. I think within our conditions, obviously that's after our 12 months. So if we have this forum next year, which I hope we do, Tamara and I will hopefully be able to join. We'll have a curfew at that time, of course, but
yeah, as long as we're home by 10 p.m.
It's like we're back in, the basement of our parents' house now.
Well, nothing good happens after midnight, right?
Right.
That's right.
This is like news to me and a bunch of other people here today. I think you both know Tajana TruthSeeker. She was supposed to be in attendance, and someone from in Saskatchewan called ICE on her, death threats, and basically, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I think she said her and her lawyer went to ICE, made sure that she wasn't, in the United States illegally, but they told her not to come to Canada. Your thoughts on that?
More of the divisive hate from the other side of the fence. It seems like that's the new normal nowadays. I've seen on especially on X, where some of my haters out there have left some comments where they're trying to actively get a hold of my probation officer right now to have me questioned for any comments I make on social media or any videos I post. This is the new reality of fighting, back and forth. There's no middle ground in this country anymore. It seems like either you're on one side or the other side, and I think that's been by design, unfortunately.
Especially where we're concerned, it became such a polarizing issue that I feel like people either fully support us or 100% despise us. That's really surprising. I mean, that's where we're at now, and I believe it probably started before the pandemic, but I noticed it during the pandemic. People snitching on each other, and they think it's hilarious to smear you and have you canceled and have you lose your job, or I don't understand that mentality personally, but I hope she's okay. I hope she's doing all right. That's crazy.
She was in pretty good spirits.
Good. She's lovely. I love that lady.
Yes.
One of the conversations going on in this room today has been around Saskatchewan independence. Obviously, Alberta has, Mitch Sylvestre is here from the APP. You're in two different provinces. Your thoughts on your respective province idea on independence?
Well, I think Alberta independence is a no-brainer. I mean, I love Canada. As a lot of you probably know, I used to be on the board of the Maverick Party, which was a Western independence federal party. And so I was all about separating from Canada until the convoy happened. And that changed my life for reasons that you've all heard a million times. I saw the Canada that I believed existed come to life. And that's the Canada that I grew up in. And so I changed my tune during the convoy and after. I thought this country is worth saving. There's so many good people here. And look at the Alberta-Quebec connection, right? I mean, that in itself was a miracle, in my opinion. And so, but there's a lot to be said for getting out of an unhealthy relationship. I mean, we can't sacrifice our provinces and the people in it and their well-being for other provinces. I mean, there's a bubble in Ottawa. I think we're all very well aware of that. They clearly do not respect the Western provinces. I am really encouraged by all the activity I'm seeing happening through the APP. So thank you, Mitch. And the events that are happening, the town halls that are happening around Alberta to educate people on the benefits of separation. We don't need to live like this. We don't. The West has the resources. We have the people. And I mean, we don't need to live this way. And I'm all for it. I love this country, but I also feel like we deserve to be the best that we can be. And we need to ask ourselves, are we the best that we can be in Confederation right now?
I agree with that. I deter a little bit when I see the legacy media and trying to portray the idea of the 51st state. I don't think we need that. I don't think we're anywhere close to needing that. We have enough resources in the West right now that we could be independent on our own, as long as we stay in touch with northern Manitoba and British Columbia for pipelines and oil distribution, and even in the U.S. I think what we need going forward is a lot. In Saskatchewan, the same thing as what we have in Alberta, where Danielle Smith is putting it to a vote, letting the people decide. I think it started in Saskatchewan now. I think Scott Moe needs to address it a little further and push forward for this in the next election, where we have a choice on where we want this to go. Because I've said before, I don't see a future right now for our children in this country with the way Ottawa is destroying the West right now. It is basically it's a give and never, it's never take. We don't get back what we put in, and I'm sick and tired of the bureaucracy and the lobbyists in this country who are funneling our money overseas to different foreign places, and there's no accountability inside the government. We need to take that back as Canadian citizens.
With a couple minutes remaining, is there any other final thoughts you have for the group here? It's 230 people, Chris, Tamara. We would have loved to have had you here, to had you in person on stage. Is there any final thoughts you have for the audience here?
I'll go first. Well, again, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there. I was really looking forward to it. I don't know if any of you know, but I was born and raised in Saskatchewan. I lived there till 1997. I love that place, and I grew up in Saskatchewan when it was the Have-Not province. We were called the Have-Not province. Remember that? I guess I just want to say to all of you that are there, thank you for all the support and the love that you've shown us throughout the last 3.5 years. This has been an unbelievable journey. We're not over yet. Don't stop fighting for your rights. We are responsible for maintaining our rights. We are responsible for ensuring that we have them tomorrow. So don't be afraid to stand up for what you believe in. There's nothing to be afraid of. Get involved, and just thanks so much for everything that you've done for us, all of us, over the last few years.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think the biggest thing right now is getting involved with your local community, whether it be your city council, your school council, your school boards. I know people right now that are putting their names forward for elections, for taking part in the election process, becoming a little bit more involved with that community, and I think that's where it starts. And just to go back over this again, we couldn't be more thankful for the amount of support we've had over here in the last 3.5 years through this ordeal. It would have been one lonely cold courtroom if we didn't have so many Canadians standing behind us throughout this. And to say it's been, easy to take would be an understatement. It's been really hard and really strenuous on the personal life, on the work life, and then going forward with the next year and a half's conditions here. But we can do that gracefully with the amount of support that we've had behind us. So we appreciate it. Keep speaking. And I think at the end of the day too, speaking to people and trying to find common ground with people that are not on our side. I've been able to do that a number of times in the last few years, and it's doable. You just have to keep speaking.
Chris, Tamara, thank you for joining us today. I think I speak for everyone here when we say we're with you. They're giving you a standing O.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, everyone. We can't hear the applause in the background, so apologize for that, but we appreciate it.
Oh, you guys are going to make me cry. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the event, and we'll see you next year. Mwah.
Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
I tell you what, we've had it all today. Health issues with Martin. Tajana gets ice called on her. And, of course, Tamara and Chris can't be in attendance because they're, house arrest, right? So let's get to our next speaker in-house here. He's a Canadian military veteran and author. He spent 25 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, rising to the rank of captain with expertise in battle planning, negotiations, and public speaking. He's known for his leadership during the Freedom Convoy and his book, The People's Emergency Act. Please welcome to the stage, Tom Marrazo.
Gotcha. Only 13? Okay. All right, okay, good. Am I doing this right? You can hear? Well, I'm at that age now. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Okay. Sorry, give me a second here. This doesn't count towards my time, I hope. Oh. Oh boy. It's the first time I've ever had to do this. And these are only, I think, $9 glasses. All right. Okay, before I do begin, I really sincerely want to thank the organizers who put this on. I think we've got Michelle, Stephanie, Troy, Dave, Jared. I want to thank Wayne as well. I want to thank Bryce. And I also obviously want to thank our host wherever he went. There he is, Shaun. So I really do sincerely thank all of the organizers. Thank you, Michelle, and everyone. But I also want to thank you for even taking your busy Saturdays, your busy lives, and coming here and hearing us speak. So thank you for that. I really sincerely do appreciate that. I don't normally write speeches, but this was too important not to get it right. So I am going to read from a speech, which is not something I typically actually do. Every great technological revolution in history has changed the way what people do for a living. The Industrial Revolution replaced muscle. The digital revolution replaced memory. And now, artificial intelligence is about to replace judgment, the very thing that makes us human. At first, AI will replace simple, repetitive tasks, the kind of work that's easy to automate. We'll call it efficiency. We'll watch it reshape industries, just as automation once replaced factory line workers. We'll watch it really reshape in ways that we've never expected. This is very different than what we've ever seen before. This is not like the other industrial revolutions. It's not like the other technological revolutions. Once AI masters routine tasks, it will move into reasoning, creativity, and decision-making. Professions like law, medicine, finance, teaching, and journalism will all feel it. Like nuclear energy, artificial intelligence is a force that can serve or destroy, depending on who controls it. The same power that can light a city can also level one. Nuclear power gave us clean energy, and it also gave us Hiroshima. AI will be no different. In the right hands, it can cure diseases and free people from exhausting work. In the wrong hands, it becomes a weapon. One that doesn't need to destroy cities or conquer nations. All it has to do is control access to opportunity, communication, and truth. A single person with advanced AI will soon produce what once took a small team. That will redefine productivity. Employers will realize they don't need 5 people to do what one person with AI can do, or even do better. That's how the largest workforce disruption in history will begin. This won't happen slowly or evenly. It will happen exponentially. Each new model will learn from the one before it, doubling in power every few months. Change won't feel gradual, it'll feel like a cliff. Jobs won't fade away, they'll vanish. Intelligence itself will be equalized. Someone with an IQ of 70 and someone with an IQ of 150 will both have access to an IQ of 1,000 with AI. When that happens, knowledge won't be the advantage, access will. Those who control access to AI will control opportunity itself. When that day comes, governments will face a crisis they can't manage. Entire industries will buckle under automation. The pressure to act will be overwhelming. That's when we'll see universal basic income rolled out across the country. UBI will be presented as compassion, as fairness, and as a dignified safety net. It will begin small, pilot projects for displaced workers, then grow as jobs disappear. At first, it will feel like stability. A guaranteed monthly payment, a promise that no one will be left behind. But that promise will come with strings attached. That's how freedom ends in the modern age. Not with tyranny, but with automation by AI. It will be sold as innovation. It will be celebrated as progress. But behind it all will stand a quiet mechanism of control decided about what is good for you. Do not ask what technology will give you. Ask what it will take from you. Do not ask what government will promise. Ask what government will demand. And most importantly, do not ask who will save you. Ask who will stand with you. That is the danger of combining UBI, AI, and digital ID. Together, they form the architecture of control, of a controlled economy, one that doesn't need new laws to enforce compliance, because the software itself will do it. The question isn't what jobs will vanish, it's what freedoms will vanish with them. If we let governments decide what is essential, freedom will no longer be something we live, it will be something we're permitted to have. And I think we've all experienced a certain extent of that already. This is the first great shift, the age of artificial intelligence, where efficiency hides control and automation replaces accountability. If we don't act now, the people won't govern the machines will govern the people. In July 2024, I joined a project that began with a simple idea. The question was simple, yet incredibly difficult to achieve. What if voters, not politicians, could set the agenda? At first, I thought we were just building a digital tool, a better way to reach elected representatives. But I soon realized we were building something much bigger, a counterbalance to control. For too long, Canadians have had a power of attorney relationship with their politicians. Every 4 years, we hand them authority and hope they'll act in our best interest. But once your vote is counted, most disappear behind party walls, accountable to leadership, not to citizens. Today, most MPs and MLAs have become administrative assistants in their own ridings, cutting ribbons and taking orders from headquarters. Inside their parties, only the leader's vote truly counts. That's all that matters. Step out of line, and your voice and the voice of everyone who sent you there will be booted from that party. That's not representation, that's obedience. And that's where Toto comes in. And I've got Toto up on the screen right now. Toto is a civic engagement platform that puts voters back in the driver's seat. It lets citizens rally around issues that matter, communicate directly with the representatives, and see who's actually listening. With Toto, every voter has a digital megaphone and every politician becomes accountable in real time. The virtuous politicians, those who truly believe in representation, will reveal themselves by their use of Toto. They'll engage openly and serve the people, not the party machine. Toto eliminates excuses. Politicians can no longer claim ignorance. Citizens can no longer claim powerlessness. It restores the relationship between the governed and those who are governed. Service, not subservience. But this isn't just about communication. It's about defending sovereignty in a digital age. A digital ID connects your license, medical records, taxes, and banking into one verified profile. It sounds convenient, but it creates a single point of control. Every purchase, login, and service can be tied to your identity. If a government or corporation deems an activity restricted, access can be denied instantly, not by a person, but by software. A central bank digital currency is money issued directly by the central bank. Unlike cash, it's programmable and traceable. Rules can be embedded directly into it, where you can spend, what you can buy, and how long it is valid. If digital ID defines who you are and CBDC dictates how you spend, together they determine what freedoms you can exercise. They form a managed economy, a system where compliance becomes a condition of participation. That's why Toto exists, not to replace democracy, but to defend it. When thousands of voters unite on an issue, it's no longer opinion, it's data. It becomes visible, measurable, impossible to ignore. Because Toto uses AI responsibly, it can summarize thousands of interactions and reveal what unites Canadians. Government AI monitors people. Toto AI amplifies them. It uses the same technology that could enslave us to instead empower us. We also believe in the rule of 300, the point where growth becomes exponential. If 300 engaged citizens in one community connect and act together, everything changes. 300 becomes 3,000. 3,000 becomes 30,000. Soon, momentum is no longer digital, it's cultural. If you can reach 300, we can reach the country, because local action creates a national consequence, and it has a national impact. Toto isn't just a platform, it's a process. A way for Canadians to reclaim their democracy, one community at a time. You can join Toto right now through usetoto.com, or you can wait until December for our grand launch. But I've been working on this with my team for over a year. If we fail to take control of the first two shifts, if we let AI, digital ID, and centralization roll over us, then the third shift becomes inevitable: preparedness and community. I wrote the People's Emergency Plan to save lives. That was my #1 goal, always was, still is. It's not theory, it's survival. And I wrote it because we all know the truth. When things go wrong in Canada, it's not the government that saves us, it's people who step up. We saw it during COVID. Governments locked down citizens, crushed small businesses, censored doctors, and divided families. They failed every test of honesty and competence. It was neighbors and volunteers who kept other people alive. Preparedness isn't fear, it's leadership when official leadership collapses. I spent 25 years in the Canadian Army, planning for the worst and executing under pressure. Survival isn't luck, it's structure, process, and repetition. When I retired, I adapted these systems in my civilian life. That's what the People's Emergency Plan is: military thinking translated into civilian resilience. It teaches families to see threats clearly, build options, and make decisions before panic sets in, because panic kills reason. And when reason disappears, people die needlessly. I think we've all experienced that over the last 5 years as well. Preparedness isn't hoarding, it's capability: food, water, power, communication, security, and medical care, built from the bottom up. It's teaching your family and neighbors to function without waiting for instructions. You can't survive alone. Lone wolves don't make it in the wild. They tire, they get injured, and nobody's watching their flank. But a pack survives. The strength of the pack isn't the fastest member, it's how it protects its weakest. That's what your community must become: a pack. A team that trains, plans, and prepares together, a family of families that stands firm when the world falls apart. Start now, build your plans, build your communities, because when the next crisis hits, it won't be time to start getting ready, it will be time to execute. We are the generation standing at the edge of history's next great shift, not driven by armies or empires, but algorithms. Artificial intelligence will change how we work, digital systems will change how we live, and fear will tempt us to trade freedom for comfort. Our ancestors didn't build this country by choosing comfort. They built it by taking responsibility for their families, their communities, and each other. In The Matrix, there's a scene where Neo walks through a crowded street. Everyone looks normal until a woman in a red dress passes by. She distracts him for a moment, and in that instant, the system attacks. Morpheus says, people are not ready to be unplugged. Many are so dependent on the system, they'll fight to protect it. This wasn't fiction, it was prophecy. We're living in a country where thinking people, those who care and pay attention, are told to stay silent so that unthinking and inconvenienced people won't be offended. Where the most dependent citizens defend the system enslaving them because dependents feel safe. And like the woman in the red dress, distraction is everywhere, designed to keep us staring in the wrong direction while the system makes its next move against us. We can't save everyone. Some will resist the very freedoms that protect them. But that can't be our focus. Our mission is to reach those who can still hear, to build something strong while others remain hypnotized by comfort. Courage doesn't mean waking everyone up. It means staying awake when most refuse to see. We can't control everything the future brings, but we can control how prepared we are for it. We can use systems like Toto to hold government accountable. We can build plans like the emergency plan to keep our family safe. And we can rebuild the trust that holds us together when everything else fails. Technology doesn't decide what kind of world we live in. We do. People do. Canadians do. Ours is a generation not being tested just by war, but by confusion. Not just by invasion, but by manipulation. And the only way through it is with courage, clarity, and community. So build your plans, build your teams, build your communities, because the future will belong to those who are prepared to lead when everyone else is waiting to be led. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a communications director for secondstreet.org, a Canadian public policy think tank focused on healthcare reform, where he advocates for innovative solutions to Saskatchewan's chronic surgical backlogs and wait times. Please give a warm welcome to Dom Lucyk.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Or this afternoon, I should say. Thanks so much to all the other speakers, the organizers, Shaun for doing a great job, especially everyone who had to travel. My trip here was about 8 minutes. I live in Glencairn, so it was easy. Love it when you get invited out to something where there's no inconvenience to you whatsoever. As Shaun said, I work for a group called secondstreet.org. We're a public policy think tank. I live here in Regina, and we have staff all around the country. As you can see there, I was speaking to some media in Windsor, Ontario at that time. We do research, we do storytelling, mostly about the Canadian healthcare system. We'll also talk about issues like affordability, things like pushing for the end of supply management. We'll do things like, we'll talk about education policy as well. So we'll do the research, and then I think what makes us kind of unique is we'll always try to tie it to a real person's story. So we'll interview people and make video documentaries that showcase issues in Canadian policy. So yeah, I'm really glad to be able to talk to you guys about healthcare reform today. And I think before we can get into the solutions to the problem, we have to really get into the problem itself. And all you have to do is turn on your computer or the radio station or wherever it may be that you get your news, and you'll see headlines like this all over the place. And it's not just the headlines. The numbers back it up. This is a project that we do regularly. We track down the number of patients who are on wait lists in total. So this is people who are, whether they're waiting for a hip surgery or to get an MRI or whatever it might be. 3.7 million Canadians as of our latest update. And the issue with that is that we get incomplete data from provinces. So doing some mathematics, the true total is actually closer to 6 million, which is crazy when you think about it. If you're not on a wait list, you probably know someone who is. It's not just people waiting. The wait times are going up thanks to the Fraser Institute for this data. They've been doing their wait list time report annually since I think it's 1993, yeah. And as you can see, the wait times have been going up and up and up. These are just average wait times. Of course, you know people who have waited years for surgery. And sadly, waitlist deaths are becoming more and more common. We started tracking this number back in 2018-19. Since then, 76,000 people died waiting for surgery or diagnostics. So it's a really sobering stat, and it just goes to show that despite all the flowery language you hear when you talk with someone about healthcare, that, well, you know, at least we're not the US, Canada has one of the best systems in the world, it's just not true. But it's not just numbers. Let's talk about the people who are affected by this, because it's really easy to just talk about numbers, but they're kind of abstract, right? You hear thousands and millions, and it's kind of hard to quantify. So I just thought I would share some of the stories that we and some media groups have brought to light as well. So on the left there is a woman by the name of Debbie Fuster. She lived in Manitoba. She lost her life just last year. She was waiting for heart surgery. She was told that she would need to get it within a matter of a few weeks, and she managed to hold out for about 2 months. The government, the Manitoba government, without even contacting her to tell her when her surgery might have been, they just didn't get in touch with her, and she died. It's tragic, right? I mean, can you imagine not even knowing whether or not you'll get the surgery that might save your life, right? So we talked to her family afterwards, and they said, you know, if we had known, we would have just left the country. She was relatively young. She was a grandmother. Now she's no longer with us thanks to the failures of the Canadian healthcare system. This next woman on the right there is Alison Ducluseau. She's from Vancouver Island in BC. Very lovely woman. I've met her before, and she's still with us. She had a rare form of cancer. BC Health told her, well, you know, we're not too sure about your odds of survival, so, you know, we won't treat you. We won't give you the surgery that might save your life. We will offer you assisted suicide if you'd like it. Allison said, no, thank you very much. She traveled to the United States and she got life-saving surgery. It's been a couple of years now, and she's doing fine. That's a recent photo, and you can tell she's very vibrant and beautiful because she took these matters into her own hands. Next up, on the left there, this is one of the saddest stories. A young man from, I believe it was Burlington, Ontario. His name's Finley Vanderwerk, and he was 16 at the time, last year. He went into the ER with very, very severe headaches and what turned out to be pneumonia. He was, if you look at the triage system, he was supposed to see a doctor within 15 minutes. He did not see a doctor within 8.5 hours. Then he died. Now, his parents are now suing the hospital in Burnaby, which I think is great for them. But, I mean, the fellow is 16 years old, and he's no longer with us, again, thanks to the failures in the Canadian healthcare system. Next up, and finally, I just want to highlight this fellow on the right here. His name's Jeff Chrishell. He's a rural Albertan guy from not far from Edmonton. He had some severe back problems that caused him chronic pain every day, and there was a surgery that could fix it. Now, he was told that it would be a year-long wait, and he didn't want to deal with that because he could barely get out of bed in the morning, right? So Jeff did some research, and he discovered, oh, you know, there's a private clinic in Calgary that actually offers the surgery that I need. I might as well go down there and pay for it, and everything will be skippity-doo-dah. He called them, and he was told, well, I'm sorry, Jeff, but you're an Albertan. We're not allowed to operate on Albertans. That's right. So rather than take the 3-hour drive down from Edmonton to Calgary, he flew to the U.S. and got surgery, which was, of course, more expensive. He couldn't have his family with him and all that. And so the reason I saved Jeff's story for last there is because it kind of gets into the solutions that I want to talk about, the ways we can fix the system. So what can we do about it? Well, there's one thing that we hear all the time from unions, from politicians, from activists. How do we fix the system? Let's see, how do we play this here? Can you click the play button for me? Everyone knows this clip, I'm sure.
What exactly does Canada want?
We want more money. Yeah, more money.
That's good. More money from where?
Just more money, you know. Canada doesn't get enough money. Other countries have lots of money. We want some of that money.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean that's basically what the discourse is, right? When you talk to someone, let's see here. Can we just get to the next slide here? But yeah, like the discourse around it is always, we just need more money, more money, more money. Well, unfortunately, we have had more money in the system. Cheaper. Oh, PowerPoint does not like external links. This is not my clip. I think maybe just one over to the left there. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. But yeah, as you can see on this graph here, the Canadian Institute for Health Information tracks the number of spending per person on healthcare every year. And so what we did is we just compared it to the rate of inflation. And as you can see, since 1993, spending has gone up way past the rate of inflation per patient. And yet, at the same time, all these metrics of wait times, waitlist deaths, and the number of patients on wait lists have gone up. So clearly, more money is not the solution. So what do? Well, we can be like these guys. The Swedish chef there, the French waiter, and the knifey spoony guy. Great representations of other countries that have universal healthcare systems, but do things so much better than we do. Sweden, France, Australia, and those are just a few that we really like to point out. But really, any developed country with a universal healthcare system probably does it better than Canada. So one of the big things they do differently is choice. So we can either be like those fun characters here, or we can be like these guys. The only nations in the world with universal healthcare systems that broadly ban patients from paying for surgery within their own jurisdiction are North Korea, Cuba, and Canada. It makes no sense whatsoever. And the reason that allowing choice in healthcare helps so much is because every time that someone decides to pay for private surgery, they move off of the government wait list. And so if I don't want to pay because I can't afford it, but someone else can, I move up a spot when they get out of the public system. So this is what they do everywhere else. And yeah, it works broadly. The only area in Canada where that is currently legal is, you know what, can someone guess? They have a right in a place in Canada that we don't have here. Quebec, you're right, yes, in Quebec. There was a Supreme Court case in 2005 which granted them that right, but it did not extend to the rest of the country. How unfortunate. Next up is a policy called activity-based funding. So it's a really neat program. Basically how it works is instead of simply writing a big check to hospitals at the beginning of the year and saying, hey, do your best, you actually fund hospitals and clinics based on the number of procedures that they provide. So again, this is what they do in Australia and Sweden. And basically, it just kind of shifts the incentive structure. I mean, imagine if you went to a grocery store, you slapped down a $100 bill and you said, hey, give me a lot of groceries. What would you get? I have no idea. Probably not what you want, right? So it just kind of shifts the incentive structure, and it makes it so that the system looks at patients as more of an opportunity rather than an obligation. It's not like, oh, here's somebody that I have to provide care for. It's, oh, here's someone that I can care for, and then we bring more funding into our hospitals. Now, thankfully, we are starting to see some movement on this in Canada. Quebec has been doing it since the mid-2010s, and they've actually managed to reduce their diagnostic wait times. It's still on a limited basis, but they've seen some positive results for it. And Alberta Premier Danielle Smith just announced last year that they would be moving over to that model in Alberta. So it's very hopeful to see, and perhaps Saskatchewan will follow suit. Next up is the cross-border directive. Now, this is a really neat policy from the European Union that I actually went to Ireland to check out. boy, was that ever cool. One of the best places I've ever visited. It's beautiful. So the way that it works is if there's a wait list in your country, you can actually go to another country within the European Union, pay for surgery, and then be reimbursed for up to the same amount it would cost to get it done in your home country. So if I'm an Irish citizen and I go to France to get hip surgery, let's say it costs the Irish government $10,000, it costs the French government $12,000. I basically have to pay $2,000 for that, and what this does is it just opens up a wealth of opportunities and choice for patients, and it's basically cost neutral in the long run because you've committed to paying for these surgeries anyway within a universal system. So I went to Ireland to check this out, and basically what they do is they put a bunch of senior citizens on a bus who need cataract surgery, and they drive them up to Northern Ireland, which is not in the EU anymore, but they've kind of kept this program going between Ireland and Northern Ireland. And in an afternoon, they just cut the cataract wait list because they get 80 patients done, where they don't have the capacity to do it in Ireland, but they do in Northern Ireland. So if we did this, it would open up so many opportunities. I mean, think about loading up a bus of people in Estevan to go down to Minot for surgery. Or if, to an even greater degree in Eastern Canada, I mean, if you look at somewhere like Windsor, which is right across the border with Detroit, you could get thousands of surgeries done and just immediately lower wait times. So what can you do about it? We've talked at length about some of these solutions and the problems within the system. I hope that you've enjoyed. I'm not sure, it's been a while since I've done one of these speeches, but we've got some resources that are helpful for you. Patientoptions.ca, you can write that down if you'd like. If you are dealing with a health problem, you can go there, and we have a lot of tips on how to navigate the public system within Canada, as well as ways to access private care outside of Canada. I'll also be, I've got a booth here. I'm not sure how much time we'll have after the speeches and all that, but come visit me. If you have a story, feel free to share it, because there's a chance we might want to profile it. And oftentimes when these cases get attention, unfortunately it has to work this way, but with the state of the system, but when these cases get attention, oftentimes that can move the process along. Secondly, you can go to our website healthreformnow.ca, which breaks down in much greater detail the solutions I was talking about today, and you can share that with your politicians, mostly provincial politicians, because they're more responsible for healthcare policy. And then finally, just share stories. As I said, I think it's really important to put faces to numbers. So I think I'm about out of time, so thank you for yours. Cheers.
Our final keynote of this afternoon, is the president and CEO of Bow Valley Credit Union. He has over 20 years of experience in the banking industry and is a chartered professional accountant. Please give a warm welcome to Brett Oland.
Mic one, I guess. Hi there. As Shaun mentioned, my name is Brett Oland. I'm the CEO of Bow Valley Credit Union, although I'm not representing Bow Valley Credit Union today because we're not allowed to operate in Alberta yet, but as talked about earlier, we are working on that. But I'd just like you to take a look at all those stupid letters after my name, because they're going to come up a little bit later. So, although I'm an Albertan, by default I'm a Saskey. I did grow up in Medicine Hat, so Medicine Hat is pretty much Saskatchewan, if you didn't know. I also married somebody like Mitch from Saskatchewan. She's from a little town called Foam Lake. Who's ever been to Foam Lake or heard of Foam Lake? Oh, lots of you. Guess what? She's never taken me there. And we've been married for 17 years, And one time, about 15 years ago, I had a dream. And I dreamt that Foam Lake was this beautiful, majestic lake. And it had a water slide going into it. And I woke up and I was quite upset. And I was like, why haven't you ever taken me to Foam Lake? This is unbelievable. And she said, it's not like that. There's not even a water slide. But as I was doing this presentation, look at this. The Foam Lake water slide. And take a look at the sign here that I found also. Foam Lake, the best place in the world to live. And she's never taken me there. Unbelievable. We'll work on that. Anyway, it's a bone I have to pick. A lot of the topics I'm going to talk about today, we've covered some of them, but I just want to sort of grind it home. And unfortunately, it's some more doom and gloom, but there is a nugget of good news in the third point there that I see. Anyway, I want to talk a little bit more about currency debasement, and we've talked about inflation quite a bit here today, but there's this concept of nominal value versus of money and real value versus money. And the best example that I can give, if you had a crisp $100 bill today, you could stick that in your sock drawer, and in 20 years from now, it would still say $100 on it. But the big difference is the real value of that money has gone down significantly. The actual purchasing power of that $100, I can almost guarantee, is going to be worth a lot less in 20 years' time than it is today. And we've all seen quite stark examples of that just recently in the last 5 years. Housing's much more expensive. Cars are much more expensive. Insurance, tax, energy, all more expensive. And it's a result of all this currency debasement, or this printing in the background that's been done largely by central banks and the government deficit spending. And so that's a major theme that's going to be happening in my mind going forward, and it's going to be a real big push and pull. So first of all, let's talk about the baby boomers. So they are the most productive generation that we've ever seen in the history of the world. But they also started the most social programs that have ever been seen in the history of the world. And as we know, a lot of these baby boomers are starting to retire and sadly passing away. But as they retire and pass away, the productivity of Canada is declining, especially compared to the United States. We saw that there's the COVID spike in 2020 that went downhill, and ever since then, the Americans have been going sort of up and to the right, and Canadians, we tried for a bit, but now our productivity is significantly declining. So now, there's a big problem with that. It's the baby boomers have come to understand the standard of living that they should be used to, and what's happened is when in retirement they expect all these social programs that they've come to know and love to continue. But part of the problem is the productivity is not there, so we don't have the ability to pay for it. And so what the government's done in the background is basically just printed the difference to be keeping up with that. And we had a bit of a political panel there. In my opinion, that's a big part of why Mark Carney got hired into the job. He was basically proposing zero change. We're just going to print to high heaven, to hell with the next generations. They can pay for it. We want to maintain our standard of living. And a lot of the baby boomer generation bought it. And Pierre Poilievre was basically suggesting, no, we want big change in this country. And all the baby boomers were saying, no, we like this standard of living. So it's almost in a place where unfortunately, a lot of people couldn't see beyond their nose about what it was doing to debase the currency and make things much more difficult, and I think it's going to continue going forward. And so they're inevitably just going to print the money. So everybody say with me, print the money. Print the money. It's going to come up a lot here today. Next major trend is this concept of East versus West. There's this idea that there's global factions that are out there today. The global West is effectively United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, Japan, South Korea. That's considered the global West. And the global east is basically all the other producing countries, the Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, are considered the global east. And so for about the past 50 years, there's been this deal in place where the Americans especially, but us in Canada as consumers as well, basically create green pieces of paper and send them to all these producing nations, and then they send us crap. They send us goods and commodities, and we think it's a great deal because, well, we're just giving them useless pieces of paper. Well, it got to a point where all this global east, said, well, we want a return. We're making a bunch of money off this. We've got big surpluses from all this green pieces of paper you're sending us, but we want actual return on our investment. And so the United States basically said, sure, we can give you something called a U.S. Treasury, and we can give you a yield on that U.S. Treasury. And right now that yield is about 4%, and you keep that in mind. But part of the problem is the United States is debasing the currency or printing up to 8% more dollar bills every single year. So all of a sudden this deal that they had in place is not working for the global east anymore. They're saying, wait a minute, you're giving us all these pieces of paper, you're only paying us 4% in return, and you're inflating the dollar by 8% per year. We're losing 4% every single year of our purchasing power. That $100 bill that's sitting in that sock drawer, they're devaluing it by 8% every year in the United States. So the global east basically changed the deal. And they said, well, we're just going to buy U.S. equities, U.S. assets, U.S. real estate. And it's inflated the prices to a point and hollowed out the middle class into the United States to the point where a populist government came in, being Donald Trump, and he basically said, no more. We're not doing this anymore. And that's a lot of the root of the issue behind the tariffs, is basically saying, we no longer want your money here invested because you're making lives of the Americans miserable and hollowing out our middle sector, and nobody can get ahead. And this is basically what they're saying. So now, there is a solution, because there's all this U.S. debt that's out there. I don't know if you've seen the debt clock lately, but there's about 37 trillion with a T U.S. debt outstanding. And it grows by about $1 trillion every 100 days of debt. So as you can imagine, the actual interest on that debt is just astronomical. And the way interest works on especially sovereign debt is that the less likely that you are to pay, the higher the interest rate is going to be on that. And it turns into a bit of a vicious cycle. So it's nobody buys the debt, so the interest rate is higher. Nobody's buying the debt, so we have to print the currency to actually pay for this debt, and the interest rate goes higher as a result of that, and then we don't have enough tax revenue, so we have to print more debt. So it turns into a very vicious cycle. And the United States understands that the global east is no longer buying their debt. There are countries like Canada, the UK, and the Cayman Islands actually buying the US debt, but it's actually not even enough to buy that outstanding $1 trillion every 100 days that comes online. So who's heard of the Genius Act? Has anybody heard of the Genius Act out there? Few of you. Yeah, so the Genius Act is all around stable coins. So it's a cryptocurrency that they're trying to put legislation in around being able to use stable coins effectively as a US dollar. But what they're suggesting is, in order to use these stable coins, then you have to buy US treasuries to back these things up. So effectively, the US government has created another vehicle to stuff all this debt into. So as you can tell, this cycle will not improve. It's just going to keep on going on and on and on. They're just going to print more and more and more debt. And again, they're going to, say it with me now, print the money. And it's going to continue to debase every single dollar that you've earned beforehand. And it's especially worrisome for people that have worked 30, 40, 50 years saving up a bunch of money and trying to stick it in a bank account and make ends meet at the end of that 50-year cycle. So last piece I want to talk about is artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. I don't have to explain artificial intelligence, but to you. So remember those letters behind my name that you saw earlier? They mean crap now. They mean nothing. So here's a small example. I was interested in a tax question for Bow Valley Credit Union. It's a fairly simple tax question. I didn't really care, but I was curious. And so I asked an accounting firm, well, can you give me the answer to this tax question? And they said, they hummed and hawed, and then 4 weeks went by, and then I tapped them on the shoulder again. Hey, can you do it? Yeah, just a minute. Give us a few weeks and we'll put together a proposal. 2 weeks go past, I had to tap them on the shoulder again. They sent me a proposal, and it was $15,000, and it was going to take 6 weeks to accomplish. And I said, well, I don't care that much. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I went into Grok's AI, and within about 30 seconds, and zero cost, I had the answer. So I saved myself 6 weeks of time and $15,000. So this is a very, very powerful tool. And if you take a look at this next chart here, it's the red squiggly line is the productivity of the S&P 500 in the United States. And the white line is job openings in the United States. And wouldn't you know it, as soon as ChatGPT, one of these AI, the very new models of OpenAI opened up, job posting started to decline significantly. So anybody that is coming out of university or college, these entry-level positions, it's going to be very challenging times. So they're suggesting that 20% of the workforce will come out and they'll be 10 times more effective when they're using AI. But there's a bottom 80% that will not make it. So, as talked about in one of the speakers there, I could see there'd be universal basic income, debt forgiveness. We already saw this in the United States under the Biden administration, where they were actually giving student debt forgiveness. Remember that? I could see things like rent caps coming in place, government subsidies, cost controls. All this means, say it with me now, print the money. So now there is a glimmer of hope that I talked about. Where do we live? In Alberta and Saskatchewan, right? Well, there's a lot of things that need to be done in Alberta and Saskatchewan that can't be done by AI. So there's a real glimmer of hope, but the thing is, it's going to mean that likely eastern provinces are going to be relying heavily, especially in legal, financial sectors, tech sectors, are going to be heavily relying on people that actually do something and actually are productive and actually use your hands. And what I'm doing is actually encouraging, I have 2 kids, one of them's 16, one of them's 13. I'm actually encouraging my 16-year-old to find a trade and get into a trade. Because all those fancy letters after your name aren't going to mean jack. When somebody can look up something in 15 seconds and find an answer, all of a sudden everybody's an expert, right? So all these pushes and pulls of deflation, inflation, we've lived under this very calm system up to now with the Foam Lake water slide, but I'm suggesting where we're going to be going, massive deflationary pressures from artificial intelligence, with the lack of productivity of baby boomers, with this battle between the East and the West is going to come crashing in place, and the governments are going to constantly use debasement to try and counteract all these deflationary forces. So Bow Valley Credit Union, what we're proposing is everybody needs to take a serious look at things that can't be debased, like gold, Bitcoin, silver, these things that basically get you out of the way of that tidal wave. The people, I've even encouraging younger people, if you want to afford a house, later on, 10, 15 years from now, start saving in gold, silver, and Bitcoin, because it's probably the only way that you're going to be able to afford a down payment on something like this. So hopefully that's a little bit of a suggestion and a bit of a takeaway to try and get out of this tsunami wave coming towards people's way. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, our final round table, we're going to have Wayne Peters come on back up, and then Dom, Tom, and Brett.
Have you guys had enough yet? Anybody ready to surrender? No? Good. We'll try and make...
Put my training wheels on.
All right, well, thanks everybody for hanging out for
Not
through
on.
all of this, and nobody's napping on the floors yet. Everybody's still clapping and taking it all in. I'm going to change it up a little bit here, the last segment. It's not going to stray from that, but I think we're kind of going to adapt it a little bit to what I think, personally, I think we're all here for. We've been identifying examples of problems, issues, federal government overreach all day. There's no end to that. I think what everybody's looking for here are solutions. Am I right? Right. All right. So we're just going to change it up a little bit, and so I'm going to set it up with this and get, you know, everybody here on the panel's got a slightly different expertise, and understanding that federal overreach is based on laws, right? They're exceeding their capacity within the law, and understanding that laws are nothing more than rules agreed upon by a small number of people and then enforced upon the masses. How do we successfully find solutions to some of that government overreach within the laws without going to a full mutiny from each of our individual perspectives on what we contribute to some of those things? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, that's why we're all here, is combating some form of asset or some way, shape, or form of the overreach by the governments within our skill sets and fields. So may as well, you know, see you deep in thought there already, Brett.
Yeah, maybe I'll just give an example of what Bow Valley Credit Union did. We came to the conclusion that the COVID stimmy checks and the loans that went out all over the place, all over the country, was going to be massively inflationary. So we wanted to be able to protect our organization as well as our membership from what we saw was this massive wave of inflation coming our way. So now, once we made that decision, we started buying gold hand over fist. Buy. Then the regulator stepped in and said, you're not allowed to buy commodities as a financial institution with your status. And so what we did is we poured over the Credit Union Act, which we have to follow, and we actually found a loophole where we could actually purchase legal tender. So we can actually purchase gold coins and silver coins because there's a Canadian dollar value on those coins. And the thing is, it doesn't matter in my mind the legal piece that people try and put in place. There's always going to be a loophole that they'll never be to close up. And you know, the harder they try and close those loopholes, I think the more stupid they look and the more authoritarian they get when they try and close these loopholes. So I think that's probably one of our best bets is if they throw it at us, look for the loopholes.
So as that kind of goes along the lines, if you're going to travel with more than $10,000, do it in $50 gold coins?
I've always wondered the answer to that question, actually, but the thing is, it's like it's legal tender, so, but
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
Hey, if you've got all that gold sitting around, Brett, can I have some?
It's too expensive these days. Talk to these guys.
Yeah, you know, I find that really interesting. I think to answer your question, Wayne, I think on a policy level, a lot of these issues, you know, I think we kind of underestimate how big provincial governments are in Canada and how much power and influence they have. I think that, of course, you're going to see federal government overreach. You're going to see them trying to meddle with provinces who come up with innovative policy solutions. I think what you kind of have to do is just kind of throw caution to the wind and go forward with a lot of these things. You know, in healthcare, which is kind of my area of focus, you see oftentimes that provinces will be hesitant to move forward with health reform because of the fact that they get a lot of their funding from the federal government. The federal government will threaten to claw back that funding. But if you just go ahead and do something, if say Saskatchewan or Alberta were to just come out and say, hey, we're going to let people pay for healthcare, and we saw wait lists shrink, I think the public outcry against the feds, were they to you know, punish Saskatchewan and Alberta for putting in place a new measure that really helped, I think that would be a measure of accountability that would potentially stop them from sticking their fingers in the future.
I think we've heard from some folks today that have shown us exactly how far the government is willing to overreach when it comes to medical and healthcare in this country. So how do we get past the level of control and literally, you know, there is overreach at every level of the healthcare system, from the top right down to the patient level. How does John Q. Public navigate about building something better than that without being impeded upon with more government overreach?
Yeah, you know, it's a good question, and I do think that at some level it is a cultural issue. I don't think that the government policy will change until people start to change their minds and realize that this status quo doesn't work and can't work moving into the future. And so, yeah, I think, you know, as I said in my presentation, I think just talking about these issues is a big way to help, and, you know, sharing these stories and saying, hey, you know, this happened to me, this happened to my aunt, my grandmother, whoever it was. But yeah, as far as the policy side of it goes, yeah, it's difficult to say because, you know, out here in the West we don't really have any influence in the federal government, and that's just kind of how the system is set up. Whereas you know, in Ontario and all that, their votes, you know, count for more than ours. But yeah, I think, yeah, it's a cultural thing, and then just kind of pushing our provinces to make those changes can pay dividends in the long run.
So. Keeping in line with the solutions to government overreach, I think one of the big things is for us to realize that it affects every facet of our life, and I think the convoy really showed that, Tom, where it started out, you know, opposing government overreach, but turned into overreach by policing and every authority along the way. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, it is. And you know, when I was speaking early with those amazing pair of glasses I have, I was dead serious when I talk about that. For far too long, Canadians have had a power of attorney relationship with their government. Literally, like I couldn't be more serious about that. But I've seen one example in my lifetime where maybe that's not the case. And it was with Mitch and Take Back Alberta. Organizations finally said, we will set the agenda for you guys. We will get involved. If you don't comply with the will of the people in this province, then we'll make the changes for you. And we'll use the legal mechanisms, you know. I'm not a big fan of civil wars, clearly. I hope that's clear for everybody. I think it's a horrible thing. Nobody who's ever served in uniform would ever wish that on their own country. And I know an example the Czechoslovakia in Eastern Europe actually split into two countries peacefully. I think there was one fatality. Peacefully they did that. But at the end of the day, if the voters don't make their wishes known, if they sit back and rely on voter empathy and keep and maintain and strengthen this power of attorney relationship, well, then the voters deserve to be steamrolled. And I don't say that lightly. Like, if you're going to sit back and do nothing and not get involved and not treat these people, like, it's one thing to say, hey, you work for us. It's another to believe it and act like it. And hold these people accountable through organizations like Take Back Alberta. And I know in Ontario they have Take Back Ontario. I don't think that they've been very successful there yet. Maybe they'll grow over time. But at the end of the day, if your voters continue to allow themselves to be preyed on by a political class that knows you're not watching, knows you don't care, knows that you don't vote, and is completely disengaged from the process, then you're going to be steamrolled. And that is how we got to the COVID era to begin with. We never before in my lifetime, I'm 52 years old, so in my lifetime, I'm looking at Canada, and it's the first time that I can say that Canadians actually understand politics for the first time in 52 years. It's the first time. I was sitting with Chris and Tamara, Keith Wilson, Eva Chipiuk, and Brian Peckford at the I think the Westin Hotel in Ottawa, getting a lesson, and this is the irony of this, I'm getting a lesson from the last living Canadian who signed the Charter of Rights and Freedoms into law. I'm getting a lesson from the very guy who gave us the Charter of Rights and Freedoms the moment we all lost our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country. And it happened when Canadians finally had enough after 2 years of being ignored and having politicians not listen. So they finally decided to do something about it and to go to Ottawa and make their wishes known, their intentions known. And even then, at that point, they still didn't listen. They invoked the Emergencies Act. We all know it was illegal. Justice Mosley ruled that it was illegal. They still went forward and did it anyway. But that's no reason to retreat. That's no reason to fear these people. We outnumber them like thousands to one. Why are we yielding our own personal agency to a bunch of people? It's because they know that we have a power of attorney relationship with them. In Ontario, in April, after the convoy, Doug Ford passed Bill 100, which makes it virtually impossible to have another protest in the province of Ontario involving a vehicle. You can do a year in jail, a $100,000 fine, or both, and if the police officer charges you and is found to be, he abused his authority, he's got immunity. People don't know that, but this is the problem that we have. We allow it when we don't engage. So to see organizations like Take Back Alberta build their membership, take action, grow their base, we don't create the fertile ground for politicians to steamroll over us with legislation. We put ourselves in the driver's seat and we tell them how it's going to go. And it's the only way you're going to get through the overreach. Now, I could go on for hours about this, I'm sure, but you have other smarter people than I am, and you probably want to hear from them. But at the end of the day, if you maintain a power of relationship with your politicians, then they're going to make the decisions for you.
Well, I've got an official word from Shaun that we've got a couple of extra minutes so on this before they're going to pull the old cane and the hook on us. But it seems to me that it comes down to that, understanding politics, how this is created, and the base of that being, all of the overreach still comes from the same small groups of people that are making up rules, adaptive as they go, to the point here now where our fundamental values that were supposed to be enshrined mean absolutely nothing more than all those letters at the back end of your name, per se. You know, I don't know if there's one left in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms that our government hasn't broken in the last 4 to 5 years. So how do we get our communities to get more engaged in building something or doing something more than than waiting to get steamrolled? Because that's what I see coming too. And I don't think it's as much apathy as it is not having solutions. I think people care, but they just don't have appropriate solutions.
Okay, let me just add one more comment to that. Yes, Justin Trudeau and the Liberal government, they set the conditions for what manifested the convoy. The premiers of every province, Scott Moe, Jason Kenney, they set the conditions for all of that to happen. But the people who executed all of those things to happen that affected all of our lives, they were all done at the local level. We were all victimized by local politicians, local police, local councils, bylaw, institution, churches, schools, banks. Not yours. Yours is awesome. I want to join, but I'm terrible. So everything that was done to us was by people in our own communities. And so this is where we have to flip it around and say, fine, you've got 10 school board positions. We're going to put 100 candidates for those 10 positions. We are going to overwhelm that and make sure one of our 10 gets in every one of those seats. We're going to completely overwhelm it if we can mobilize the numbers. Same thing, local townships. I met a man just out in the hallway. He had a really cool name, but he's now the reeve of his town. And he just joined the conversation before. It's local action has national consequence. So when you take back your local municipality or town and you get control of those institutions, then you can push back hard against the provincial government or push back even harder against the federal.
Yeah, the same thing happened within our credit union. So basically, we made a decision that we weren't going to freeze anybody's bank accounts during the trucker convoy. So now, that was a bit of a last straw for some of the members of the board. And basically, they wanted to implement COVID mandate shot policy. They wanted people to get their accounts frozen. And so what happened was, because you're a locally owned credit union, we overran them. And so we got everybody to come out and vote for the members on the board that they wanted in place. And so it does take time. It takes sometimes years for it to happen. But the thing is, enough meaningful people with a will can even overrun an organization like that. So it happens. It takes time, but it can happen.
I'd also kind of like to piggyback off your point, Tom, that I think another place that is responsible for a lot of these bad policies that come out and make our lives worse and take away our liberties is actually the universities. I think we can't underestimate. Yeah, I don't think we can underestimate the role that they play in kind of spreading a lot of these ideas in that, a lot of the papers that come out there then wind up in the media and the headlines that people read and talk about. I was at the U of R a few days ago. There's a campus group called Generation Screwed, which a young friend of mine is involved in, and I was just kind of showing him how to work a table. And just some of the comments that I got from people walking by just shocked me, because this group is just about lowering taxes, right? They're very moderate. I think a lot of people can agree with that goal. But yeah, it's the cultural issue with the universities. I think really can't be underestimated. And so if you have young friends or family members who are active students or anyone in faculty, I think you can't stress the importance enough of them trying to switch that culture around to more, positive, liberty-minded ideas.
Can I touch that one too?
Sure.
Okay.
We got extra time. Use it.
When COVID happened, I actually got my dream job. I was teaching in a college in Ontario, and I loved it. I taught software. I taught machine learning, some stuff like that on the AI side. But there was an opportunity to teach a course called Issues and Challenges with AI. And it was brand new, and they said, who wants to take it? I jumped on it. Because to me, it was a case of AI ethics. And, you know, I was fully immersed in the AI idea, especially not so much on the technical piece, but on the ethics of AI to begin with. I had a friend of mine, he's a full colonel, he worked in NATO headquarters. I think at the time he was in Turkey. Brought him in as a guest speaker talking about AI in warfare. You know, I was really dedicated to this thing, but being in post-secondary was the first time I was ever exposed to the land acknowledgements. And I didn't know, I thought it was something just local to the Barrie, Ontario area. I had no idea that it was Canada-wide. And, you know, I would go to these meetings with these professors, and they would constantly talk about critical thinking, critical thinking, critical thinking. COVID shows up, and I found out that people knew how to talk about critical thinking. They just didn't actually know how to do it. And, you know, when the mandate came out, I was teaching for 18 months from home, and we started school in September, and we get the classes started, we get through the first week, and an email came down from the dean or the president of the college saying, in order to keep your job, you have to get this jab. And I'm teaching from home. And so I basically did the equivalent of a reply all. And I said, are you aware of these 10 different areas of Canadian law under the Canadian Criminal Code? Are you aware of, you know, human rights? Are you aware of PEPITA? Are you aware of informed consent, of all these different things? 3 days later, I got fired. But here's the thing that really struck me, is I did like a reply all, so I sent it out to probably about 300 professors and some staff. The first person said, hit a reply and said, take me off your distribution list. And then a second later, another one, and another one, and another one. It got so bad I had to shut off my computer because all of these professors that professed to be great at critical thinking couldn't do it. And they all said to me, take me off your distribution list. They didn't want to hear it. In fact, one person finally stepped up and said, you know, do we want to hear what this guy has to say? And another professor with a PhD said, no, we should rally against this guy. These are the people training your children in critical thinking, right? And so if you were to look at the demographics across the votes, liberal versus conservative, I challenge you to look at the results of a university town and look at the voting records of a university or college town. I bet you it correlates. University towns will vote liberal, non-university towns won't.
I was having this conversation last night as well about all of the capital cities in our country. All of the capital cities in every province are all dependent on that mechanism that's always screaming, print the money, print the money, print the money. So they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them. But at the end of the day, I'm going to have to thank Shaun for this segment because it's vindicating everything that I've been saying, that localism is the 100% safe and effective cure for the globalism. And this is where, as a nation with very distinct regions, it's going to be a different base of solutions that is going to have to be implemented or even thought about or discussed. What the opportunity is in Alberta and Saskatchewan to get back into productivity and manufacturing outside of being trapped in losing your education, meaning nothing because you're in a bubble that doesn't exist anymore for a career. And this is what's going to happen by the time people, enter into their university. By the time they get out, there isn't even a job in that field left. This is some of the things that I think perhaps our young people maybe perhaps understand better than even we do, and they are looking around at all of us going, what a bunch of clowns, right? And so how can we really blame them? They're coming out of these, from how I describe these universities and colleges, the education systems is churning out child soldiers for cultural Marxist revolutions, because we're not offering them any solutions either, and I think that is incumbent on us to come back to our localism, and is how do we provide and do something that isn't controlled by the government overreach. Thoughts?
You know, I wonder about, doesn't Jordan Peterson have an online university or something like that? Yeah, no, it's an interesting question because I remember I graduated high school I think 9 or 10 years ago at this point, and it was kind of the default in Swift Current, Saskatchewan. It was kind of the default that when you graduate high school you go right into university, and I don't know whether or not that's kind of changed over the past decade or so, if people are more open towards taking alternative post-secondary education or going right into the workforce or anything like that. I think that's something that should be encouraged. I mean, I went to university for 2 years and then realized I wasn't learning anything, and went to radio college. Again, I think it's one of those cultural things that if parents and people who have relationships with younger people can kind of tell them, like, hey, you don't necessarily have to go take a critical theory degree to have a career. You can be successful and be a productive, interesting person without necessarily having to do that. I think that's part of it.
So is then the solution exactly as we've been discussing here, as we get into more of a micro world, a micro society, where different regions, different needs, different opportunities within them, is it inevitable that we do separate into a bunch of different territories and nations? Because at some point the insanity is going to break. I've heard speculators say we might have 6 months left with the next system. Or with this system before things go absolutely sideways. So what is the solution now to be preparing ourselves for whatever might come? And to this I would refer to, for at the base level, the prime reality level. Tom, your book, The People's Emergency Plan, I rave about that book everywhere I go, and multiple times a week on my show, because I spent 15 years in fire and rescue and a bunch of years in the media now, and people are very unprepared, and this is, I think we're at a gut check point time in our region here of this country, that how long do you linger over something that is incapable of sustaining itself?
I have this sort of desire, this burn. I don't exactly know where it comes from, but a couple of years ago I announced that I was running for the Ontario Party a few months after the convoy, and Druthers was there, and they interviewed me after I spoke and announced that I was running, and they asked me, the question was really simple: what does freedom mean to you? And it stopped me in my tracks. Like, I had to not quite take a knee, but I had to think about the answer. And it came to me that for me, freedom is the absence of fear in my life. And so to elaborate that a little bit on that is, when I'm not afraid that I'm going to lose my job, when I'm not afraid I'm going to lose my house, when I'm not afraid of my government, when I'm not afraid of those institutions within society that are coming for me, then I'm more free. I am more free. In my mind, I'm more free. And so I do a lot of research. I'm actually researching for another book, and it is to try to help people. And I'm writing a book about the new economy, the future economy in Canada, and the disruption that AI is going to cause for the employment market across the world. And I'll be honest with you, the genie's out of the bottle. It's not going back in. We cannot internationally afford to abstain from AI in Canada. It's not possible for us to do that to remain competitive. Now, I have 2 kids. One of them is 9, the other one's 19. Through a lot of medical reasons, my oldest, my 19-year-old, he's not going to finish high school. But he's a self-taught programmer, and he started his own business, and he's doing that. Now, my daughter, I don't know what the future holds for her, But what I can tell you is I am not going to encourage her to go and spend crazy amounts of money to go into debt, or even spend my own money to send her to a university or a college. Because by the time she gets there, I mean, how many people here are on ChatGPT right now or use it, right? Okay, I never even heard about that until 2.5 years ago. Okay, but everybody, like, this is growing rapidly. Everybody is using some form of a large language model. And so we're not going to see this disruption to the employment market like we've seen with other technological things. This is going to be exponentially fast. And I'm already feeling it in the company that I belong to. We're starting to use AI to build AI because there are advantages to doing it, and that's what companies are going to do. Like, this genie's not going back into the bottle. But education-wise, I went back to software school in my early 40s. I retired from the military. 300 staff, $50 million budget, and 5 weeks later, my new peer group were a bunch of 17-year-olds living in their parents' basement. It was amazing. I can tell you, it was awesome. The conversations were stimulating. Anyway, but at the end of the day, I did this 4-year degree. I didn't listen to the teachers. I had to go on YouTube to find out, because also the level of education, the quality of education in this country is shit. It is shit. Absolute garbage. And so in my view, the further you can put distance between you and dependency, we all heard do not comply. I think the new slogan should be do not rely. Don't rely on other people for your food, water, and shelter. Skills. Who are my farmers in the room? Awesome. Who are my people that bring the products from the farmers to the market? Right. Who are the people that fix things? Right. This is the skill set. I would be encouraging my kids not to go into AI or the sciences or anything. I'd be saying go into the blue collar. Learn how to do things with your hands. Put distance between you and relying on the government's teat.
Well, I can tell you, I spent 15 years working in the oil rigs, and AI ain't going to last long out there.
No.
One solution to that as well, I think we're seeing in Alberta, they've started to adopt charter schools, which I think for K-12 education is a really interesting solution. You see these schools that basically they're taxpayer funded, but they're privately run, and so there's Calgary Classical Academy where you can go, and they the focus is on learning the Shakespeare and Aristotle and philosophy and literature. There's a STEM Academy in Edmonton where they focus on math and engineering and technology and all that. And I think that's a solution that it's extremely popular in Alberta. They only make up about 2% of the schools in that province, but the wait lists are huge. We're actually putting out a report next week that shows just how much better those schools perform than the government-run schools, and I think that's something that Saskatchewan and the rest of the country could really benefit from looking at.
Well, I may have spoken too soon about having extra time. The clock boss has just closed the clock on us over there. I know that you gentlemen have all shared from the stage here tonight about your ideas on solutions and ways to do something better moving forward. I didn't plug the thing that I did intend to plug, that we've been developing a solution to the fake news and media corruption here in Canada. It's time to stop sending them all of that extra money to. You can find information over there at the end table over there. But thank you guys all.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. This has been great.
I've been called a lot of things in my time. Boss ain't so bad, Wayne. Okay. So supper is at 5. It is, I think it's 4:33 right now. So before we get to the bars coming open and all that, I'm going to invite the two organizers that I know of. I'm sure there was a whole bunch of others in the background, but Michelle and Steph to come up to the stage. While they're doing that, Lynn, are you out there? So Lynn's waving way over there. Can everybody look and see her? I don't know if you know this. Sean Buckley, Teresa Buckley are going across Canada. And if you go to nhppa.org, they have the third largest signature petition in Canadian history for the Charter of Health Freedom. And they've been doing a daily show, the world's greatest health show. And Sean Buckley's been talking about health products. She can give you more information on that. But if you want to go sign the petition, she has them. So one more time, Lynn's waving over there. At some point, if you want to go sign, it's probably all in our best interest if we continue to make that the largest signature petition in Canadian history. Now, I'll turn this over to Michelle and Steph. Just a real quick story on them. And feel free, if you got to get up, folks, it's okay. They approached me while I was doing my Cornerstone Forum in Calgary in May, and I laughed at them and said, I'm not putting on another Cornerstone Forum, and kind of, just said, well, would you come host this? And I said, sure, I'd come host it. Yeah, all right. And so I kind of left that conversation right there and moved on as I've been running around the Cornerstone. And my hat's off to the two ladies for pulling this all together. I assume they have a few thoughts they'd like to share with you, but a round of applause for Michelle and Steph.
Thank you, everybody. I think Shaun covered all of the housekeeping items. First of all, I want to thank all of you. You guys showing up are the thing that made this be successful. I'd like to thank the Turvey Center and all of their fantastic staff for making sure that all of our meals and everything went off without a hitch, and making sure that our room was beautiful. I'd really like to thank Stephanie and the rest of my team, our team, sorry, Dave, Jared, Troy, and my husband Murray. We've spent a lot of really late nights for a lot of really long months trying to pull all of this together. And most of all, I really want to thank all of our speakers. I appreciate your trust in a couple of girls who decided that they wanted to do a thing, and you all showed up, and we really appreciate that. And one other thing that I can't forget. A lot of people have asked what we're doing next and how to follow us to see what we are doing next. If you go to the website, prairierisingforum.ca, there is a contact form there that you can fill out, and we will keep you posted on everything that is going on. I promise we will not spam you. Let's see. I also want to thank Elaine for helping us out with making centerpieces and everything. And have I missed anybody? I got them all? Okay, are we bringing them all up? They can't really see the screen. Okay, so to all of our guest speakers from today, would you please join us on the stage? And if everybody else would turn your attention to the big screen, we have a little something to thank all of our speakers. It's going to be a little awkward for you guys to see, so just get wherever you can, just make sure you can see the screen.
We don't hate anybody, but we need to make things right. That we want to lift up every voice and see our people make a choice for our province, for our land, for every heart who understands. With Martin Armstrong, Shaun Newman showing the way. Bryce Wade, Mitch, Sylvestre leading to a choice. Will we rise and make a stand, or just watch while it destroys? Zach Schmidt, Wayne Peters, Tajana TruthSeeker too, sharing stories, bringing vision into view.
Your 2025 Prairie Rising Forum, folks. Would you like anything else?
No, I think just a picture.
We need a picture, so we need somebody to come take a picture. That'd be great. All right, everybody, before they go run into, okay, we got a couple of things here, okay? One, the bar is now open. It's cash bar, so if you don't have cash, there's ATMs at the front. Supper's at 5. We're going to have John come up and dismiss tables, but we'll get to that. If you got water jugs that are empty on your table, you can take them to the bar. They'll fill them. And if there's the one celiac in here, to get your food, you got to go to the bar. There's a few notes. Feel free to visit. And I'll call you back to order around 5. We'll say prayer and we'll have supper.